and where the world took over. Have to stop climate change. Cut down the CO2. Everybody knows that, right? Wind, solar energy. It's great, but it's not enough.
What about all the other stuff? How we wash and how we drive? Everything. Life. We have to slow down how much CO2 we pump out. We can change the way. We can change the way we drive. We can make them out. There's so many things we can change. Need it that much. It's like 40, 12 right? Native equipment failure. Don't eat. Erosion, temperature fluctuation. Native.
Sustainability is changing how we work. This belief is translated into one of our key strategic objectives. We're aiming for holistic changes in everything we do.
Changes across the value chain, introducing processes and technologies that promote the nuclear steel. And adapted our
Processes to ensure zero waste.
forecast to achieve higher material efficiency.
that allow for comprehensive analysis of environmental impacts associated with the safety of our products, processes, and resource utilization. We've also implemented the Tata Steel Responsible Supply Chain Policy based on fair business practices, human rights, steel things. Steel, steel. We work passionately to preserve the health and beauty of our planet for the generations that will follow. We are safeguarding the diversity, the thinking and conversion.
Two. Minus 202.
But still, this school has been blocked. कोई मतलब नहीं रहा एक से
Two. Minus 202. Two. वीडियो चलाना है
No. We're on a bank of
Good morning, all. Kindly be seated. We'll just starting of the session. So, namaskar and a very good morning to all. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the 17th Sustainability Summit at Lumiri. Very happy to share that in order to reduce the footprint, certain initiatives like reduced use of paper, no usage of plastic bottles, those backdrops, clothing, and packages have been used in the summit. I would like to inform that participants can access the summit details by scanning the QR code available in the boarding standees and registration table. So now we have a special address by Her Excellency Maryam Mohammed Saeed Harib Al Nouri, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment, UAE.
delighted to have you today from the Atlantic Ireland. I extend my sincere appreciation to CII for organizing these very important events dedicated to the crucial topic of making industry more sustainable. I want to thank Mr. Banerjee for inviting me to this keynote speech. The UAE and India enjoy long-standing strategic planning relations. We also share a common goal of accelerating the clean energy transition and the decarbonization of industries. In May 2022, we signed a memorandum of understanding aiming to enhance bilateral cooperation on climate action. Both our countries are keen to contribute towards implementing the Paris Agreement that seeks to limit the global temperature rise with the 1.5 degree Celsius above pre-industrial level. And we are committed to collaborating in the pursuit of our shared decarbonization objectives. In the UAE, we view climate change
serious threats to the future of our planet. As the host of COP28 next year, we realize that we must serve as a role model in raising climate ambition. This has motivated us to respond to the call of the Glasgow Climate Pact for countries to strengthen their nationally determined contributions, NDCs, under the Paris Agreement by the end of 2022. So earlier,
we updated our NDC and will increase our emission reduction target from 23.5% to 31% compared to the zero for the year 2030. But our climate ambition doesn't end there. We are committed to progressively raising our emission reduction target each year as new solutions and initiatives become available. Our journey in climate action has many other milestones, but the most 50 strategic initiative that places us firmly on the net zero climate way. As part of our initiative, we have embarked on an economy-wide drive to cut down on greenhouse gas emissions. We are expanding the deployment of clean energy solutions, planting billions of trees, developing strong carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS network, shifting to the green economy and increasing reliance on advanced technologies such as AI. We're working with private sector entities nationwide to devise plans and implement projects that will help them shape a low carbon development plan. To streamline the process, we have launched the National Dialogue for Climate Ambition that seeks to ensure active stakeholder participation in raising the UAE's climate targets. The series of stakeholder assemblies focus on a different section every month, which serves as a platform to raise sectoral climate ambitions with the aim of establishing a national sustainability outlook. Earlier this month, we also introduced the Revolt Climate Responsibility Pledge. The document commits its signatories to measuring their carbon footprint and taking steps to reduce it and to integrating sustainability principles across their operations. It will come as no surprise that industry is one of our target sectors, not only because it's hard to abate, but also because it has a significant potential for emission reduction. We, the UAE, are dedicated to helping our industrial companies adopt science-based targets to reach net zero and implement key technologies that will enable them to achieve these targets. These include direct air capturing, CCUS, clean energy solutions, and electrification. This summit has an estimate to the interest of Indian industrial companies in adopting sustainable practices. And we are keen to exchange knowledge and experience with you in this domain so that together we can fast track our respective journey towards climate neutrality. Thank you.
So now we'll be starting with the session, Corporate Champions in Sustainability. So it is an honor and privilege to welcome all the panelists as well as the moderator for the session. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Sanjeev Paul to all the panelists to please come up on stage so that we can start the session. Thank you. So one of our panelists is joining virtually, so I think the same would be there on the display screens also for you. Good morning. And let me also extend a very warm welcome to all of you on the second day of the 17th Sustainability Summit by CII. The last 24 hours or yesterday, we heard plenty about issues regarding sustainability. We understand the criticality of the subject. With the United Nations adopting the 17 SDGs, we now understand the enormity of it as well. 169, it's 232 unique indicators, all to be implemented and achieved by 2030. So the task is enormous, and many of us now understand it. It's a pleasure to see that some of our corporate members have actually taken the task with a lot of earnest, and it is my privilege to introduce representatives of 4 of these champions within amidst us, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Pradeep Singh. He is the Chief HSE and Sustainability Officer of Hindustan Limited. Mr. Vinod Pandey, Director of Government and External Affairs, CSR, and BMW. Ms. Julie Gupta, Sustainability Limited. So welcome to the 3 of you here. And we have Rohini Medal Sustainability from L'Oreal.
on the screen with us. She's at Singapore. She looks after the SAP MENA region for L'Oreal. So welcome to the panelists, and we'll dive headlong into the session, starting with you, Pradeep. I know with Arun having gone there, your focus on sustainability has increased manifold. How has been your journey, sustainability so far, and how is it that you are looking to embed it in the various organizations?
So I would like to hear, first of all, thank you to CII for inviting us in this prestigious summit and for sharing our best practices. So I would like to say here, our journey has started about 1 decade ago. When first we have established Vedanta sustainability framework, and this framework is aligned with, because integration is required in business. So this is aligned with like all IFC performance standards, ICMM mining principles, all ISOs 45,001, like 14,001. So this is integrated, also supported by assurance process. So there is a strong Vedanta sustainability assurance process. So that is with respect to framework, and it is totally based on PDCA cycle. Next one is what we have implemented, and also this has been strengthened in last 2-3 years. That is our 3-tiered governance structure. First one is our, we can say, board level sustainability committee. For guiding or setting, we can say vision, ESG vision for Hindustan Zinc. Then to support that committee, there is EXCO level committee, ESG committee is there. And through this committee, the basic objective are to set some long-term goals. In 2020, we have set our sustainability goals 2025, including from energy and carbon up to the responsible supply chain, including like on water management, on circular economy, on biodiversity conservation. So these were some, this is being driven from our sustainability committee at EXCO level. And to support that EXCO level committee, there are 10 sub-communities headed by all functional heads. Just like I would like to hear one example. There is one goal to become 5 times water positive. So to drive that goal, there is separate community headed by one of our senior leader. And there are different like risk assessment, opportunities. Then we can say there are lots of projects, not only inside premises, even in community. Recently, in last year, we have implemented one of the major rainwater harvesting projects in one of our site, and we have been able to generate around 8.5 million meter cubed of this rainwater harvesting potentials. So for each and every goal, there are communities, those are driving. And third tier is committees at my shop floor level, my SBU level. We are calling it a strategic business unit. And we can say, of course, my corporate level communities, those are driving factor. And ultimately, it is being driven by shop floor persons. So these are some, I can say, major initiatives. And through implementation of these communities and the structures and framework, any business in long term can achieve all those goals. Thanks.
Thank you, Pradeep. This is impressive. So you now have a reasonably robust framework through which you are looking to embed sustainability right down the organization. So I'll move to Vinod, to the automobile sector now, the material sector. This is a sector where we are seeing a lot of movement now, Vinod, and I'm sure BMW is a forerunner globally into looking to embed sustainability in their processes. Let's hear from you, Vinod. What is it that you guys are doing?
Right. So before I proceed, thanks a lot to CII for this invitation. It's always a pleasure and privilege to be part of this summit, and so excited to be physically present today. So as you rightly said, sustainability has become the tenet of doing business, and this is highly valued at BMW as well. The world premium, we are in the premium segment. The world premium actually extends beyond mobility and services, include sustainability in all its aspects. It's a part of the corporate strategy, as is true for Hindustan Zinc. And therefore, right from the supply chain to production, to the product life cycle, we are actually having clear, measurable targets for these functions which is being monitored at the highest level. And why we have been successful, I would not say champions, but we have been consistently performers in that sense. But why we have been successful? Because it's a clear focus of the top management, how they have been able to embed the environmental and the social standards as a part of the corporate culture. This is what exactly has led to achieving what we have achieved so far. Our commitment goes back to 1973, when we appointed the environment officer, the first for the automotive industry. And we launched a comprehensive sustainability report in 2021. In 2012, we identified and set goal for 10 sustainability targets to be achieved till 2020. We have been able to achieve that. We have continuously innovated, in terms of technology and product substance, efficient dynamics, Project I, which was basically a purpose-built electric vehicle architecture. And the sustainability agenda has also been massively expanded to be an integral part of the purchase process, procurement process, and also include the supplier ecosystem. So we think we have been on the right track, and the kind of recognitions we have been accorded strengthens our belief. Therefore, it also makes us a bit more bold and ambitious in terms of driving our future sustainability endeavors. So in 2020, we released our next set of targets, which is the full commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement. We're the first German automotive manufacturer to join the business ambition for 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's a campaign launched by Science-Based Targets Initiative. We also aim to have the entire value chain climate neutral by 2050. This actually makes us a part of the international Race to Zero initiative. We have a clear mission, as pronounced by our chairman, Mr. Oliver Zipse. BMW will make the greenest car, which practically means that we are not just talking about the tailpipe emission, but extending efforts to reduce the carbon footprint throughout the value chain. We are actually working on what we call a new classing. It's a new cluster architecture. It's going to be a significant leap in terms of next generation electric drivetrain, digital technology, and a lot of elements of circularity. And this is something which will revolutionize, the future models coming from the BMW portfolio. This is something which will be launched in 2025. So if I were to kind of, summarize our journey, exciting, a lot of action, a lot of achievement, but still a lot of distance to cover. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul.
That's right, Vinod. Still a lot of distance to cover, and probably this is the decade where we will see a lot of action, primarily in the automobile industry, all other sectors as well. From Vinod, from the automobile sector to the FMCG sector, PepsiCo is one of the largest companies in the world. What is it that PepsiCo is doing to embed sustainability in their systems?
Thank you for that question, Sanjeev. At the outset, let me thank CII for having me today to share my thoughts on this very important topic of sustainability. Talking about PepsiCo's sustainability vision, we have what we call Winning with Pep Positive, which is our sustainability vision. It is embedded in the 3 pillars. The first one is positive agriculture. So we are working on regenerative agriculture, sustainable sourcing under this pillar. The second pillar that we have under PEP Positive is creating positive value chain. So all our efforts around water to create net water positive by 2030 falls under this goal. We also have vision on creating positive circularity for plastics, circular future for plastics. The third goal that we have is on climate action, and all the people pillar around D&I inclusion is also set in this goal. The third pillar under this is what we call positive choices, which is all about influencing the people through our iconic brands to make the right choices for themselves and for the planet. So we have taken ambitious goals around reduction of sugar, salt, sodium, sat fat from our products. We're also looking at nutritious offerings like Quaker. We had the multigrain Quaker, launched recently. So we are also working with NGO partners to really scale up this vision within the community and include the social. Because I think a lot of things were said yesterday also around ESG, where environment and governance is covered, probably the social is left out. So we are also trying to integrate environment with social within these tenets. And I just want to give one or two examples how we are trying to do this. So within water, we have a very holistic 360-degree vision of where we want to go in terms of water. So we are using groundbreaking technologies to reduce water footprint within our own manufacturing plants, and we have something in potato processing. Basically, we are capturing and condensing vapor from the potato, which is actually 80% of the water can be captured through that process. But here I don't want to talk much about what we are doing within the fence, but more about what we're doing outside the fence. And we have a program which we do with our NGO called Alternative Development Initiatives. That programs works on a watershed level. We are working to create rainwater harvesting structures at a watershed level. And again, community is at the very helm of this program. The entire water stewardship is done with the community, where they are trained into taking reading from the rain gauge. They are taking the readings from the piezometers and observation wells on the improvement in groundwater levels. Again, livelihood is a very, very important component of the program, where the communities, the women who are now no longer required to travel to long distances because they find the water in the catchment, are able to free up their time and engage in a lot of livelihood activities. We were recently in one of our snack plants in Channo. It was really heartening to see these women who were engaged in soap making activities. They had brought in soaps, organic soaps, baby soaps, which they've made. And when one level of aspiration, which is meeting their water requirements, is met, how they are able to look at the next level of aspiration, which is market linkages for what they're producing. So I think that has been a really winning motto for us, looking at embedding social with the environment. I have another example in nutrition. We are working with Smile Foundation on one of the projects in Channo on nutrition. We are working on maternal health for pregnant mothers and lactating women. Again, this is very important because maternal nutrition means it's not only important for the women, but also for our newborn children. So we are working closely with the ICDS system to integrate the efforts that government is doing through strengthening of the Anganwadi systems. And we are working to ensure dissemination of balanced diets is given to the women. Rejuvenation of Anganwadi happens so that the footfall can increase and a lot of more awareness can be created. We've also curated recipe book with locally available grains from this, and the entire focus is on embedding this social and also bringing the communities on board with our plans.
Thank you so much, Julie. PepsiCo will always be a role model, and to see the emphasis on social, the people in the people, planet, profit, right? So wonderful. Let me move from the FFCG to the beauty industry, and we have Rohini on the screen with us. Rohini, what is it that L'Oreal is doing to embed sustainability in its practices?
Well, good morning, Mr. Paul, my fellow
Good morning.
panelists and delegates. I hope you can all hear me and see me clearly. Apologies, I couldn't be with you today in person, but delighted to join virtually. It's interesting to actually hear the different panelists and frameworks. I'll borrow from BMW, a German organization representing the EU, where sustainability for L'Oreal is not a new topic. So prior to L'Oreal for the Future, which is what the current program for sustainability is called at L'Oreal, we had a program called Sharing Beauty for All, which delivered to its commitments. And then in 2020, we launched L'Oreal for the Future with even bolder commitments for 2030. So as you rightly said, this next decade really requires all of us to come together, taking on, what we're seeing happening at COPs, from the climate accord, from what the IPCC tells us in terms of, radical things that we need to do differently in this decade to come. What I personally love about L'Oreal for the Future is that it covers every aspect of the organization and its impact and beyond. And so we too have a strategic framework with 3 pillars. The first really starts with us and about transforming ourselves to respect planetary boundaries. This includes climate, so all the carbon footprint really from across manufacturing, product design, transportation, down to each individual employee. Water, so it's very nice to hear each one actually speaking about water positivity, water recycling, water loop, biodiversity, and resources driving that circularity in our process. The second pillar is about empowering our business ecosystem, and that looks at how we partner with the extended value chain, and we've seen that again in some of the other frames. Be it our suppliers, our customers, because obviously in our industry we work with that front end retail, consumers who we touch, communities that either they belong to or that they touch, and employees as well that are very involved in sustainability. So there's a huge program of upskilling each and every employee and carrying them on this journey with us. The third one is about making contributions to urgent social and environmental challenges that the world is facing via our philanthropic programs. And so we believe that by delivering to these pillars, we can be a catalyst for change. Leaders in the beauty industry, we also feel this is a responsibility that we have to carry everybody with us as we prepare ourselves as a responsible beauty player for the world of tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Rohini. So you have a reasonably well articulated framework around how you're looking to embed sustainability within L'Oreal. I would welcome the audience to ask questions if they have any at this point in time. Okay, plenty already. Okay, so if you could just take the mic around. There are more rounds that I intend to cover along with these panelists that we have, but we'll welcome one or two questions at this point in time.
Yes.
If you would just introduce yourself.
Hello. It's audible?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Good morning. Myself, Tushar Patnaik. I'm leading sustainability of one of the FMCG company called Dabur. So nice to see you all this sustainability champion on the desk. I think this is a very good platform where we can exchange the ideas and people are really doing, whether it is a FMCG's company, whether it is a automobile sector or it is a beauty sector called L'Oreal and everything. So I am only three questions to the three panelist members. First to Mr. Pradeep. There's very good things you have told that will do 5 times water positive. So just I'll just ask the questions to three panelists. After that you can answer. How will do the 5 times water positive? Three big initiatives so that I can take that initiatives and definitely it will help us to implement in our organization and other organization. That is only one question to you. Second to Mr. Vinod. Let's get in the automobile sector. Told that climate neutral. From the climate neutral, what are the three big strategies you will adopt so that you will be in the climate neutral? When he's talking about carbon neutral, that means a lot of things is coming into picture. Similar, 2-3 major initiatives so that we will be learning for us so that how it will be climate neutral. And thoughts to the FMCG company, Juhi. And I know PepsiCo is doing very good work in terms of field of sustainability, in terms of social fronts. So being an FMCG company, I know in terms of what we will talking about water positive. Water positive in the sense you'll do more recharging structures and something like that. But a company which is making our beverages company, all the beverages company, where the water consumption is very high. In terms of, while you're talking about the sustainability, the 3R approach is there. Reduce, recycle and reuse. In that space, in a FMCG company where recycling percentage is very, very less, if you tell any of the initiatives you have done in terms of recycling in the FMCG sector, so that the water, while you are adopting the 3R approach, will help other companies going forward to that. So these are the three questions to my panelists.
Thank you, Tushar. You are stealing my thunder, huh? Anyway, I think so.
So thank you. Again, this is based on 4R principles. So first, we have focused our total approach, how we can reduce through technology intervention. So like there are certain coolers we have introduced, adiabatic cooling towers we have introduced. The next one, at the same time, we have also sourced some alternative waters. I would like to share here, at present, we have established 60 MLD STP in Udaipur. And entire sewage generated from Udaipur city is being treated and used by Hindustan Zinc only. And through this, in one of our location, that is Dariba Smelter Complex and Rajpura Dariba Complex, we are able to reduce this freshwater consumption by 85%. So this is another option. Again, feasibility studies has been completed in nearby cities like Bhilwara, Ajmer. We have completed, and we are further exploring because we are having vision to minimize this, to 100% replace this water, fresh water being used in operation by 2030. So if any alternative low quality water is available, of course we will do that. That is second. Third one is recycle. All my, you can say, smelters, those are having this ZLD plant, including ME, MER, and 100% this water is used. Only you can say solid is output from my ETP process. At the same time, because this was not applicable to mines, even last year also we have started our two of the largest mine, that is Rampura Agucha, as well as this Jawar group of mines. We are going to implement this ZLD process in mines also for their underground water. And fourth one is, of course, recharge structure is community. So already I have said in first talk regarding this implemented by my Agucha, that is 8.5 million meter cubed water. And again, we have engaged, partnered with some pioneer NGO for the implementation in nearby community. So these are some basic steps taken by Hindustan Zinc. At present, we are 2.41 times water positive. Already that has been verified by third party. And we have taken at the same time to reach up to 5 times by 2025. Thank you.
Wonderful initiatives, Pradeep. If every large corporate could pick up a city where it will treat the sewerage and reuse or recycle the emanating water, I guess a problem of our urban centers would be solved. Even today, 75 years after our independence, not more than 15% of the cities have a semblance of a sewerage system. Ideas like this could actually help a lot.
So, sir, there is only one input. We are successful in implementing this model because it was started in 2014 in different phase, and that was totally on boot basis. We have built those STPs and we are operating those STPs.
Very nice. तुषार, मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ, उसमें आप लोगों के कुछ सवाल निकल जाएंगे, and then I'll open it up again at the end of the session. In the interest of time, I'll move forward. I saw a lot of hands, but let me move on to the next set of questions. Vinod, I know you were itching to respond to this issues on carbon, but that was my question as well. And with the mic in my hand, I do have some privileges just now. So, see, of all the 17 SDGs, the biggest elephant in the room is goal 13. While each and every one of the SDGs are important, carbon seems to be, or climate action seems to be one of the biggest ones facing all of us. And we heard plenty about that yesterday. So, Vinod, this is your opportunity to respond to Tushar as well. What is it that you are doing as far as management of your decarbonization journey goes?
Right. So I think I take a step back, and Tushar, to a large extent, this question would also be answering what you asked. I think it's also important for us to understand what exactly are the trends that are influencing the future of mobility, because as you rightly said, a lot of action is taking place in the automotive sector, and what we are seeing globally is a very structural shift. You talk about environment, of course, no questions asked, climate change topics. You have got Fit for 55 in Europe, where they're talking about all electric vehicles, by 2035. You have got policy prescriptions on tightening of CAFE norms. CAFE is the corporate fleet emission norms. All these are actually leading one important fact. And of course, we can't forget the culture and the customer expectation part as well, because culturally, especially in the developed countries, you are seeing this willingness of society to adopt sustainable lifestyle. Though in developing countries like India, it is picking up, but still, it will take some more time for us to be there. And the customer, and the best part is customer, where again, customer is willing to contribute his or her might to the whole sustainability cause, but they don't want to compromise on features, performance, right? So the whole notion of you have to give up on this, get that benefit, it doesn't hold good anymore. So if we were to translate this into sustainability key focus areas for us, one would be an aggressive decarbonization of the supply chain. And we spoke about our net neutral ambition, but it's 2050, so almost 28 years from now. So therefore, it is also important for us to have an intermediate quantifiable target. So what we are targeting is by 2030, we want to reduce the footprint across the value chain by 40%, where 20% would be with supply chain, which means our vendors, 80% is in-house production, and 50% would be in use. So for any automotive company, the in-use contributes the max and the most in terms of the carbon footprint. And when you talk about suppliers, I think the moment you start evaluating your suppliers on sustainability credentials, right? Giving them nominations that also includes this as an important parameter, asking them to use green power, in their premises. I think a lot of, stuff is taken care of. When you talk in terms of in-house production, you spoke about 3R, reuse, recycle, and reduce. There is also one more R which would actually be sitting on the top, that is a rethink. So it's not just about rethink the process, rethink the product. How can you actually make it more environmentally sustainable? So for us, we are very clear. We have to work with partners. We have to engage, with multiple stakeholders to ensure that the target of 40%, decarbonization across the value chain happens by 2030. Second is, product. And for us, electric mobility is the most important, transition point. I think it's not only for us. I think for the automotive industry, if we have to fight, the climate change battle, transition to electric mobility is the most important lever which we have. Of course, there are questions around battery recyclability, upstream sourcing. That, of course, that has to be taken care of. But in terms of the in-use phase, electric mobility will be the important, pillar for us. And at BMW, again, very clear, we're going to be having at least 10 million fully electric vehicles by 2030. By 2030 onwards, we are looking at 50% of our BMW portfolio, being full electric. The brand Mini and Rolls-Royce will become full electric, by starting 2030 onwards. And in India also, we have been able to launch 3 battery electric vehicles. Phenomenal, fantastic response. And we are very hopeful and positive about the fact that we should be able to achieve a 25-30% penetration for the next 4-5 years. Of course, policy stability and transparency holds the key in terms of maintaining the momentum for kind of quick electrification of automotive industry. Last bit, I hope I'm not breaching my time.
Not at all.
Last 1 minute, yes, is on circularity, right? The amazing part is if you talk about our product, it's 95% recyclable, right? But when we use, are we actually using these recycled material as a secondary material for making my cars? No. This is where I think we have to bridge the gap. And the whole concept of secondary first has become so relevant now, right? So our focus is that currently we use 30% on an average, 30% of secondary raw material as a part of our, manufacturing. We want to expand this to 50%, over the next 8 to 10 years. And also, I think what we need to understand is that when we talk about circularity, it's not just the environment which gets benefited. Of course, when you use secondary raw materials, the carbon footprint reduction is almost 2 to 5 times, vis-a-vis the fresh raw materials or primary raw materials. Therefore, it is, of course, from an environmental perspective, beneficial, but also from an economic, standpoint. So you have availability of, raw material. It also strengthens your local value chain and supply chain. And given the geopolitical crisis which we have seen over the past couple of years, unfolding, this is something which is also important from an economic standpoint. So broadly, a very aggressive CO2 reduction across the value chain. B, electric mobility as the future. And C is strong focus on circularity and driving the secondary first concept.
Thank you so much, Vinod. Plenty for a lot of other corporates to learn from what BMW is doing. Pradeep, I believe you guys have also announced your net zero targets 2050, right? and a reduction of emissions by 40% on a baseline of 2020
Yeah.
by 2030.
Yeah.
This is absolute 40% reduction?
On a absolute basis.
Wow. So what is your pathway to net neutrality, and what is it that you are looking to do to achieve these targets?
This question I have faced so many times because we are from energy intensive industry. We are from hard to abate sector. So that is the fact. But at the same time, there are two things. Again, this journey has, as far as Hindustan Zinc is concerned, this journey has not started in 2017 or after COVID into 2020. At present, in our portfolio, already we are having 274 megawatt of our wind energy, 40 megawatt of our solar power plants, and 40 megawatt of our waste heat recovery boiler. At the same time, recently, we have also signed one PDA. This PDA is executed for the supply of up to 200 megawatt of renewable power by 2025 in next 2 years timeline. At present, of course, there is one, we are from hard to abate sector, but there is one opportunity, at least in non-ferrous metal sector, we are able to minimize our GHG emission through renewables. So this is one of the up to 90%. So this is one of the major opportunity. And we are having 6 units of our captive power plants, and 100% sure in next 2 years timeline, we will be able to phase out, and we will be the one of the India's first company to phase out any captive thermal power plant in next 2 years timeline only. So this is part one. And second, we have never thought this again. Recently, we have also ensured now our one of the unit, this is Pantnagar, our metal refinery. Now this is operated 100% on renewable energy only, renewable electricity. So this is another achievement. Second, some portion, it is hardly 5 to 7%. GHG emission is also, our HEMM is, are also contributing, which are deployed in, you can say, in our underground mines. So there is already targets, plan of action is already there. We have taken target to 100% replace our all LMVs by 2030. 75% replacement of HEMM deployed in my underground mine by 2035. And this is not only in target. Like so far, already we have introduced around 11 numbers of these BEVs. We have signed MOU with all global manufacturers and also deployed, already this has been deployed, first BEV in underground mine in India. So these are the some plan of action already in process. And I'm quite confident with all this implementation. Of course, on you can say at present, so because we have also signed SBTi target, it was in 2017, it was signed. Then again, it has been, because at that time net zero was not there. Again, we have submitted our revised target this last year as per the SBTi. And it is under approval from SBTi, but we are going to revise it from 40% to 50% for scope 1 and scope 2 by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Julie, whilst carbon would be a big issue for PepsiCo as well, but I think between carbon and packaging, packaging would be the bigger elephant in the PepsiCo boardroom, I would guess. I know there's plenty of packaging design, renovation and innovations that you have done. But there is some initiative called Packaging 2025. What is this, and what is it that you are looking to do to make your packaging more sustainable?
Sure. So Sanjeev, thank you for that question. Again, packaging is also linked to carbon emissions, and we are looking at packaging in a big way to reduce our carbon emissions. Let me address the sustainable plastic vision first and then come to climate. So as far as the sustainable plastic vision goes, we have a vision where we see or strive to build a world where plastic need never become waste. It's rooted in the 3R principles of reduce, recycle, and reinvent. So we are working on reducing our use of virgin plastics. And again, in beverages, we have a technology of lightweighting our PET bottles. In snacks, we are doing a technology called compaction technology, which allows the snacks to settle down at the bottom of the packet, allowing for optimal packaging. So that's on reduce. On recycling, again, as per the plastic waste management rules, or the brand owners are mandated to collect back 100% equivalent of the waste that they generate through the sales of their products. So we are also working with the 8 waste management partners across the country to collect back equivalent of the plastic that we generate in the market. But what we have done is we are going beyond just the meeting the local compliances, and we are addressing some of the systemic challenges that exist, one of which is lack of sortation of waste at source. So we are creating massive awareness for citizens to better manage waste through better sortation practices. So we have led a lot of plog runs, cleanathon activities with citizens to really embark on this journey of effective waste management and drive home the messaging of better waste sortation. We are also looking at targeting one of the biggest vulnerable population, which is the waste workers, and trying to formalize them into the system, because most of them are not even formal part of the economy. So how you can formalize them and make them part of formal systems. We are working with a project with ReCity, which is working precisely towards that. And we are targeting about 100 waste workers in Mathura to turn them into waste professionals, linking them up with the government scheme so that they can be covered under insurance and other things. Thirdly, we are looking at circular economy. And again, plastics, like you mentioned, for PET, there is a very well-defined recycling ecosystem as it exists in India today. It's linear today, it's not circular. We are striving to go onto a bottle-to-bottle recycling, and there is a sea change in the policy environment that has happened. The government has moved from one spectrum of prohibition of use of rPET for food contact material to minimum content by 2025 in packaging. So that's been a big shift, and we really applaud the government towards that. We are looking at rPET deployment of 50% by 2030, which is going to not only contribute to our sustainable plastics vision, but also reduce our GHG emissions. So that's on the package.
Thank you so much, Juhi. To Rohini now. Rohini, I believe you have a reasonably long supply chain, a large value chain. Sustainability, if you need to be sustainable going forward, you need to impact the value chain, the supply chain as well. You have an initiative called Responsibility Beauty Initiative, I believe, which is a congregation of a few companies, peer groups of L'Oreal. Would you like to talk about that and let us know what it is?
Certainly. So the Responsible Beauty Initiative is, as you said, a consortium of some of the industry players coming together. And as one of the largest beauty companies, or the largest beauty company in the world, this is really expanding. As I said, it's about empowering the ecosystem beyond us. So us as an individual beauty player, but also all of those partners that come together to really drive the industry. I'll answer this through an example of what we call our solidarity sourcing program. So while the Responsible Beauty Initiative was launched in 2017, since 2010, actually, L'Oreal has been running the solidarity sourcing program, which directs a proportion of our global purchases to suppliers who employ people from vulnerable communities and allow them to have a durable access to work and income. In India, I want to give an example of a very successful program we have with Solvay. Solvay, an NGO partner, Henkel, and L'Oreal. So that's an example of industry coming together and partners coming together to drive responsibility. And since 2015, they've been working with guar farmers in Rajasthan to improve their yields as well as subsequently their revenue. And over a 5-year period of 2015 to 2020, we've actually seen 125% increase in the yield and 143% increase in the revenue for farmers in the region. Now, guar is a natural polymer which is used for numerous products such as shampoo, cosmetics, food and beverages, pharmaceuticals. So obviously, this is a shift for us to move away from synthetic chemicals into bio-based, which are not harmful for health or the environment. Since the launch, for example, the initiative has deployed in 36 villages, enrolled more than 7,000 farmers, and importantly, 25% of these farmers are women. Who also go on to learn about growing their own food, so subsistence farming, hygiene, especially in the area of menstrual hygiene for women, water sanitation initiatives for the community to improve their overall living standards and well-being. This is an initiative, for example, of how we, through our solidarity sourcing program, but in partnership as a responsible beauty industry leader, believe that we need to do better for the people and the planet.
Thank you so much, Rohini. In steel, we have a similar initiative called Responsible Steel. The aluminum guys have an aluminum stewardship initiative. Similarly for timber as well, I guess. And these are initiatives which will, I believe, shepherd the industry to a more sustainable future. So more power to these. I'm told that our time is up, but mic abhi mere haath mein hi hai, and I will take that privilege and let you ask one or two questions. Panch, chhe. I can't let so many, let's have one from here first.
Yes, Sanjeev, my question to you. See, all the corporates are doing excellent work in sustainability, circularity.
SLA.
Pardon?
All the corporates
are doing excellent work. I'm Sunil from ITC. All the corporates we have seen, in fact, even ITC also, we are doing excellent work in sustainability, circularity, biodiversity. But see the people sitting across the table, be it the NGOs, or be it the government agencies, or be it the communities. Yesterday, we have seen some of the comments also. They always feel that we are not doing enough, or we should do more. Now, what should we do to bridge this gap in perception? I mean, there's a question to you, because many times I also think, like, what should we do differently so that we can bridge this gap in the perception or the kind of the mindset? Thank you.
Sunil, maybe I've, having worked in the sustainability area for some time, I have also become a bit of an activist. I quite agree with them. We are not really doing enough. If we were, some of the things that we heard yesterday, and we hear from everybody every time we talk about sustainability, that, the issues on climate are staring at us at our face. These 169 targets on those 17 SDGs, which we have to achieve by 2030, if that has to be achieved, some trillions of dollars have to exchange hands and have to be invested in the global south, especially. The structures for all of that do not exist in the world as yet. So whilst, we keep saying that there is, we need to be optimists, not pessimists, but I think we need to be realists. And the fact is, we are not doing enough. And each one of us has to look within and carve out their own chart or a path. To me, the role model is Greta Thunberg. That 16-year-old girl today is the leader of this world. She has put everything at stake to influence the world. And we who are talking sustainability need to think, what is it that we are doing? Sorry, thoda sa somber. We'll not end at that note. Another question. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I am KK Banerjee from CII-ITC, an environment NGO. I want to listen from the panelists. What exactly are you doing something for implementation of various applications of vetiver grass, which is a very environment-friendly vegetation for upgradation or saving environment or there are multiple uses of vetiver grass. I just want to hear from the panelist.
Pradeep, you would like to answer?
So I may give here some example. We have started this, you are very right. We have started this for the restoration of our waste dump yard in 2013-14 itself. There is some successful stories are there. And the same we have also tried in our zero fix yard for the restoration of zero fix yard. But in that case, this may be because we are in semi-arid zone. So that project was not successful. So these are two case studies we have tried to implement.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, one last question. I'm sorry, guys. In the interest of time, I cannot keep on going with this. I'll be misusing this privilege then.
Thank you, Sanjeev. In fact, it's not a question. In fact, wanted to just add on to what you said on corporates. All of us are doing, but somehow the government and the regulators feel nothing is being done. I would say rather that all of us are not doing. Only a select few are doing, even in the corporate side. And also we as citizens are not doing enough. If we even talk about source segregation, right? How much of us sitting here actually do at home? So I would say it has to go down to each one of us at our homes, not just the top corporates doing it. So that is something, awareness is the key of it being successful. Thank you. I'm Garima from PepsiCo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I believe at that note, we must end this discussion. It has been extremely enlightening, and thank you, Rohini, on the screen, Juhi, Vinod, Pradeep. The discussion has actually been excellent. You guys are role models as corporates and champions as corporates, and if the rest of the world starts following your example, many of the problems will start getting solved. Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank all the panelists as well as the moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Paul, for the enriching session that we just had. Now we'll be starting with the another session of the day. Before starting the session, to all those who have just joined us, Namaskar and welcome you all to the 17th Sustainability Summit. The second session of the day is on Startup Champions in Sustainability. So I'll be starting the session right now itself. So first of all, I'd like to welcome all our distinguished speakers of the session who are here with us today. I request our moderator, Mr. Mohit Sharma, Senior Counselor, CII-ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, to initiate the session. Thank you. As well as I'll also request the panelists to please come on stage so that we can start the session in time. Thank you. I'd also request the participants to please be seated so that we can start the session. Also, if you can come up on the front desk, that will be great for us. Thank you.
Very good morning, everyone. So we'll just proceed with our session on Startup Champions in Sustainability. So I'd just like to set the context to begin with. The rate at which global warming is increasing, our coral reefs are disappearing due to ocean acidification, species are getting extinct. It's all very alarming. And we have already, as you all must be aware, crossed most of the planetary boundaries which have been identified so far. There are 9 planetary boundaries that exist as of now. And there are a few planetary boundaries like loading of aerosols in that atmosphere, whether it is fine particles or the other gaseous precursors, where boundaries are not defined yet. But we have already ventured into unknown territory, which is full of risks. And those risks are related to our very existence and very existence of this planet. So more than ever, we need breakthrough technologies and business models that can reverse this trend and restore ecosystem services by working with the nature. So on the other hand, we are quite hopeful that these new tech and new age startups are going to really set things on right path and are going to shape our future, which will be sustainable. So evolving technologies as well as policies and private sector investments, which are now creating a healthy ecosystem for startups to basically experiment and develop solutions that are really suited to the local needs. And India, as you're all aware, India has become a third largest ecosystem, startup ecosystem in the world after US and China. And new age startups have focused on innovative and economically viable solutions to really accelerate the pace of environment and social impact. So as we all agree, the role of startup is really vital in taking a leap towards sustainable development. But the road is also full of challenges, and there are multiple challenges for the startups. Building a business and sustaining it is not an easy task. Access to capital, bankability of new solutions, and risk perception by financiers are some of the major challenges that we face as of now. So without much ado, I would now like to introduce our distinguished panelists. And I really want to, would like to encourage panelists to please speak about their journey so far, so which also inspires others basically to really, build solutions for tomorrow. So today we have the opportunity to have, we have with us Mr. Tarun Jami, who's building material technologist, pioneering in the use of crop residues to create low cost building materials. They can actually cut the cost of construction and have huge environmental benefits. Mr. Jami is an Inc. fellow and has been listed on Forbes 30, under 30 Asia in 2019. And he's currently pursuing his PhD from CSIR, Central Building Research Institute, and RMIT University. Mr. Chandrasekhar, who's a chemical engineer with MS in chemical engineering from USA. And he has extensive experience in manufacturing and process design and improvement of production services service industry. He is founder of biofuel startup Gwool Biofuels, which is headquartered in Hyderabad. And Gwool Biofuels has a vision basically to reduce natural gas imports in India by at least 10% in next 5 years and substitute CNG with indigenous green and clean renewable sustainable fuel, which is biomethane or compressed bio-CNG. We have with us Mr. Satish Ramchandani, who's co-founder and chief business officer of Updapt, an ESG tech company. And Mr. Ramchandani has extensive experience of 20 years in the areas of strategy, business development, consulting, ESG, CSR, corporate financing. He's chartered accountant and MBA by qualification. We have Mr. Rajesh K, who is currently the Chief Quality and Sustainability Officer at Licious. And he has over 20 years of industrial experience in the food industry. And Mr. Rajesh is a postgraduate with ICAR net qualification in fisheries and aquaculture and lead auditor for various ISO and other international standards pertaining to the food safety, quality, and environmental management systems. So with that, I would like to open the floor and request Tarun to please tell us about his journey and the kind of solutions that he is offering. Over to you, Tarun.
Hey, good morning. I'm Tarun. I'm the founder of Green Jams. The goal for us is to basically remove 10% of global carbon dioxide emissions and the path that we've chosen is carbon negative building materials made from crop residues and byproducts of steel and power industries. Our flagship innovation is called Agrocrete. It's again made from crop residues like paddy straw, bagasse, cotton stalk, corn stover, and so on. And it helps reduce construction costs by 50% and improves the thermal insulation of a building by 350%. I mean, the journey, as Mohit had put, was actually quite long. I've been in this space for the past 8 years, but what I would actually like to talk about is the motivation and the things that we've done to realize this, this mission that we've been on and how we've come so far. I mean, there's still a long way to go, but I think it's also important to celebrate the small wins. So I started this company right out of college. This was 2014 when, or at least the idea to start this company started when I was back in college in 2014, where the vision was to not be a regular engineer, but actually come up with a solution that could potentially change the way that we build and consequently make the buildings that we live in, the spaces that we inhabit, a driver for climate change reversal. So that was my first exposure to building materials like hempcrete, and then after evaluating the product, and then that's when I realized that, hey, what exists at this point is not good enough for the Indian construction industry, and therefore I spent a good 3-4 years learning more about the product, developing it for the Indian construction industry, also starting my PhD along the way, acquiring the skills that were necessary to do this. And by 2019, I was successful at developing the world's strongest hempcrete. But unfortunately, what happened is we don't have a hemp industry, number one. And number two, that was my first exposure to Delhi's extremely poor air quality, where I almost crashed my car not because of the smog and but because I inhaled too much of it and my vision got blurry. It was quite dangerous, and I mean, it kind of made me wonder how over 1 million people live in these sort of conditions, and for a good quarter of a year. And that's when I tried to understand a little bit more about the problem, and I identified that crop residue burning is also one of the major causes, almost 44%. And digging a little deeper, also realized that the 100 million tons of crop residues that are burnt in India cost the country almost $27 billion in economic losses because of loss of public health and worker productivity. So it was this problem that led to the genesis of our flagship innovation. As I said, I just mentioned Agrocrete. The journey has been a little long and convoluted. We did have COVID in between, which threw a wrench into our works, and we had to then work around it, set up manufacturing units. But what COVID also did for us was open up this entire new, open up the minds of the general customers. They started looking at sustainability a little bit more. Our original pitch was supposed to be on cost savings, but then now we were opening doors with sustainability and then selling on the basis of cost savings. But beyond that, I think as a startup, one of the biggest advantages, or the unfair advantage that we have over, say, corporates or large industries, is that we're able to design an entire business from the ground up, from scratch, and while incorporating all of these principles. So even though the goal was to essentially remove 10% of global carbon dioxide emissions, that's not something that a large corporate can actually suddenly wake up one day and say, this is what we want to do now. But as startups, we have that advantage because I mean, there's nothing existing, there's nothing to lose, and therefore we have the ability to simply start and then build an entire $1 trillion company around it.
Thank you so much, Tarun. And next, I would like to invite our panelist, Mr. Chandrasekhar, to basically talk about their work and focusing basically on the what kind of solutions they're offering and how what kind of future they're envisioning basically. Over to you, Mr. Chandra.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mohit, for the kind introduction. Thank you, CII, for giving me this opportunity. So, I'm founder of Revolt Biofuels. We are based out of Hyderabad, Telangana. So, for me, I'll just start with a quick journey why I started this. So, my kid, who is 4 years old, he asked me about a polluting vehicle when he saw that on the road. My kid learned that pollution is not good for environment, not good for them as a kid in their school in PP2 first class. He asked me a question, Nana, how can we avoid this pollution? So that's a big question. I couldn't answer him that time. So, but then I thought about, research about what I can do, take the climate action basically. I'm very passionate about sustainability, passionate about environment, climate. So that led me to start the company Revolt Biofuels. With this, what I want to do is, in India, we import fossil fuels, for example, natural gas. 50% of our natural gas consumption, we import them. Instead, we can indigenously produce that energy, at least, half of that energy in India itself, by adopting anaerobic digestion technology and generating biomethane or compressed bio-CNG. We have ample waste, like food waste, vegetable waste, biomass, agri-waste in our country. But all of them is lying idle, it's waste. The waste is not able to generate any energy or value. It is ending up in landfills in urban cities and even in small towns and villages, where it decays naturally and then emits methane. And that methane is more dangerous, 20 times more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. It is the second highest abundant greenhouse gas. So we can capture that methane and then use that as a bio-CNG with advanced biofuel technologies that are there in our country, and we can be indigenously use that energy. The byproduct that we get out of this technology is biomanure. It's very, very high fertile manure. You might have seen in magazines, books, papers, the soil, right, where the soil is broken down, because we are using the soil carbon content with chemical fertilizers, with high inputs that are not good for soil. Sustainability is not there. If the soil is not fertile, how think everything else can be sustainable? So this manure can go back again into the soil. It will improve the soil carbon content. It will improve the productivity of the agriculture, and thereby it ensures the energy security and also the food security. So this is the solution we are trying to implement in our country. We are a startup company. We are making progress. A lot of challenges are there. Awareness is there, as someone mentioned here in the delegates. There's no source segregation is happening, whether it is household, whether it is restaurants, whether it is industries, right? So that means our waste is contaminated, whether it is food waste or the plastic waste. That leads to a lot of problems. We can start that at source segregation. So that is good for our industry, biofuel industry. It's also good for plastic recycling, and it helps everyone in the entire value chain. So biofuels has got a lot of potential. Biofuel, like biomethane is one option. The other option is bioethanol, which we are doing good as a country. And there's also another biofuel, biodiesel, which replaces the diesel. So that is again not going good because of the systematic problems that we have in our country. So this is the industry, very, very initial stages, nascent stages are there. We are trying to work on this, trying to build this company step by step. And I'm confident that we will be able to achieve success in this journey.
Wonderful, Chandrasekhar. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Rajesh, who's Chief Quality and Sustainability Officer at Licious. Over to you, Mr. Rajesh.
Good morning, all. Thank you, CA, for such a wonderful event and giving this opportunity to speak about Licious. I think I'm the only one culprit here in the panel, and rest are the solution providers for ESG and sustainability. Why I'm saying that, I think in many of you may be having the same concern in your mind, representing the meat industry, how I am going to take the sustainability initiatives, because across the world it is said to be for the emission 29% is from the meat industry, right? And there are a lot of development happening for alternate protein. Before commenting into our journey on sustainability, let me brief about Licious. Licious exists because India deserves better meat. That is what our thinking about our own existence. So having said that, we have been in the last 7 years, we are trying to transform India's most unorganized sector into an organized sector. We know that we are familiar with wherever we go, how the meat industry looks for the domestic consumption, the hygiene and other infrastructure of our slaughterhouses to wet markets, how dangerous it is with respect to the health and safe food concept. And in the pandemic, we came to know that the one story behind is like that, how the virus spread it is from the Wuhan seafood market. So all these are the importance of transforming this very much unorganized sector into an organized sector. And doing that, now Licious became India's most loved meat brand, I would say. And recently we turned into an unicorn, first in the D2C sector. How we did it, and that is most important, I think, for all of you. And I also would like to speak about more into that. We are now present across more than 30 cities, and we do have our processing centers in 5 locations. We started in Bangalore, then we expanded to Hyderabad, Gurgaon, and in Mumbai. We do cater 3 categories of meat products, which is mainly the poultry. Second is the red meat, where it comes lamb and goat, and then the fish and seafood. These 3 categories differ in length and breadth. So doing all these under the same roof is the biggest challenge for us, not only for sustaining the business, but to have some sort of sustainable initiatives also. This is the biggest challenge for us. And all of these categories are very much unorganized in India. 90% of the produce is going into the wet market, and Licious represent only the remaining 10%, and in which maybe 5% we holds, or 5 to 7% we holds. So how we started this journey is because our founders Abhay and Vivek was exactly from the different portfolio in their past, but they came into this meat industry because they themselves felt like that we deserve better protein. And I think whenever people start discussing about sustainability, not only in the workshops or seminar or sessions, but even in the headlines or even the columnist, there is only one talk, that is the climate change. I'm not undermining the importance of the climate change, but all the 17 sustainability development goals are equally important. And the first 3 are exclusively on the food, right? No poverty, zero hunger, and health and well-being. These 3 are very much important. And the definition of sustainability itself, it is not just about tomorrow. It is all talking about meeting today's needs as well. So what India needs today? We are number 1 or 2nd or 3rd position in many of the things like number of livestock, number of milk production, egg production, aquaculture, shrimp production, where are number 1 or 2 in many of these things. But the quantity we are number 1, but what about the quality? It's like us, 130, 140 crore people, but only 1 gold medal in the Olympics. So this is the scenario of the quality of our own livestock to our own produce. So Licious is engaged in bringing the quality into this. And the protein requirement as per WHO, we are far, far below what the world average. When the US and the West is running above 100, the WHO recommends stands 30, and India is at 5 to 8. So the alternative protein development happening in other part of the globe may be having sustainability reasoning, but in India, it is not for many reasons. One, we need to have the protein. We should not run behind the alternative protein because we need to have the right protein with all the essential amino acids in front of us because we are not having the adequate. Protein malnutrition is the challenge that we are having. So we need to address that first, which is linked to the first or second of or third, all these three sustainability development goals. That is one. Second thing is, India is not following any sort of super intensive or intensive farming, aquaculture, or whatever. We do have the traditional method of cultivation. And Licious is focusing on modified extensive method. We are also not going into any sort of intensive way of doing things, which will produce or which may harm in its when we increase the productivity. And so more with less. That is a concept of Licious in when we do into that. So I don't think I should keep on talking. Should I stop or is there any timeline? Then I think for questions I can address many of the things. So let me conclude like that. We have been in the last 7 years, we are running the show with a lot of commitment to sustainability and ESG. And I think we bagged 2 awards for our sustainability initiatives. One is the national award. One is that last couple of months back, we got in Singapore, the COP stage commercialized program, wherein the rising star in the startup ecosystem. So to bag a sustainability or ESG award, being in a meat ecosystem is a good challenge where the respected juries were from the UN and the other eminent bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. It's wonderful to hear about your journey and heartening to know that Licious has such a strong focus on quality as well as sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Now I would like to hand over to Mr. Satish Ramchandani. Over to you, Satish.
Thanks. So yeah, so we started our journey about 3.5 years back, and so I'm a co-founder with Updapt, and we have built a SaaS-based ESG solution and a sustainability solution, which would help businesses to track, monitor, and report their sustainability performances digitally, right? So just to go back a little bit on the history, when we started the firm about 3.5 years back, right? It was purely by virtue of our experiences in our professional lives, right? So earlier I was with some of the firms like Crystal Ratings, another fellow co-founder who was with Thomson Reuters, where we got exposed to what's really happening in the space of sustainability reporting and performances, right? And what we experienced were some of the typical 4-5 problem statements in the market, and hence the thought of creating a solution which would address those problem statements. So I'll just summarize some of those problem statements. A, how do you really track your ESG data? Conventionally, I tend to go back 20 years back when I used to audit during my CA days, right? You didn't have those sophisticated systems of SAP, Oracle, and other things, right? You had more of vouchers and registers. So that's one of the problem statements, which typically is still there now. But yes, we have solutions in the market that how do you really perform your carbon footprint accounting? How do you really track your data points across various functions, across various sites? Second, the entire activity of appointing consultants and doing your GHG accounting, which is greenhouse gas, or the carbon footprint accounting itself, right? So you used to tend to appoint consultants or probably lost at how do you really run that activity. Third, the way you have standardized accounting standards now, from a sustainability perspective, there are multiple standards, and the market at times used to get lost, how it is and all that stuff. Those are some of the challenges. And last couple of years, what we have seen is that sustainability performance is an important metric for multiple stakeholders in the market to evaluate a business performance, whether it's investors, rating agencies, lenders, and other guys. Right? So these are the 4-5 problem statements. And back, about 3.5-4 years back, about 5,000 or 50,000 publicly listed companies globally used to report their sustainability performances. That was kind of the number, and hence a huge opportunity. Right? So those are the problem statements, what existed, and we created a solution, to address the market needs. And in fact, what we have seen over time, specifically in last couple of years, it's getting so mainstream, that if you look at any business transaction, along with financial information, ESG performances is getting imperative, is critical, right? Even if you're not a listed company, we have Licious, for example, or we have other unlisted companies, who have, leaders driving that function, and they need to disclose their ESG performances, right? And in fact, just to touch upon some of the other things from an India context perspective, right? About a year back, SEBI came out with the law we all know, where it's mandatory for 1,000 listed companies to report their sustainability performances, the so-called BRSR, from current financial year onwards, right? I'm speaking about still 1,000, we've got much more than 1,000 listed companies. So about last year, about 20% of the 600 companies, about 100, 125 are the only ones who actually reported their ESG performances. So that's a huge gap itself. And here we have created a solution to really bridge that gap, right? Even the entire activity of, how do you really align to global standards, itself is a challenge from a India market perspective, because, the talent is a challenge. People are still trying to match up those standards, right? So our solution really enables those companies, to manage those performances. Another important element is the supply chain, that, scope 3, for instance, contributes over 80% of the emissions. So how do you really monitor the ESG performances of the supply chain, right? Which could be your SMEs again, right? So again, there are digital solutions, including ours, which would help you, to manage the entire process digitally. So yes, to touch upon another angle, I tend to give a financial angle to whatever we do, because eventually all of us are running a business, right? How investors have started, taking decision along with financial metrics, on the ESG metrics also before they make a decision, pre-investment and post-investment from a monitoring perspective. Similarly, over 25 countries have made ESG disclosures mandatory in nature, India being one of them, right? Rating agencies have gradually started mapping ESG performances as part of the rating process. So in that sense, it's got an impact on the cost of capital and the ability of a firm to raise funds, right? So I think if you look at, these are the key market participants, all business interacts, right? So it's pretty inevitable that, firms need to start tracking the ESG data points, start monitoring it, enhance the ESG score the way you will tend to, enhance your financial metrics, right, on the P&L side, on the balance sheet, right, to eventually create a better shareholder impact.
Thank you, Satish. And we just heard that your Licious is actually using UpDebt services. So I just wanted also Rajesh's feedback that, how is your ESG commitment basically is impacting various stakeholders in your value chain? I think it'll be good for audience to basically really understand and know more about this.
I think for the public, we are an e-commerce company, but it is not just that. We are farmers as well. We do manufacturing. So compared to the public perception, it is not just an e-commerce company who sells our product in our own platform. So in that case, it is fully digitalized kind of operation we do have. But in the backend, that is all about our front-end ops. In our all backend ops is the Pakka or pure manufacturing as well as the farming. We do have our own backward integration. So in this backward integration model, we need to have our prime stakeholder is farmers. The other side, the prime stakeholder is the fisherman community. So when we source our seafood, fish and seafood across the maritime states in India, we are directly engaging with the fishermen. So I think one of the government motives is also to double the farmers' income. So we are directly contributing into that by eliminating the middlemen. So that is one and the biggest stakeholder involvement that we do have. So ignoring the farmer community or the fisherman community, we can have any sort of thing. And the other thing is, yesterday also the minister and other talking about the 5 trillion economy. In this 5 trillion economy, 1 trillion should come from the agri sector. So this without enhancing the productivity and eliminating the middlemen and direct transfer of the benefits both sides towards the farmer and towards the consumer. So that is what Licious is doing in its engagement with stakeholder. And then bringing digitalization and other technology into the stakeholder platform is obviously we are handling the highly perishable goods, right? So wherein the temperature and time is the crucial parameters. So to track and monitor the temperature, we do have technology in built systems. We do have IoT-based tracking devices, loggers, etc. And it is getting transferred into the cloud platforms and on time readily available data is for there if there is any fluctuations. So that way, it is not ensuring the quality and food safety, but we are able to avoid the wastage. So in India, the data is saying around 30% is waste, whatever we are producing. So that is bound to happen in this highly perishable meat and seafood sector as well. So by monitoring the storage conditions and the transportation and wherever in between from a farm to our processing center and from processing center to the last mile delivery, we do have a complete tracking system enabled with technology. So that is about the process and systems. So when it comes to ESG, I'm thankful to Adapt, where Satish's product is a wonderful product that we do have now, which is very simple at the same time sophisticated with all sorts of framework. We can go to the BSR, we are go to the GRI. So my ESG team, who are subject matter experts, I think we are one of the first client from Adapt to adopt this tool, and which is helping us in a big way to have the real-time data. Earlier, we do have data on our process parameters. Now we do have data on our utility consumption of water, how much waste we are generating in each of the processing unit, and what is the segregation and what is the disposal programs. And we have already set targets for scope 1 and scope 2. And all these are enabled through these platforms like.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rajesh. And I have actually one question for each of the panelists. I just request all the panelists to be as specific and brief as possible, and then we will hand over basically to take questions from the audience. So I have one question for you, Satish, which is, how important do you think is sustainability for the startups? And are startups really embracing ESG? What is your view, because you have been directly working in this?
So I'll just set some broad context, right? I mean, I'm sure all these numbers are available. Excuse me if the number is a little bit here and there. About ESG from an equity perspective, about 50 trillion is expected to be part of the ESG funds itself, about 1/3 of the total assets under management. Similarly, on the debt side, I think it's about 1 trillion now, and it's expected to be about 4.5 trillion. That's the kind of capital which is going towards, ESG investments. Similarly, as I said, over 25 countries have made it regulatory. In India, about 2016 to, I think 21, about $1 billion money was pumped by venture capitalists in India towards the climate tech businesses, right? So that's the larger context in terms of, the business ecosystem I'm talking about. Now let's talk about the ecosystem of a startup, right? Typically, that's what your question was. So what would, again, a startup would need funds, right, to begin a business or a scale a business, right? A startup, again, probably would have a customer where they could be a supply chain partner. Their customers could be the Marutis of the world or the Ciplas of the world, who again need to manage the ESG performances of their supply chain partners, right? And then governance, which again is extremely important. I'm breaking the ES and the G part. E significantly on the climate side, S on the diversity and the health and other side, and G largely on the governance side, right? So how do you really just imagine a mismanagement happening in a startup, and how do they really, and they are really accountable to the investors and hence the public money, in that sense, private and public money, right? So I'm saying startups, to raise funds again and to, from a continuous perspective, and to fulfill some of the specific requirements of their clients, if they are a supply chain partners, again, it's pretty, it's catching up, I would say. But if you have an equity investor, majority stakeholder, you have no escape. You need to submit your ESG performances. Right, we have a private equity client, and they have mandated to all their investee companies, to submit and manage the ESG performances. Or even if they have a minority stake on the VC side, it's catching up. I would not say it's really prevalent, but it's catching up. Second, fundamentally from a business philosophy perspective, like we have unlisted companies here, whether it's Licious, Way Cool, and other companies, who have their sustainability heads and monitoring the ESG performances. Yes, they do have certain challenges initially. The ones before they scale up in terms of the cost and other elements, right? Or in terms of the skill sets to run the ESG agenda. But they can start in their own small way, right? They need not monitor 100 ESG data points. They could start with 5 or 8, which is specific to the size of the business they are, or the business line they are into, right? It could be small diversity elements. It could be their governance and the ethics part, which again is part of the ESG, right? So I think there are solutions around that. But see, there's going to be no escape any which ways, right? You want to make money, you are going to go investors, you're going to go public. It's just that you are setting the groundwork a little bit earlier. It's more of the way you run the company. It's more of a culture, I would say. Right?
Thank you, Satish. And now I will pose a question to Mr. Chandrasekhar. You highlighted very important aspect of your business model, that you really need source level segregation in order for this business model to be successful. So my question to you is, what do you really envision? Do you see, a new business opportunity to enable source segregation, or would it be that you would need collaborations with the NGOs to really enable this, maybe through a peer pressure system or social feedback? Or do you think a policy framework from government, I'm sure, and there is already a policy framework for source level segregation, but clearly it is not working. So what more is required on the policy front? If you could please enlighten us.
Yeah, so very good question. So it starts right from me as a person, and me as a person should translate to family, to home, and then to society, and then to city. So start segregating the waste. Because we have bins, we have the system. Only thing is, we're not following that. It does. I tried myself too. It doesn't take even 10 seconds for me to drop wet waste in the wet waste bin, whether I'm in airport, whether I'm in hotel, or even in my home, and plastic waste in the dry waste bin. So that 5 seconds, 10 seconds is what it takes, at every individual level. And that will help a lot in many downstream industries, recycling industries, both in food waste and also in the plastic waste. So that's thing is that it's a lot of awareness sessions need to be developed. There is also business model, incentive model is there, which will also work incentives initially to give some incentives, because right now the business model, we can do that. From government perspective, policy-wise, we have biofuels policy in 2018, which is very, very good. That needs to be translated again. It is some baby steps happen, but still long way to journey. The banks, the public sector banks, that's another important component. They also need to trust that policy of the government, that this is a viable business model is built on this, and government is supporting it, regulators are supporting it. Banks also, the private public sector banks also need to believe that. If they don't give that initial project debts or project finance, ultimately it will not translate into action. So from that perspective, policies can make banks also to give this project finance loans will help. And another thing like EPR for plastic industry, there should be also something like EPR for bulk generators of food waste. I talked to many bulk generators. Unlike it is quantified and measured and tracked in the plastics, it is not done for the food waste. It is only ending up in landfill. So that can be also like how the EPR industry is working good. It can also work similarly for the food waste, the vegetable waste, and biodegradable waste. So these things changes, it happens, we can achieve it.
Thank you. And thank you for highlighting that very important challenge or aspect, I think, which is like bankability of solutions. Now I want to connect with Tarun and just understand, some of the challenges that he's currently facing. And Tarun, we have been working with you for a long time, and as part of our air pollution efforts. And I know your solution has gotten some traction now. finally after so many years, and it's building up. But what do you think is really the role that private sector can play in this? I think it'll be really good to have your thoughts on this.
So the private sector is the most important, sector that we're focusing on at this point. While governments and regulations could potentially help scale this up, I mean, incentive or not, we do what needs to be done. And the only way that this can be done is through the collective of businesses that exist at this point, who already have made commitments. So I'm actually really thankful to companies like ITC, Shell, and CBRE, who have been past customers and continuing at this point. And also other important stakeholders like LODA, DLF, and so on, who have already made commitments and are evaluating our products. Without the private sector, I doubt many innovations in this world would survive, because it's always the first place where you cut your teeth. And I mean, if you're actually also referring to the difference between how the private sector and the public sector works, the public sector essentially has a few obvious challenges in terms of how they can procure, being able to be fair to the larger industry, and basically be impartial to the solution providers at large. But with private sector, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? Money, goal, and fulfillment. As simple as it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tarun. And now we open up for questions from the audience. Any questions, please? Can you please hand over the mic? In the front, there are 2 questions. Could you also please state your name and organization before you pose the question? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Sunil from ITC. My question is to Chandrasekhar. In fact, you mentioned about the waste segregation by all of us. In fact, we run a program called WOW, Wealth Out of Waste. And we are facing this challenge last 4 or 5 years, how to change the habit. And certainly it's not easy, and it's not going even after making a lot of effort on that. So what should we really do in that direction? I mean, as a community, to change the habit so that even this is small step or a small effort in this direction, because it's going to make a huge difference in terms of the entire, let's say, the recycling or the entire circular economy. In your view, what should be done? I mean, as a community, I mean, just I was thinking to pose this question to you.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very great question. So what, according to me, is, the end person should know that entire journey, the value chain of the journey of the waste that they are creating. Right now, they don't know it. So I talk to many my colleagues, friends. They tell me, even if I segregate, the person who is collecting is not doing that. He dumps up again, and when he dumps up again all waste, and he transports it to some nearest station where they do in a bulk, right, and then it goes to landfill. That entire value journey needs to be done in some video format or something like that. What is happening right now? And if they segregate, then what will happen? That if they know that impact, right, that if they segregate it, the plastic waste is generated, and then it goes to plastic recycle journey, and the food waste, it goes to the food waste recycle journey. If they knew it, the awareness, the knowledge will improve, and I'm sure majority of the people will change. It's a journey, but we can start with that, with awareness sessions, and then it improves when like in COVID also, right, we have that videos coming in WhatsApp, where in circle people will be there, it's a video, and if one people is not following the mask, and it impacts all others. Same ways, it's a continuous journey. If I'm not following, it impacts this community, society. So if such things can be done, mass campaigns, mass awareness sessions, knowledge sessions, the entire journey, if they know it, I think it will change. Definitely in urban change it. And when it changes in urban, it translates to tier 2, tier 3 cities also. But that's where we need to invest. We need to put time, effort, creativity on it. Thank you.
I also have some insight on that. And this came from a conversation that I was having with a startup from Indore. Very interesting how Indore has been able to do this. And this might not have been the intention when this, when they started this. But a few things became possible. They made it really easy to lodge a complaint. And two, they literally pitted citizen against citizen. So in some of the societies in Indore, what was happening was, say someone was not segregating their waste or someone was not doing it rightly, the neighbor would post a complaint against them, and this guy would get fined. And therefore, there was so much social pressure that everyone would just start segregating and making sure that they're dumping it the right way. I guess things like that need to be done, but though it sounds cruel and evil, downright evil, of course, but I guess that's one way we can do it. And then maybe later it becomes a habit and everyone's just doing the right thing.
I think this really wonderful lessons that we have from some of the places like Indore, really clean. Next question, please. Can you please hand over mic to the gentleman on the front? And then we have two questions on the back side.
Good morning, everybody. My question is to Mr. Chandrasekhar. It is very heartening to note that you are doing something in the space biofuel. And in this regard, I just want to know whether you are doing something to convert cellulosic inputs into biofuel also, or it is something else. And in this regard, your other concern is environment. And I can tell you that one solution is there for both these things. That is vetiver grass, which growth rate of which is 15.24 tons per hectare per year. So it is a huge carbon sink, as well as shoots of that can be converted into a cellulosic biofuel. And some researches have been done in some foreign countries, but that is at initial stage. So can you share your views on that?
Yeah, sure. So this agri waste, right? That stubble burning that we hear and we read about. So that can be that waste, agri waste, can be collected, aggregated, and transported in a decentralized way and convert that into biomethane or bio-CNG, which is the easiest one. It can also be translated into ethanol also through different technology. So these two fuels, biofuels, we can create out of this lignocellulose content. Even the grass that you mentioned, we can also create bioenergy out of it, which is the biomethane. We need to build that cycle, like Napier grass. You might be knowing Napier grass. That is also another potential candidate. And these guys actually, they create a lot of energy also. Per ton of this grass, they will generate more biogas and biomethane. The models need to be developed. That is the problem. In theory it exists, in technology it exists, but in reality it is not there. And that is where the banks or someone, they are the one who do project financing. They need to trust it. At least in pilot scale, we can test it and then we can scale it up. So if that happens, then it's like that.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. We have limited time, so we'll just take up two questions from two gentlemen in the back. Can you please take the mic there? Can we take all the questions first, both the questions first, and then we'll see who will respond.
Hello? Yeah. Can I go? Sure. Well, let me compliment the panel on a very interesting discussion. My name is Kaustubh Kode. I represent a startup strategic consulting firm known as Flywheel Management Services. I was earlier also associated with some of the earliest carbon credit assessments in the country, probably the first few carbon credit assessments. My question is for Mr. Satish Ramchandani. I think you're plugging a very important gap in the market, Mr. Ramchandani. So again, compliments to you. I would like to understand which are the frameworks that you're covering through your product and through your platform, and what's the journey ahead for you how do you see this growing? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you have the other question also?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sehaj. I represent RMSI over here, and my question is to Mr. Satish. Satish, specifically with respect to the SaaS-based platforms and the startups which are coming up of the moment, more of them are reactive in nature, wherein they are currently going towards the policies which are already there. Now, so this question came in when Mr. Pandey from ITC was referring to Mr. Chandrasekhar. Specifically now, with respect to the climate change modeling coming into aspect, and so these aspects have an effect on the entire value chain and the supply chain of companies, not only ITC, other companies as well who are present over here. So how are startups, specifically tech startups, taking into account this climate change modeling and multi-hazard modeling aspect into their platform and providing solutions to the industry as a whole?
Sure. Satish, I think you can respond. Yeah, let's take that question as well. Sure.
Yes, myself, Tushar, leading sustainability from Dabur India Limited. This is not related to question. This is, I think, a very interesting things. I think many of the organization, if you see last 2-3 years, in terms of environment awareness, many things like first the rule last 2 years is booming on EPR rules. Now is a mandatory reporting of the ESG. People are doing decarbonization, renewable energy, everything, whether it's the FMCG company or the automobile industry. So my question, because I thanks to CII for the sustainability summit. This is the summit where all the industries, people, service provider, policy maker is present here. I think many companies is doing very good things and they are on the platform and to do so many things in terms of sustainability or EPR like this. So we have rules in the policy makers that key to environmental compensation to a lot of things is there. If you will not do this, this will be environment compensation like to this. So my question is to these policymakers, and you can give a suggestions. Those companies which you are doing in terms of Excel, in terms of water, decarbonization, plastic waste and everything. So can government give and some kind of rebate on the GST so that with the startup of any of the company, those who are not doing it, they can come forward so that this is a kind of reward recognition system. So that will be a better, because punishment is fine. If you are not doing this, you will get this kind of compensation and punishment. But if you are doing something in Excel which can show to the world, so you can get on the rebate on the taxation and GST. This is one of the suggestions through this summit we can propose to the government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So see if you could quickly answer those questions. I'll keep it brief. So from an India context perspective, BRSR is mandatory for 1,000 listed companies. The other standards, which are globally well accepted, GRI being the most common one, which we all know that, right? So from our solution perspective, we have created a very comprehensive taxonomy, which is at the back end of a solution, where we have mapped over 750 ESG parameters, right? And which pretty is agile, we keep on doing it. And it typically would cover, almost all the standards. For us, it's just about mapping it, right? So if I have to really give a very straightforward answer, so we have covered all the standards around BRSR, GRI, TCFD, SAFD. Now tomorrow, if I get a client, say in an African country and they have their local standard, for me, it's just about mapping to that standard, which would take about 24 hours, right? And from a way forward perspective, I think, sky is the limit from the opportunity perspective. The climate risk, which is there, countries have set their net zero goals for 2050, 2070. I think there's lots of work. From our perspective, how do we really enable the companies to reach their net zero goals digitally, along with other elements which is part of a roadmap in terms of, either a marketplace or, getting ESG scores. Those are some of the areas which we are really looking at. And I think the second question around, whether being reactive or the climate tech elements. So I think, businesses, the moment you have social goals, there's a CSR mandate of 2% of the profits and all that. Still, it's a legal mandate, right? So the moment, as I said earlier, the moment you start aligning everything to a balance sheet and a P&L performances, companies would really pull up their socks and really align with that, because that's the new norm, right?
So investors are asking for it. I spoke about it before, rating agencies, lenders, regulators. So it's becoming a new norm. So in that sense, businesses will not have an option but to really, create or upscale their processes to really align with those requirements, which would have a balance sheet and a P&L impact itself. So in that sense, if it's a reaction model, they would lose opportunities. They would lose raising capital at the right time. It may impact their ratings. So I think they would not have an option to be reactive in that sense. They need to be proactive. And specifically on the climate tech, which you said, so we have a lot of new age companies coming up, in India and in globally itself, right? So yes, there are some elements which we have done in our solution by factoring IPCC, DEFRA, the factors which are the commonly used one to perform your carbon footprint and GHG accounting in that sense, right? Rest all is more on the action towards the net zero itself, whether it's hydrogen or it's EVs or it's other EV batteries, right? So those are actually more on the infra side, which we are seeing that it's really catching up.
Thank you, Satish. And I would really like to thank our panelists for sharing the insights today and for this wonderful session. Thank you, everyone. With this, we close the session. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists and the moderator for the session that we had. With this, we'll now have a small tea break of 10 minutes. So by 11:45, we'll be starting the session again. So till the time, you can have your tea on the left side of the hall. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello,
Yeah, you are
good
audible.
afternoon. Praveer? I heard you for a second, but now I don't hear you anymore.
Hello. Am I
Hello,
audible
yes,
to
now I
you?
can hear you.
You are not audible.
I am not audible?
Yeah, now you are audible. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you can hear me and you can see me.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Shall I just stay online and mute myself? Do you want me to keep the video on or just when I come in?
So maybe you can close your video and unmute yourself, mute itself. I will just prompt you when we start the session. Uh,
Thanks. So I will wait for your heads up on when I should turn it on again.
okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We'll now be starting with the next session of the day. So I think in another couple of minutes, we'll be starting. So please be seated.
I request all to please be seated. Requesting all to please join back. We are starting with our next session. Requesting all to please join back. The panelists are here. We'll be starting with our session now. Namaskar and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the 17th Sustainability Summit. Very happy to share that in order to reduce our carbon footprint, CII has taken several initiatives. There is no usage of plastic bottles. Also, all hoardings, signages, and backdrops that you see in Summit are cotton-based. With this initiative, we have attempted to reduce the paper. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the session on ensuring just transition for decarbonization. I welcome all our distinguished speakers of the session who are here with us today. Some of our speakers are also joining virtually. Also, I request our speakers to please come onto the stage. I request our moderator, Dr. Ashok Khosla, Chairman and Founder, Development Alternatives, to initiate the session. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to welcome you all to this session on a just transition, which is at the moment restricted to a low carbon future, but I believe we have to look at a sustainable future in a broader sense, including the ecosystems that we depend on. And I'm going to take the unusual step in this conference to ask for a slideshow, because I think, despite the fact that we have a panel, visuals carry a great deal more weight than simply words. And I'm going to ask the operators to put my slideshow on the screen so that I can introduce the subject and then introduce the speakers. May I ask for the slideshow, please? Is it possible? Is it possible to have the slideshow? Okay, while we wait for the slideshow, let me introduce the speakers. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. So we will have three speakers in this session. First is Dr. Camilla Roman. She's speaking from Geneva. She will be on the screen. She's a policy specialist in green jobs and the transition to sustainability at ILO in Geneva. And she's been working on these issues for a long time, both in Asia and at the headquarters of ILO. She will be followed by Mr. R. Venkatesh, who is the managing director of a big marine company, Wartsila, India, and he will be talking about the experiences he's had in managing the energy and marine work of the company and of that sector. And then he will be followed by Mr. Chandra Bhushan, who is the president and CEO of the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology, iForest, who will be addressing some of the more specific political issues of such as just transition. So let me just share a few thoughts with you on what I believe we have to keep in mind when we talk about these issues. We need to look at where we are, where we come from, where we are, and where we're going in terms of improving the lives of our people. You know, as all of you know, it's a truism that we exist in a country which is actually two countries, side by side, the same place, the same time, but virtually living in parallel lives. There is India with some 500 million people in the middle class who live probably as well as people in any part of Europe or North America, have access to all the things they want. And then there are about 900 million people who live in Bharat who got basically left behind, whose even basic needs are not often met. The most basic purpose of national development, I believe, is to bring about a healthy, fulfilling life for all now and in the future. And a better Bharat has to recognize what we've inherited in the way of ideas, concepts, institutions, and how that relates to where we are. The inheritance in our mindset about the economy is really a major part of the story. GDP is king, more FDI, our newspapers and media shout from their headlines, growth, higher Sensex, basically bringing in more foreign investments, and so on. The liberalization of our economy, the policies for giving incentives to business for higher efficiency, for less regulation, for global markets, for basically to do this with austerity for those who cannot make an impact on the policies. So it's all about consumption, more higher level of access to things and privatization and less taxes. And to legitimize these current practices, we talk about CSR and sustainability and charity and inclusion. These are words that trip very easily off the mouths our business leaders, net zero, philanthropy, ESG, and what we're talking about here, just transition. The issues that I'd like to bring to you is that you can't have a just transition if you have the current kind of economic policies or theories. To legitimize business, you now need to look at our present predicament, which is a result of these economic policies. We live, some of us, in India very well. We have beautiful houses, we have malls, we have runaway consumerism, and we have an income distribution which is grossly lopsided. This income distribution, which looks like a bar stool, has almost all the wealth of the country concentrated in the hands of a very small number of people. Extreme disparity of this kind is injustice and unfairness. It's the symptoms of a political economy where the societal diseases and the structural dysfunction of our political systems is not very different from the way it was in colonial times. The very top end has a disease which we might call affluenza, which is basically overconsumption. And the bottom end has another disease called povertitis, which is caused really by underconsumption. And these affluenza and povertitis basically lead to influenza and diseases of various types. Povertitis also leads to despair and alienation and violence, which is not in the interest of anyone. And this is an example of the kind of lives many people in our country lead. This woman and her entire family is represented in that picture. And what does it lead to? It leads to climate change and floods and droughts and deserts growing at an enormous rate, forest fires, species extinction. And one might say that today's vision of development really is violence. Violence against people, violence against nature, and violence against our culture. So where do we go? From our heritage and our present predicament, we now need to look at the legacy that we will leave behind for future generations. In order to do that, we must nurture all types of capital, human capital, physical capital, financial capital, and of course, natural capital. And what do we do to create an India that is prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable, and hopefully resilient and regenerative? We need basically to change fundamentally our thinking into thinking about how can we be good ancestors for future generations. Just like our forefathers left behind a decent a world for us, we now have to think about the future. To design new decision systems for a better future, we need a politics that values rights and fairness and diversity. We need a new economics that values equity as much as efficiency, the future as much as the past, and is able to handle systemic, nonlinear change. And this means that we have to have the right time horizons. Today, political leaders think in terms of term of office, 5 years maximum. Our business leaders think about time horizons of about 3 months, a quarter. Our laborer thinks from paycheck to paycheck, 1 month or so. Speculators are working on their investments on the order of 1 microsecond. But that's why we're in trouble. We have very short time horizons without having a look at what we do, the implications of what we do in the longer run. Engineers and foresters have 25 years, and a good ancestor, like we should be thinking in terms of generations. What is the impact of what we do today going to have in 5 generations' time? To create new institutions for a better future, we need small, local, decentralized solutions, local self-reliance, community-based institutions, and economies, empowering and participative political systems. And they need foresight and alternatives. We have to think longer term. We have to minimize unintended impacts. We need institutions which are responsive to people. And empowering innovation and action for a better future, we need different kinds of technologies that are very frugal in using resources, that are compatible with nature, which are in line with the need to improve human well-being as the primary goal. Civil society organizations are essential for this. You need independent thinking. You need a critique of the policies that exist. It should be a sector that is equal to the other two sectors. Sarkar, Bazaar, Samaj, they need to be partners in an ongoing relationship, building a better future from the past and present. And most important of all, the values that our nation espouses, a total society-wide commitment to leave a better world behind. We want to be the ancestor your children and their children will be proud of. Thank you. Now, may I just introduce, thank you. May I just introduce the next panelist, who's Dr. Camilla Roman. She's out there in Geneva, and I welcome you. Camilla, you must have got up pretty early in the morning, so let me invite you to say a few words about the impact and the possibility of creating this just transition from the point of view of work.
Many thanks, Dr. Ashok, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see me well. It's great to be with you, at least virtually, for this very important event. And many thanks, Ashok, for this very insightful and inspiring introduction to the session. So I'd like to start by reflecting on the fact that climate and the world of work are not separated. We know that globally 1.2 billion jobs are dependent on healthy ecosystem services and a stable climate. And the poor are overly represented in those sectors. So there is a need to act, to move towards net zero and to move towards resilience, not only from a climate perspective, but also from an employment and a social perspective. Having said that, the kind of transformation that is needed to bring us to low carbon economies that are resilient to climate change are very far-reaching. And I think what Ashok was saying earlier about this systemic transformation is exactly right. We are not going to be able to get there with changes in a specific niche of the economy. We are going to have changes that are economy-wide. This will also mean that the impacts will be economy-wide, that there will be deep restructuring of labor markets, for example. We know and we expect that globally measures on energy alone would lead to the creation of 24 million jobs by 2030, but we will also see 6 million jobs lost. So on the one hand, there's good news. We are going to have a net job creation, but at the same time, we will have this deep restructuring that will affect various segments on society. So there will be changes that will have to be very carefully managed from a social point of view as well and a distributional point of view as well. That's why we need a just transition. A just transition is really bringing together the economic, social, and environmental dimension of sustainable development. It's about moving towards decarbonization and climate resilience while delivering decent work and social justice. And I think that this is crucial for the situation in India itself. We know that the agricultural sector, highly climate sensitive, is where the poor are overrepresented. We know the size of the informal economy in India, which means that large segments of the population don't have access to social protection that could help them cope with shocks. We also know that there are imperatives of poverty reduction and just and inclusive economic development for all. So how do we bring all of those priorities together? Is the answer can be a just transition. The ILO came with through representatives of governments, employers, and workers, delivered the ILO Just Transition Guidelines on a just, and these set out a framework and a set of principles to bring about a just transition. They go across the policy entry points across different areas, and they emphasize the need for them to be based on social dialogue and stakeholder engagement, because it is a society-wide approach that is required. What is important to remember to deliver a just transition is identifying the impacts of the transition, the climate transition. What are the impacts on employment and labor market? What are the distributional impacts in a certain economic and social context? Secondly, we need to plan. And here I would like to make reference again to the earlier speakers. It is important to plan also for the long term, not to have a short-term time horizon. We are not going to manage well change if we don't plan for it. Thirdly, we need policy coherence. And I think it's important to remind ourselves that we are not going to be able to deliver this kind of change only with actions that concern climate policies. We are going to need to have actions on employment policy. We're going to need to have action on social protection policies. We're going to need action on industrial policies. And these policies need to speak one another. If, for example, we've got renewable energy targets, and we are not accounting for the new skills requirements that are needed, these jobs will not materialize on the one hand, and on the other hand, we will miss those targets because we don't have the right labor force for that. Secondly, we need policy coherence from the national to the subnational and regional levels. The climate transition will not impact regions in a countries in the same manner. Of course, India is extremely diverse. The way that the climate transition will impact, for example, regions where mines or coal power plants are located will be different from the kind of transitions that we will have in coastal areas. It is necessary to identify what those impact, how those impact will play out, and to plan through social dialogue and stakeholder engagement all the way through, from the national to the local level. We need all hands on deck. The efforts by the government will be instrumental, and I think India has a very impressive track record on very ambitious policies that marry different goals. I'm thinking, for example, of NREGS or NREGA, that is combining poverty eradication goals together with the development of community assets and integrated environmental goals as well. But it's not just about government. We have to leverage the power of enterprises that are at the forefront of the transition and need to take into account this employment and social effect as they embark in their transition plans. We need to have workers' organizations on board and to provide their inputs and to participate in the process. And we need to engage with communities and through stakeholder engagement process, because without the kind of broad-based consensus that that is needed for this kind of change, we will fall short of the very tall call that that we are asked to deliver. So in this respect, I think it's high time to put just transition on the agenda. It is a paradigm that can bring about a meaningful shift because it connects the dots between environmental goals with economic and social aspirations and puts really decent work and social justice at the end, at the heart of climate action. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Camilla. That was a terrific insight into the impacts of these transitions on the future of work, really, on labor and labor markets. And I appreciate your insights also on the small and medium enterprises that we have to now deal with. May I now ask Mr. R. Venkatesh, Managing Director of Wartsila, to take the floor.
Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen here. Thank you, moderator, Mr. Khosla, for introducing the important topic of ensuring the transition towards the decarbonization. I want to also thank CII and ITC for organizing this summit where we are able to meet face-to-face and discuss these important elements also now after a gap of 2-3 years, all of you know. So maybe I'll, as moderator was shortly explaining, the three important elements of society, business, and government actually need to work together to bring in this transition. And I would maybe give some insights on the business part of it, how we as business can work together there to support each other and bring in the perspectives, which would need also support from the government, and then also it will help in the society finally. So as the topic is mentioning, Wartsila, the company which I represent, is a 180-year-old young company into various parts of global business. And in India, we are there 40+ years. We are into energy and marine sectors, supporting our customers and ensuring transition towards this decarbonization journey, which we are all embarked upon. So on the energy front, what we are looking at is looking at a 100% renewable energy future. So we have around 75 gigawatts of power plant installed all around the world, more than 80 energy systems, which are storage systems, which are very renewable supportive. And then we are present also in the 180+ countries around the world. So we are able to substantially contribute and support this transition together for our customers, which will bring into the economy also. So if I look at what would be the main key drivers on this transition, we need to, as many of us were discussing also in the other panels and in this forum also when we were discussing, we have to mitigate the climate change. That's increasing at a very fast pace, and indications are that if it goes in the same levels, we will be crossing more than 2 degrees within next 10-15 years, which is not very good. And there we need to come up with different propositions, different aspects which we will need to see. What we see is also more electrification. That means electrification brings in more demand also. There is also growing demand for decarbonization from compliance perspective, from sustainability perspective. That's also an important driver here. And we also see increasing renewables, which is coming up, which is essential, which is important in our transition journey. With bringing in renewables, that also bring in some more challenges with us. So we need to tackle those also. So these are key drivers where we are looking at also when we are putting those dimensions and going forward, what are those coming up? And there brings up an accelerated need for future fuels and future dimensions where we will need to look on. If we look at India as a country, again, that needs also, we know solar is the future. We have been seeing the increase in the renewable sector coming up, and also an ambitious target of close to 500 gigawatt by 2030 is an important element from the governmental perspective. What we need is also in the ecosystem, we would need different components, different elements to manage these renewables which will come into play. So there, we would need to bring in battery storage solutions which are from different perspectives, hydro storage, different elements of storage solutions we should bring in. And also one of the elements is fuel storage also, which will come into play. Future fuels like hydrogen, ammonia will play a big role in this transition as well. And we need to also have flexible solutions which will balance these scenarios. So towards a net zero when we are building, we need to also build up this ecosystem which actually should bring us also to lower costs of solution, total solutions, and future aspect, because economy of scale is also very important which we should not forget. We have done a study together with Lapinranta University of Technology, which is a Finnish institute, which is into energy modeling, energy system studies. We have done close to 80, 90 countries, and one of the countries has been India, where we looked at also how we can look at future power system solutions for 2050. That brings us also good amount of mix into the solution, and there, by unlocking the different systems and solutions, when we go towards what we see is that by 2050, we are able to get down our cost of generation down by 40% or more. So that's the direction which we have to bring in, but we need to have different systems and solutions in place so that we can move towards that transition. What would we get out of this transition? We get a clean power system, which is very essential, and that way we move towards a clean energy direction. It increases the viability of the solutions, decreases the electricity cost, reduces reliance on imported fuels. Many of us know we are dependent on fuels from outside. That will reduce and would create new industry, which will also bring, as our colleagues was mentioning, it will bring in volumes of solutions, which will bring investment and also benefits on employment. So with a cost optimal carbon neutral system, what we want to see is we want to achieve also the financials and the economics of scale. Some few recommendations. Again, this is not holistic. We have to work on together with many of you in the CII and in the industry forums. We are seeing that we can influence this. What can we do to create this leap jump which we need in the coming future? We need to create these long-term targets, as we have set in 2030, 2050. We have a 2070 carbon net zero from India as a government, as a country. Maybe on a power energy sector, we may have to expedite that towards a 2050 dimension or so, because it's important to reach to that bigger goal. We need to drive renewables, consumption across various industries. So industry participation is very important. Industries need to be the pioneers, front runners here to build up that transition. And we need to also strengthen the supply side. So there, a lot of investments would be needed on research and technology development in developing these solutions more in-house. And then we need to also have incentive programs to support these for the future. So these are some elements that I want to drop here with you all, where we need to work together and bring in that perspective. And we are there supporting our customers, and with you all, we build towards this journey of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Venkateshji. It's very important insights on the way technology is going to play a major role, and we'll come back to that in the question period. May I now invite Chandrabhushan to share his thoughts with us on the subject.
Thank you, Ashok, and thank you, Seema, CII, for inviting me here. I want to start by saying that we have a problem, and the problem is, how do we define just transition? What is just? Everyone has, just think about the three previous presentations, Ashok. For you, the just is about transforming the society and thinking very differently. For our colleague from Switzerland, it is about jobs. And our colleague from Wartsila, it is about energy transition. So we have a definitional problem of how we define just transition. And what I'll do in my presentation is to give you some thought that we can take back, because till we are able to define what is just, we will not be able to put systems and processes and policy to achieve it. Let me start why we need to discuss just transition. And we all know about the climate crisis. The discussion has started because of the climate crisis, because fossil fuel jobs are going to go, and labor union, International Labor Union, essentially started this discussion that how do we do justice to fossil fuel workers. So the genesis of just transition is labor union activism, and that we need to understand. The entire discussion started with labor union. But I think we need to worry about just transition also from climate cost perspective. India is losing 3.5% of its GDP every year because of climate crisis. And which means that our growth, frankly, is if we are growing at 7% and you're losing 50% because of climate, we are growing at 3%. And you add air pollution problem, you add the other environmental costs that we are paying, practically we might not be growing. That's what the scenario is. But the fact is that climate is costing us. We are going to spend trillions of dollars in next 10 to 15 years just to build resilience in the society. So I think we need to talk about just transition, not only from labor perspective, but also from cost perspective. And as it was discussed before, if we are thinking about net zero by 2070, then the calculations are quite clear. We don't have to be genius in this case. Your coal consumption will have to go down by at least 80 to 90% in next 30 to 40 years. That's what it is. These are very simple mathematical modeling all of us can do on Excel sheet to understand what is the implications of a target, net zero target that India has given. But there is also a crisis in coal industry that we don't talk about in this country. We generally believe that coal is king, that today morning someone told me that we will have continuous coal production and consumption for next 30 to 40 years. But look at this data. 2/3 of all the coal mines in India are loss-making. In fact, 75% of Coal India's limited production and almost all profit comes from just 35 mines. They have 420 mines, 425 mines. So there's a large number of coal mines in this country, 300 odd, that is on the verge of closure. And CIL wants to close it. It is losing huge amount of money. In fact, it is losing $2.5 billion every year in loss-making mines. Now, suppose tomorrow you close those 300 mines, what happens to the community? I'm not talking about workers. I'm talking about a district like Gumla, or Jamtara, or Bokaro, or Dhanbad, or Korba, or Angul. I don't know how many of you even know these districts exist, but they do. Those are the center of your energy system. And if 300 mines are going to close, then we need to talk about just transition of those communities. So therefore, the discussion on just transition is also linked to the economic health of your coal economy, your fossil fuel economy. And the third challenge, which was very, very brilliantly explained with the previous presentation, is that coal will not be able to compete with renewables. I think it is very clear. And the market is showing this. In fact, 70% of all the new investments are in renewable energy sector. But I'm not worried about this. I'm actually worried about the geopolitical implication of this transition, and more specifically, the implication of this transition on federalism. This is where our energy today comes from. This is the energy basket of India. But this is not where your renewable energy is growing. Your renewable energy is growing in Western and Southern India, but you're asking Eastern and Central India to close down coal plants. Why should they close? What are they going to get in return? So it is very easy for everyone for us to say that we will close coal, get as much renewable as we want. Renewable is economically important, economically viable. All those things are correct. But we are not understanding the federal impact of this transition. What is it that the districts in Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh will get in return for installing renewable in Kutch or in districts of Tamil Nadu? Now that discussion has to happen. And therefore, I don't want to call it just transition. Our language is very rich. And you can use any language to define just transition in India. Nyayak Parivartan, Nyay Sangat Parivartan, any language you can define, that the Parivartan is happening. How do we make it just is going to be the most important. I don't think anyone is questioning this Parivartan, this change which is going to take place. And therefore, for me, the definition of just transition is it has to be better than before. Jharkhand will close coal mines if we can give them a better deal than what they have right now. Any definition that you put for just transition, it has to be better than before. That's the bottom line. Better than before in jobs, better than before in economy, better than before in environment, better than before in social resilience. And therefore, we have coined this term called as 5 R's of just transition. You need to do 5 things. You need to restructure your economy. All the coal districts will have their economy restructured. You need to repurpose the land and infrastructure. Coal companies have 0.4 million hectares of land with them. What will you do with that land? So you will have to repurpose land and infrastructure. You have to skill and reskill workforce. You have to build a resilient economy and infrastructure against climate change. And you have to make environment and social investment that is responsible. You don't want to do the same mistake of the past. Now, this is a huge agenda. Basically, if you want just transition, you have to change everything that you are doing right now. And why should we start right now? Because it is going to take time. It is not going to be easy. It is not going to be simple. It will take decades to do. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And I always show this example of Ruhr in Germany. We all read in geography book how important steel and coal was in Ruhr in Germany. But if you look at it, it took 50 years for Ruhr, from peak of coal production to closing of all the mines, 60 years. At the peak, Ruhr had 500,000 people. When it closed down, it took 60 years. That is the amount of time it took for Germany to make a transition. I don't think we have that much time, but if we don't start now, maybe we will never be able to do this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chandrabhushan. That was terrific. Let me ask Camilla, if you're still online, how would you translate the 5 R's that Chandrabhushan just talked about into action on the ground in terms of the small and medium enterprises you were talking about? Are you can...
Yes, thank you for that questions. And yeah, of course, the first point is that we need to map what the impacts of the transition for small and medium enterprises will be. It will be, again, dependent on the structure of the economy in a specific region or in the specific sector where such enterprises are located. Secondly, you would need to do a gap analysis both in terms of the policy environment that needs to be enabling and the skills, including management skills and support services that are needed. Third, you need to turn that into the positives. So having identified the gaps, coming up with the solutions. What kind of policy incentives and regulations are needed that can cater to the needs of small and medium enterprises that clearly have capacity constraints in making the transition? What kind of business development services are required, be it in terms of technology, be it in terms of management skills, be it in terms of technical and vocational training for the workers and certification schemes, so that small and medium enterprises can really take advantage of the kind of new business opportunities in emerging green markets. And lastly, you would need to work together with financial institutions to secure access to finance, because we know that MSMEs are the gaps in terms of financing are still huge. On the one hand, I think one has to improve access to finance for MSMEs in general. So you need the kind of reform and the kind of partnership across public and private sector to do that. But secondly, we need to make sure that the green finance that is starting to flow also reaches A, developing countries and emerging economies. We know that right now it's overly located in developed countries. And B, that it also trickles on to micro, small, and medium enterprises. And how do we do that? Do we need to work? We need to work on the risking, but we also need to work on building the capacities of the intermediaries to then being able to bridge that gap that is not there yet. So working, bridging the kind of needs that are out there for small and medium enterprises, I think it's a key priority, considering that the bulk of employment in India and in other countries is really located there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have time only for 2 short questions and 2 short answers. May I invite anybody in the participants in the room to ask? Please state your name and the person you're directing your question to. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Can we see anyone? Lady at the back.
I'm Preeti Malhotra from Ensign Global Solutions. The R's that were presented, is any kind of conversation happening with the government in India on how to move forward, or it is still a very programmatic approach that is being followed instead of a transformative one?
Maybe.
Well, there is a lot of discussion happening in India on just transition right now, but it is largely focused with coal ministry. The discussion is not viewed like this discussion to be much more broad-based. And I think industry has to start this discussion, because you are going to be a very critical, most important piece of this just transition puzzle. So right now, the discussion of 5R and everything is happening with coal ministry, because coal is at the forefront of climate decarbonization target in the country. But more needs to happen.
Maybe I can complement to what we are mentioning. There are the recent last 1.5 years discussions which are happening are very promising. And in the last 6 months after the COVID has gone away, there are also a lot of working groups which has been created on the different ministries, on the petroleum ministry, on the oil and gas ministry, on the energy ministry, different. And there is an MNRE group also working towards building up this and balancing and looking at solutions on that. So there is work started, but as rightly said, we need to contribute more there, and then together with industry and business, they are expecting that to happen more, and there we need to put forward our thoughts also and bring in this transition together. And the time is now. We need to do it now, because it takes time to transition. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have time for 1 short question, which will get a short answer. There's a gentleman. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Chandra Kumar. I represent ClimeUp.ai. Sir, interesting facts like put forward, right? In terms of coal and the mines data that you put it, right? So from energy, the fuel consumption perspective for metal making units, right? Basically the smelters, or probably it could be on the steel making. We know that there is a national steel policy, and then there is a conversion from BOF to EAF part of it, right? Where do you think India would stand probably at the end of this agenda from a cost competitiveness? Like when you plot Indian players, the top steel makers, where do they stand in terms of cost curve?
If I got it right, you were talking about cost competitiveness in decarbonizing the steel sector, right?
Right.
Yeah. I think we need to get level with on this issue, because Europe is talking a lot about decarbonization in the steel sector. There's one factory which has moved to hydrogen. Europe is largely a secondary steel market, which is they use a lot of recycled steel. 90% of Indian steel is primary steel. Okay, so decarbonizing the steel sector is not going to be through only hydrogen route. I think it is being hyped up a lot. There are many, many other ways and other technology that will come to decarbonize. But most importantly, we need to think about substitute for steel. Okay, there are other materials that are much more sustainable than steel and cement. So while the steel industry can keep talking about decarbonizing the steel sector, as a society, we have to start looking at sustainable material itself. And, Ashok, that's what the main issue is.
Thank you. Did you want to answer? Thank you. I think we've had a terrific session on many aspects of the transition. And I think the last point that General Bhushan just made is what I'd like to leave you with, and that is we've got to now attack not just the symptoms, but the root causes. We've got to get to understand the structure of our economy is geared to creating all these problems. And if we don't change the structure and the distributional aspects, we will continue to have these problems. So I want to thank you all, and I hope you will have a great lunch. And we're going to close the session at this point. Thank you.
We thank our distinguished dignitaries for an enriching discussion.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this session. We request all of you to please be seated as we now have a subsequent and a very interesting session on urban mobility in the same hall. We'll soon be starting with this session on urban mobility. I request all of you to please be seated. So good afternoon to all. It is indeed honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this session on urban mobility. I welcome all our distinguished speakers of the session who are here with us today. Some of our speakers are also joining virtually. I request our moderator, Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Chairman, CII National Committee on Future Mobility and Battery Storage, to please initiate this session. I request all our speakers to please come up on the stage. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for joining us on this session on urban mobility. Should be very, very interesting. It's a very topical subject. It's a subject that in many ways all of you are involved because it's the wider arm of, let's say, sustainability that comes in, something that we are living through. We have about an hour and we hope to make the best use of it. We've got one of our colleagues, Mr. O.P. Agarwal, online, as you can see him. I will set the context and then we'll get each one of our speakers to speak for about 5 minutes and then we'll have a Q&A. We'd love to have questions from the audience over here. Mobility is a paradigm. We know it's fast evolving in our country, around the world. with the recognition of transport as a service to move people and goods, whether it's transport as a service, it's battery as a service, it is a lot of it is now going to be co-owned or not owned at all. Climate change policies, and this year we've seen it around the world and in India really make an impact that has woken us up, is disrupting the industry globally, but also paving the way for sustainable mobility. Clean, low carbon, interconnected, integrated to deliver mobility services efficiently to all of us. Mobility solutions therefore need to focus on accessibility, reliability, of course, the quality of the service to improve business cases and ensure sustainability of efforts. Now, many countries, along with India, are taking leadership in adopting alternative fuel technologies. A lot of technology development is yet to happen globally, locally. We are seeing that there is a focus on flex fuel vehicles, on battery chemistries, on, well, electric vehicles, but we mustn't forget there are others like hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. The new paradigm of sustainable mobility also pushes us to think beyond technology and make sure that mobility networks and infrastructure is inclusive and resilient to the impact of climate change. And last but not the least, we'd like to harness digital technologies and existing skill sets in India to enable seamless integration between multimodal transport systems so that we have intelligent mobility, which is safe, reliable, efficient. All new developments in the mobility sector are also closely linked to the energy sector. And if planned well, clean energy and clean mobility transitions can greatly complement one another, reducing what is the target for our country, reducing the import bills of fuels and supporting large-scale deployment of renewables. Now, this situation presents immense opportunities for different stakeholders to come together and build clean mobility solutions for the future. So let's begin with the first speaker. We've got Mr. O.P. Agarwal joining us online. He is the CEO of WRI India and a tremendous amount of experience in public policy issues related to urban development, poverty alleviation, capacity building, governance. He is from the IAS, during which he held several positions with the national government and the state government of Assam. Mr. Agarwal, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sondhi, and thanks to CII for inviting me for this 17th Sustainability Summit. I'm privileged. A topic that I'm very passionate about. And what I thought is I'll use these 5 minutes to talk about what I see as the big changes that are taking place in the urban mobility space. You've laid it out very well. It's a sector that is undergoing massive disruptions, and digital technologies have really enabled that to happen. So we are no longer in a situation where most people want to travel in their personal motor vehicles, and only those who can't afford a personal motor vehicle are taking some kind of public transport. Today, you have so many more options of shared mobility that people are beginning to adopt or take those shared mobility options a lot more seriously. So when I talk about the big changes, I think one, of course, is very obvious to everyone, is the shift from the IC engine to the electric vehicle. That itself has its multiple dimensions of getting a new technology in on a very big way. But what I would like to spend some more time on is really a paradigm where we are moving from owning a vehicle to owning a ride. All we need is, when we need to travel, we need to own a seat on some kind of a ride. And those ride options are really proliferating in such a big way that there are many more options available to us than the normal bus that we have seen. I think this is a very good thing in many ways. One, it allows shared mobility, which means it helps reduce congestion. It helps reduce the space required for parking. It helps people in not having to drive through congestion. Many benefits that this has got. So I would say this is a very good development. The other major development that I see is the growth of micro-mobility. Particularly when I go to New York, each time I have gone there, what has amazed me is the pace at which micro-mobility is growing. Small electric scooters, these are coming up in a very big way. They've yet to hit India in such a big way, but I think that is something that we will be looking for in India as well in the years ahead. Coming to shared mobility options, all of us are familiar with the Uber and the Ola. Now you have Blue Smart. We have one of the panelists from there. I think these are really exciting developments that are taking place. The US also has the concept of a zip car. I lived there for 5 years. I never owned a car. I use the zip car all the time. That again is something that has come into India in the form of a Zoom car, but it hasn't really exploded the way it did in the US. I don't know what the reason for that is. You're seeing smaller buses. The buses need not be the same 12-meter bus carrying 30 or 40 people, but innovations in making bus services a lot better in terms of quality. Maybe at a higher price, but much better in terms of quality. Uber has come up with an Uber bus. A company called Shuttle was operating app-based services in the Delhi-Gurgaon area. There are many other such innovations that are coming in. So I think this is where urban mobility is going as we move ahead. Not so much focused on people owning a vehicle, but people finding some way of traveling with multiple options being available rather than having to own a vehicle to get a service. This is what is coming up as, mobility as a service, and you could just on an app pick up some kind of a mobility option based on how much time you have and how much you can afford to pay, multiple options available. So let me stop with that. I think this is where mobility is headed in the years ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. And, owning a vehicle to sharing a ride, we're getting familiar with that. But I think the point of the growth of micro-mobility, which is small electric scooters or even bicycles, which could be a great, healthy option if we were to design our urban systems around pedestrian, around women, around children, and ensure that we use more and more of micro-mobility. Our next speaker is Wiebren van der Waart. Very interesting to have a Dutch gentleman here stationed out of Bombay and Delhi now. He's the co-founder of and the CEO of Bright Blue, driven and passionate about electric mobility and the transition to renewable energy. Wiebren has chosen to focus his efforts on the transition to electric mobility and renewable energy in Asian cities, as there is a huge opportunity for growth in Asia with a strong economic outlook and high degree of urbanization and a strong projected demand for mobility. Wiebren, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Sondi. And first of all, I would like to thank the CII for being here and for inviting me. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here today. And I'd like to thank Mr. Vipin Sondi for this nice introduction, which kind of really summarizes the why and what I do and why I'm here. So I'll expound on that a little bit, telling you why I'm building Bright Blue, what we're doing. And what I would also like to do, I hate to hear myself talk all the time, so I would like to open the floor also for questions to come in while I'm talking. I'd like to make this interactive. If you have any questions, please feel free to interrupt me, because I hate hearing myself talk 5 minutes straight or 10 minutes straight. And then you'll be falling asleep as well. So please feel free to ask me your questions and to interrupt me. Don't feel shy. Without further ado, so quick introduction. My name is Wiebren van der Waart. I'm originally from the Netherlands, from Amsterdam, but I've been in India for the last 8 years. Now, how did I get here, and what am I actually doing? I've been working in the field of electric mobility for the last 11 years, started out in Amsterdam. That's really sort of a very interesting sort of example as well, and how mobility and what the private sector is doing and startups like ours are doing, and how it intersects with policy. Because one of the, I think, the prime reasons why I, as a Dutchman, can do this work here in India is for the very fact that the Dutch government as early as 2007, 2008, really chose to make very progressive policy in the field of electric mobility. The Netherlands is a very small country, as you may know. It consists of just under 20 million people. So all in all, smaller than the city of Delhi in terms of inhabitants. But it's a very progressive country. We do not have an established OEM industry, so that was not keeping us back in terms of adoption and policy for electric vehicles, which you see in some countries that have strong native OEM industries. You see that the adoption, the progressive way forward is a little slower. But so the Netherlands made a framework, open up the market for foreign OEMs to come and test their electric vehicles there. That's how it started. That's where industry started working together with government, with startups, with academia as well, in sort of a quadrant and very close cooperation. And that saw the industry pick up fairly quickly. First, charging infrastructure was set up, and that's how I made my first strides in the world of electric mobility. A very small anecdote on the side. I was really sort of, things changed for me when I got into the industry, but when I really started driving a Nissan Leaf and then a Tesla Model S, I couldn't stop talking about it for 3 months straight. All my friends, my parents, my family, they went crazy because I couldn't stop talking about it. So it's really, I think it's very deeply ingrained in me. At the same time, I had a background in India. During my studies at the University of Amsterdam, I did a fair amount of traveling in India. I did a gap year in Sri Lanka, which was between my university, or sort of between my high school and university. So I knew India a little bit. I knew Asia a little bit. I've seen Indian cities before, and Indian cities still today. We're in one of the most polluted cities in the world. So I think the need for clean mobility, in the broader sense of the word, and electric mobility very specifically, is very large here. So with that background, I actually got a job at the Netherlands Consulate General back in 2014 in Bombay or Mumbai. And that's where I started my journey. I first started looking at helping Dutch companies, clean tech companies in the solar space, in the electric mobility space, entering the Dutch market. That lasted for about a year, and thereafter I was able to set up a public-private partnership with the Dutch government and a number of Dutch charging solutions players that saw us entering the Indian market. It was a 3-year program, and that ran from 2014 till 2018. And we took a lot of learnings from that. And I think one of the main things that we learned in terms of building charging solutions in and for India, and in India and for the world, is that you need to create a technology in-house. So that's when I started Bright Blue in 2019, and we started building the intelligent charging technology stack completely in-house. And now we supply electric vehicle charging solutions to companies here in India, to market players here in India, but we've also started exports. And I think the key driving factor behind all of this is the fact that we very strongly believe in the fact that we want to create impact at scale. The world needs to move to clean modes of energy generation, clean modes of energy consumption, basically a huge energy transition as soon and as fast as possible, because needless to say, we're dealing with various problems, climate change, huge amounts of air pollution, and electric mobility really solves a lot of these problems, and provided obviously that the electricity is also generated in a clean manner. So that's really what the driving factor is in India. We've got access to a huge pool of talented engineers. That's one that's still available at an affordable cost. That's unlike something that you have in Europe or in the US. Plus the labor cost for assembling the hardware, which we do here in Goa, also really is a lot lower. So we gain about 35 to 40% in our cost structures while making our intelligent charging solutions here in India. And we're building a global company out of India. So that's really what the background is and what we're doing. And I look forward to engaging with my fellow panelists and with the audience as such. If you have any questions right now, please feel free to ask me. I'm available right now. And if not, then we move on to the next candidate. So are there any quick questions?
What we'll do is let them absorb it, and we'll come back to questions from the audience. But please, ladies and gentlemen, reserve a lot of questions. We'd love an interactive session. Thank you, Vibran. Also very nice to hear that You've talked of Indian talent, you've talked of the skill of the labor force, and you've spoken about the fact that you want to set up a global company out of India. You'll get scale here, and you'll get technology and people. So a good place. And I hope you attract some of your other European friends as well. Okay, great. We'll move on to Sundar Iyer. Sundar is the founder and CEO of SKS Clean Tech. SKS Clean Tech works on 3 clean tech verticals of business: solarization, EV logistics, and battery swapping, what he calls as Swappy. The Swappy vertical has one of India's first solar-powered EV swapping stations, curbing emissions, of course, in the energy sector. He's also the founder and CEO of Monokeros Ventures, which invests in innovative tech startups specializing in deep tech. Over to you, Sundar.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Vipin, for such a good I would say description. I couldn't put better myself. Just to give a brief background on the formation of how did we start with SKS Clean Tech. I come from a mobility background. Did my master's in Rochester, New York, and then worked in Honda R&D for about 5 years, and moved back right before lockdown in 2020. While I was during the lockdown, we wanted to find what is the opportunity in the mobility segment, because I come from the background. And the buzzword of the town was, okay, so electric mobility is the way to go. And we already were doing some small level solarization. So we understood the energy market, I would say fairly enough, that where exactly the problem statements are really there. But once we started doing a deep dive, the problem statements that started coming out as first, the initial capex that it takes to buy an electric vehicle is fairly higher. The second one is the charging time. And the third one is the range anxiety that comes with it, right? Like, because the infrastructure, so there was already a chicken and the egg problem where the OEMs are waiting for the charging infrastructure to be set up. The charging infrastructure guys are waiting for the OEMs to come out with the vehicles in the market. So both of them, they're just waiting for the other person to take the lead. So what we started working on is, okay, so how could we build a more sustainable solution? So that was one of the key drivers for us. So as you all know, almost every state right now has got, I would say a EV pricing of, electricity tariff. Which is, I would say, majority of the business models that has been built around is based on that to start with. So we wanted to see, okay, so what in case, there is always a what in case if, they remove the tariff, sometime in not 3 years or 5 years, what happens then, right? And how do we protect ourselves, with a more sustainable solution going forward? So we took all of these problem statements that comes, and then adding on to the word sustainable that comes in, the source of electricity, as my fellow panelist Vibrin has mentioned, the source of electricity is something which we take it really seriously. It is clean. Electric mobility is clean compared to IC engine, but is it as clean, or is it like 100% clean? So how do we make that happen? So we then took all of these problem statements together, and then so we developed India's first solar powered grid hybrid battery swapping stations. And so one of the versions that why we wanted to target that, and specifically in the B2B or the micro mobility segment for the 2-wheeler or the 3-wheeler, is if you ask any Swiggy's and Zomato's, what is stopping them from moving to electric vehicle? The first problem statement that would say is, first, it just allows you for 60 or 70 kilometers unless and until they go for a bigger battery pack. Number 2 is the cost of the vehicle itself. It's massive capex, upfront capex, right? So the solution that comes with both of that is you don't really have to own the battery pack. We will own the battery pack, and we will give you battery as a service. And guess what? We will not increase our pricing over a period of next 10 years. And why is that? Because the moment when I amortize the solar panels, essentially we get free electricity for the next 20, 25 years of the solar panels, right? So which means that the inflationary portion that comes with the electricity tariff is something which we, I would say we would be able to negate that to some extent. So these are all the benefits that we wanted to enter into the market in. And so simultaneously, we wanted to also partner up with a lot of OEMs. We have partnered up with an electric 3-wheeler OEM for exclusively the battery swapping partner in the logistics space as well. So a lot more partnerships in the pipeline, and we are working on the battery technology right now with another, in partnership with another battery startup. And that is something which will be launched hopefully in the month of Jan. And that is something which will also bring down our capex drastically lower than what it is, that we currently have. So looking forward to a lot of questions from your side. and also fellow panelists, the vibrant discussions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sundar, and thank you for raising the problem statements, including CapEx, including range anxiety, battery tech, and of course, swapping being a solution. It's an interesting solution between swapping and charging. But can I move on to Shikha now? Shikha Rokadia works as a research consultant for the International Council on Clean Transportation, ICCT. She's interested in programs and policy frameworks aimed at reducing greenhouse gases, energy intensity, and air quality impacts related to the transport sector. Shikha has worked on climate change, renewable energy, and clean air, and she holds a Master's of Science in Chemical Engineering from the Ohio State University. Over to you, Shikha.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sondhi, and a huge thanks to CII for the opportunity to be here today. I think a lot has already been said. I would just like to draw attention to a few key anchor areas that India needs to pay attention to now to really align the changes which are taking place today in the mobility landscape with the agenda of decarbonization. So if we are serious to align ourselves with a trajectory, a carbon trajectory, which will achieve, limit global warming change to 1.5 degrees C by 2050, globally, we need to ensure that the policies, programs, and technologies that we pursue ensure that greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 are lower than where we are today, despite of the growth in volumes. And India is one of the largest auto markets. I mean, we're the 5th largest passenger vehicle market globally. We're the world's largest two-wheeler market. So what we do matters a lot in terms of contributions to the transport sector emission changes. If India pursues with the current scheme of things, like a business as usual scenario where we have a low to moderate level of policy intervention, CO2 emissions as well as energy intensity is likely to triple, if not quadruple, by 2050. And in order to align ourselves with a trajectory that ensures that, okay, so now the next 10 years, we are going to peak our emissions, and then onwards, we are on a downward trajectory, so that by 2050, we're almost 45 to 50% lower to where emission levels are today. In order to do that, we need to align all our market strategies and policies with a very high level of ambition. And that high level of ambition calls upon, which was mentioned before as well, multiple components. Now, the bulk of those emission reductions are going to be delivered by a transition to zero emission vehicles. So we're looking at nearly 100% electrification of new sales by 2050 across segments, and for mass segments like two-wheelers and four-wheelers, even sooner in the 2035 to 2040 timeframe. Over and above this, we mustn't forget that in the interim, while we keep our eye on that larger transition, there are also very significant and available opportunities to squeeze out emission reduction benefits on account of fuel efficiency improvements in the combustion engine as well. So we must not forget the combustion engine and let it get too comfortable. There are lots of opportunities for our vehicles to be even more efficient. Thirdly, there is a role for alternative fuels as well, although I think it's important to put into perspective the relative contribution for alternative fuels with respect to zero emission technologies as far as deep decarbonization is concerned. So just for example, if we look at passenger cars registered in India today, a typical petrol car versus a battery electric vehicle based on today's grid or the grid projections between today and 2031, a car operating during that period is likely to have life cycle emissions already about 30% lower than the petrol car. And going forward, as the grid gets cleaner, life cycle emissions from battery electric vehicles are going to be even lower. When we look at hydrogen, ideally the pathway has to be green hydrogen. If it is gray hydrogen, then the emission benefits are not that significant. But if we consider green hydrogen, for a car registered today, we can expect that life cycle emissions would be about 68% lower in comparison to a petrol car registered today. However, from the perspective of long-term electricity, which is sourced from long-term electric cars which are powered by renewable electricity, if we are to move to a scenario which is an almost 100% renewable grid, in that case, emission benefits from electric cars would be 80% lower in comparison to petrol cars today. everything else pales in comparison, whether it's blended fuels, I mean, the entire mix. So we mustn't keep our eye away from where the focus needs to be. So really, it's these two technologies which have the maximum potential, and one relatively perhaps offers more advantages in comparison to the other in terms of emission intensity as well, and perhaps suitability to certain applications. Now, keeping that in mind, if we bring into perspective what governments globally are doing to drive these kind of changes, we see that their efforts are organized around 5 key frameworks. Number one is to have phase-out targets. So very clear ambition in terms of when we want to phase out the combustion engine. So I think about 17 countries now have declared targets to phase out combustion engines between the 2025 to 2050 timeframe. Number two, we need fiscal incentives. And I think here the government of India really needs to be commended, because we do have a very conducive environment offering very generous demand side and supply side incentives to clean mobility options. Number three, charging infrastructure. And I think, the more, we probably don't have enough time to comment on it, but it's a very important pillar. Consumer awareness. And I think where our theory of change lies, as a policy research organization, is if you look at globally leading EV markets today, these markets, the deployment of zero-emission vehicles in these markets is far greater than the rest of the auto markets, largely on account of strong regulatory signals that these markets send out. And that's the missing link in India today. India needs to send out very strong regulatory signals to assure investors and manufacturers to start building capacity at scale that will align us with the kind of timelines that we're aiming for. And really the key opportunities and the kinds of regulatory signals I think that India can deploy, especially towards segments like two-wheelers and four-wheelers, which are high volume segments and also a key component of urban mobility. They include, one is early market stimulating frameworks. So mechanisms like zero emission vehicle mandates, which have been proven to be very successful in getting market rates close to 10%, 15% deployment levels. From the longer term perspective, regulations such as stringent fuel efficiency standards, taxation, and I would say the fourth perhaps important one from the urban side of things is access regulations such as zero emission zones. So I think with that, I would just like to conclude the high level messages that I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you, Shikha. Thank you also for raising green hydrogen or hydrogen generally, and blended fuels, and the 5 pillars that you see are important. Let me move on to our last speaker, Aryaman Sengar. He serves as the Chief of Staff, Head of Government Relations and Investor Relations for Revolt Motors. It's an interesting name. Prior to Revolt, he was the CFO of Vedanta Technologies. He's a certified finance risk manager from the Global Association of Risk Professionals and a sports enthusiast in his free time. Over to you, Aryaman.
Thank you, Mr. Sodhi. Thank you for the great introduction. I would like to thank CII for having us over here. And looking around, I think, I've been telling a lot of people, whoever I meet at these EV conferences, that it's refreshing to see fresh faces here, because EV conferences happen so often in Delhi now that I kind of try to compare it to the Delhi social scene, wherein it doesn't matter which conference you go to, you'll see the same people everywhere. So it's fantastic to see completely new set of audience. Coming to the EV two-wheeler space, within the urban mobility topic at hand, I would like to address the EV two-wheeler space. So as Mr. Sodhi just mentioned, that we are Revolt Motors. We are a high-speed two-wheeler, currently a motorcycle manufacturing company based out of Manesar. We have been in production since 2019. We have roughly around 20 to 22,000 bikes on the road across the country. We have 27 different dealerships in 23 different cities all across the country, all the way from the north, south, east, west. I don't think we've left any states per se. Maybe 4 states are currently untouched, and I'll tell you why we haven't really touched that till now. So I think Revolt's story, I would like to narrate Revolt's story, which is kind of going to give you an idea of where the two-wheeler EV space is right now. Fortunately, we've had the I wouldn't say fortunately, unfortunately, but we've had the good or bad fortune of not having the big four of Hero MotoCorp, TVS, Bajaj, and Royal Enfield enter the EV market. So due to whatever reason. So having started the company earlier, I think the view of my founder was a very simple thing, that even though everyone was planning on taking out EV scooters, we wanted to be the motorcycle manufacturers due to the breakup between motorcycles and scooters in the ICE space. Obviously, right now it's significantly skewed in the EV space to scooters because there are no products on the road. We are technically the only production EV motorcycle company in the country. So obviously, initially, like everyone else, Revolt Motors also started with importing CKD kits from China, got a design going. And then early in 2021, we were able to completely localize. All our components started coming from India within the different automotive clusters. What that did for us was a couple of things. One was obviously my supply chain wasn't getting hampered at any point of time back in the day because of COVID restrictions. The moment there is even a 1% case in China, they kind of tend to shut down. So it was able to bring our supply chains in place. And also, I don't know about the rest of the industry, but we are also, I believe, the first EV two-wheeler high-speed manufacturer, which is positive as far as gross margin and bottom line is concerned, which is a big achievement for us last year. Having said that, I would like to direct everyone's attention to the problems that are currently being faced from a two-wheeler and more from a urban mobility perspective also, but more from a two-wheeler perspective. One is the demand side. We as an OEM were very surprised to notice that the TG or the target market that we were trying to address when we started selling off the bikes versus the people who actually ended up buying our bikes is fairly different. We were expecting an X kind of socioeconomic background consumer to buy our bikes. But people, due to, I would say, my anticipation would be that because of high fuel prices, because of multiple different reasons, people below the expected socioeconomic class are also significantly after buying an EV, despite the cost being upwards of 1 lakh. And that is across different our competitors as well. So from a demand side, I don't think so. Demand is currently an issue within the OEM two-wheeler space. From a supply side, I think depending on how much time you put in and money you put in, and there is that learning period, I would say, of 1.5 to 2 years, in which there is a constant struggle between your sourcing team versus your design team versus your production team, wherein design wants it to be done in an X way, and then sourcing is just trying to get the product out of the window as fast as possible. So that I feel that that fight is necessary for any OEM. We have fortunately gone through that. Now, the third point of contention being finance, both from a consumer finance perspective and from a company finance perspective. When I say consumer finance perspective, actually, interestingly, we had a fantastic conference a couple of weeks back done by Niti Aayog and RMI, wherein all different stakeholders were made to sit in one small mini group, and we were genuinely talking about issues. So what came out of that was, from the financing perspective, was that banks today are finding it really tough to get behind an EV financing. Right now, my consumer, when he goes into the market, he's picking up financing at around 18 to 20% and 18 to 22%, which is absolutely ridiculous in the two-wheeler space. So then we found out what the reasons were why banks aren't being able to get behind it. Insurance is also a very big part of any consumer buying a two-wheeler. Slowly, we have seen in the last 1.5 years, insurance companies also getting behind the EV space. There is obviously a bill, there is obviously a proposal tabled with the government currently to make EV financing priority sector lending also, which we're hoping should get passed, and we can hope that the interest rates do decrease a bit. And the fourth point of contention, which I feel is future visibility. Right now, the OEM space, and probably why the big four hasn't really entered the space, is, I would say, not completely, but significantly dependent on the fiscal benefits that are being given by the government, as Shikha ma'am had said, wherein the FAME subsidy, which currently gives me, for Revolt Motors, it gives me 48,000 rupees per bike that I sell, because it's directly proportional to the size of the battery, into my bank account. So obviously that helps me become gross margin or bottom line positive as well. So the visibility regarding that is supposed to end on the 31st of March 2024. I would like to reserve my comments regarding what's going to happen to that incentive post that. But that is a big question mark for the industry. But we seem to be moving in the right space. A lot of great things have happened. I don't know if any industry has progressed so far and so fast within a year and a half, from when EV was absolutely dead a year and a half to now. We are sitting here and you see so many of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers on the road, which are making significant amount of impact across everyone's lives in this country. Yeah.
Thank you, Ariman. Very, very important one. Important that you're profitable so that it can be done. I think that's important. Finance and insurance people always need data of the past. And when anything doesn't have a past, then it becomes a challenge. And that's where the challenge will be, because how do you actually look forward, especially insurance? So it's something that will get resolved over a period of time. As far as the audience are concerned, we'd love to take more questions from the audience. So please feel free to put up your hands, and I'll only ask if there's... let me ask the first one, then I'll come to you. Okay, in terms of regulatory changes, and Shikha spoke about many, but I'd ask Mr. O.P. Agarwal and maybe Vibran after that. If there are two changes in the current regulations that you would want, what would they be? Mr. Agarwal and then Vibran.
Thanks, Mr. Sondhi. I think two changes. The first change I would say is in the Motor Vehicles Act, as far as public transport buses are concerned. There is a very outdated kind of a distinction between a stage carriage and a contract carriage, which in many ways is obstructing a lot more in terms of shared mobility, bigger vehicles coming into the market. I think that is an outdated kind of thing which needs to go. The second I would say is I completely agree with Shikha's point that the government needs to come out with very clear signals on when they would phase out IC engines. I think that signal has not come, and I think that would be a very important signal to bring in. Let me stop with that.
Thank you, Agarwal Saab. Just to comment on IC engines, they are in various forms and sizes, and therefore perhaps marine engines would continue for more time than engines. Where you're talking of urban mobility.
I was talking of urban
I know.
mobility.
Please ask the government to be very specific, otherwise there'll be challenges. So we talk in a highly focused manner on two-wheelers and four-wheelers related to urban mobility. Very well taken, Agarwal Saab. Thank you. Vibran.
Yeah, I've got two desires. I think the first one it can be summed up as let the polluter pay. I would at this stage just say tax IC engine vehicles just a lot higher and EVs a lot lower. So let the polluter pay for bringing more EVs on road. Very simple. If you're driving, if you want to drive a diesel car that really pollutes the air, feel free to do so, but pay for it and pay a lot more for it than EVs do. And then with that money that you bring into the treasury, fund subsidies and schemes that promote EVs and really accelerate the adoption of EVs. So let the polluter pay. That's number one. The second one for me is something obviously coming from a charging solutions company, is that also look at subsidies for setting up charging infrastructure, whether it's in public spaces, semi-public spaces, really subsidize it for the businesses that are setting it up, because that initial penetration and for people to see that charging infrastructure is out there that they can charge, because it's a different paradigm. It's not like going to a gas station. It's really topping up your mobile phone or your laptop. It works the same with EVs in shopping malls, in hotels, in other semi-public locations like parking lots that are privately managed. Subsidize the setup of EV charging solutions that will really drive penetration and growth of electric vehicles. So those are my two desires.
Very well taken, and let the polluter pay is great and put well as well. There's a question at the back. Could you please introduce yourself and then ask a question if you want from a specific panelist or generally? Mike, please.
Good afternoon.
Okay, go ahead anyway. Let's see if we can hear you.
So, at Mexico. So my question is with Mr. Sanger. So I'll be just asking one question that on the roadside and if any e-vehicles comes. So since I am a safety professional also, so it comes in mind and sometimes we get scared also. A vehicle passes very speedy way and the children and anyone get scared. So one is safety related and second one is while we are going for purchasing a vehicle, so it comes in the mind of everyone. Even I challenge this, that why you should go for e-vehicle. So can you just present the cost economy and breakup of the all fixed cost and running cost, how we are going with our petrol and these vehicles, fuel-based vehicle and e-vehicles. So my safety concern is much because yesterday I was passing in Roorkee, like we are in Roorkee, so we are residing in Roorkee. So there one Nexon car passed out and I was just walking with my child. So my child told, Papa, dekho how dangerous it is. So we cannot compromise our safety on behalf of environment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I actually didn't understand just the final question. If you can just repeat, please, the two questions. One is the safety. One I believe is safety and.
So second question is like, if you talk as a customer, I'm a customer. Now I have one car which I am driving right now, which is on petrol base. Now, if I am planning and my mind is very much sincere and honest for this environment protection. So while going for the e-vehicle, so how do you present the cost, economy and breakup in a customer mind that you are better than the petrol?
Okay. So I would like to address that from a TCO perspective. Analysis has happened multiple places. So right now, if you see, let's talk about technically a low-cost two-wheeler out there. Let's say a Bajaj, a Splendor or a Passion Pro. Currently, if you go into the market to buy one of these, you spend after taxes, etc., somewhere around 78 to 80,000 rupees is the cost of an ICE low caliber, common man motorcycle. Today, if you, let's say, and I can talk about my own company, I would not like to talk about anyone else. If you go and buy a Revolt Motors today, let's say in Delhi, you are going to shell out around 1,25,000 rupees for that. So let's assume the difference is around 40,000 rupees. Running off an EV two-wheeler today is fairly cheap. In a 30 rupee charge, you can go around 150 kilometers. For the same thing for ICE, actually, so we did the TCO analysis, and for a Bajaj Splendor versus a Revolt RV400, you will break even in 15,000 kilometers. So that is roughly around 2 years of usage for a person who's running around 7,500 kilometers. So that is something that pinches the consumer today only when we saw that it was more of a psychological effect that the moment petrol went over 100 rupees and we started seeing a lot more inquiries. I would like to believe we are a very data heavy company. We try to make as many decisions as possible depending on data, which is what has led us to open our dealerships in certain areas. So from a costing perspective, I would say that 1.5 year, 2 year timeline when the consumer sees that he's going to get that cost advantage and it'll be pretty much free after that. And the second thing which people have actually slowly realized in the EV space is that you do not have to go in for servicing. I mean, you do your once a year thing, or unless your vehicle is off-road, you just do your standard servicing and you literally do not have to pay anything more than 1,000 rupees for the whole year, and that should do you good. So apart from the high initial cost, which is, let's say, 30% or 20% higher than the ICE vehicle today. Maintenance is what, let's say, the Marutis and the Hyundais of the country have kind of come ahead and proven themselves, is very low in EV. Combine both these things together, and we are actually seeing the consumer behavior significantly shift, wherein people are open to adopting EV two-wheelers. Now, coming to your safety aspect, I didn't really get that question, but I kind of understand what you're trying to say. You wanted to know from a safety perspective, the battery fires, etc., that is currently going on? No. Okay.
Let's see if there are any more questions and see if we can give an opportunity to anybody else. Yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Oh, no problem. Hi, I'm a public policy consultant, and we've just started working in the space of sustainability. At present, I understand that the efforts in the EV space are mostly centered around strengthening initial penetration. But I do see that charging infrastructure at the moment relies a lot on coal-powered electricity. So how are we visualizing that shift to renewable energy? While there are gaps in policies in terms of subsidizing renewable energy, how are we visualizing that change in the industry?
Okay, who wants to pick that? Shikha, would you want to take that?
Yeah, so the way I understand your question, are you talking about grid decarbonization efforts? So I think from that perspective, India is on a very ambitious and well-defined trajectory to go to 450 gigawatts of renewable power by 2030. So ensuring that we stay on track, I think the government and the power sector has done a lot to ensure that over time the grid is going to get cleaner, and we have to hope that those changes deliver. But if I'm understanding your question, are you talking about off-grid electricity? Is that your question? Okay.
The goal, I think there's 130 gigawatt gap still in the goal that we have.
Yeah. So I think it's important to put into perspective that the EV that you buy today is going to get cleaner over time, versus the combustion vehicle that you buy today is going to get dirtier over time. So fuel efficiency deteriorates as you use the vehicle, whereas the grid gets cleaner. And that's exactly the point that I was trying to make, that when you look at it on a life cycle basis, it's not just about how much the grid is emitting today. I think the data is very clear that even today, if you bought an electric car today, with the grid mix that is projected to be there in place for the next 10 years, an electric car is already about 19 to 34% cleaner than your petrol car. And going forward, it will get even cleaner.
Okay, good. Thank you. We've got 3 minutes. Anybody else who wants to ask a question? Yeah, please go ahead. So last question from the audience, please.
I am Dinesh Trivedi. I am working as advisor to industry. I'm from Panipat, Haryana. Related to safety of EVs, we have seen that fires have been really caught, and it is a really serious matter regarding a driver's safety point of view. So we have experts here. Have you come across some standards to suggest to Government of India that, say, when it's a lithium-ion battery, then technically how it can be really safeguarded? What are the factors, say, some anode, some chemical reaction between anode and cathode, which has caused the fires? Have you come across some really technical standards to suggest that by adopting these standards, the EV can be a really safeguard so that
Sure, we got your question. No, thanks a lot. I think Sundar will answer that.
And thanks a lot for the question. And I think that's probably the most apt question in the electric mobility, is a fear factor before buying the vehicle, because of the news articles that has come, and the recent one, I would say in the south as well, where 8 feared dead. So the government of India has launched a battery safety protocol, I think 2 weeks ago. So the battery standard has already been there. It is AIS 156. And they've made a lot of amendments 2 weeks ago, which requires much more stricter, I would say, safety protocols and the testings that I have already put in place, which was not there. And yes, I would say few a couple of years ago, the battery space was not that regulated. And predominantly, it was more of packaging everything together into the market. So there was not too much of importance that was given to, I would say, the brain of the battery pack, which is the BMS, and how exactly the BMS needs to control the safety measures. But I think 2 weeks ago, the government of India has already put I would say the regulations, and starting October 1st, you can't have a single vehicle which can be sold into the market predominantly with the older battery specifications unless and until the vehicle OEMs have certified for the new battery rulings. So that is something which, that is a push that has also come from the government because of the fires that have come in. So I think that's something which, is going to change the safety question that you had.
Thanks, Sundar. Vibran, last word to you.
Yeah, I'd like to add one final point to this. It's really sort of very simple, but if you look at the number of fires that have happened with EVs versus fires that have happened with IC engine vehicles, where you literally have an engine where there are explosions taking place, it's much lower. So EVs as it is and as it stands is already a lot safer than IC engine vehicles. And I think because EVs are new, obviously it gets a lot more attention. There is a lot of vested interest out there as well that try to push negative publicity that don't want EV adoption to happen. So I think it's really important to note that there's a lot of FUD out there as well, and that EVs are actually safer than IC engine vehicles.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No, I think we're running out of time. We can pick it up after this. I think the panelists will be happy to answer after this. But thank you very much. This is a subject that's going to grow. We didn't discuss hydrogen at all because the focus is electric vehicles. Hydrogen may be more in intercity and outside long distance, perhaps in the future. So electric vehicles more so in urban mobility. The government has really pushed hard with incentives, with policy. They'll have to keep evolving because we don't have, I think the concern really would be of supply chain that was briefly touched upon by Aryaman as well. Supply chain, and therefore it's very important that India become a major supplier of electric vehicle components like India did for IC engine components, specifically batteries. So those of you who are there, invest in batteries, in battery technology, in battery management systems. Otherwise, we'll be dependent on our neighbor in the north. But thank you very much to my co-panelists. Thank you to CII, and thank you for the audience and your questions. Thank you.
We thank our distinguished dignitaries for an enriching and thought-provoking session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this session. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at 2:30 p.m. Post lunch break, we have session on partnerships and innovation for India's circular economy transition in Sovereign Hall 2 and a parallel session on reversing nature loss in Sovereign Hall 1. We look forward to seeing you in our subsequent sessions.
Nice meeting you too. We should stay in touch. Absolutely. I'll drop you my details.
help the smallholder farmers. These are also some of the most marginalized people in India. Most of the farming groups are challenged for access to better technology. When we got together with Microsoft in 2016, together we actually came up with a nice digital intervention, which was sending a simple text message to the farmer, advising them that based on the number crunching that we did on the cloud, we were able to advise them on what would be the ideal time for the farmers to go for sowing. Based on the successful experience of sewing app in 2016, the teams got together and they actually took the sewing app and converted that into something much bigger. We are sending advisories to close to 10,000 farmers.
ఇంగ్రిషాట్ వాళ్ళు మా ఊరికి వచ్చారు. దానివల్ల మాకు వారం మెసేజ్ ఇంగ్రిషాట్ వాళ్ళ నుంచి వాతావరణ సూచన గురించి మెసేజెస్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఇంగ్రిషాట్ నుంచి మాకు మెసేజ్లు వస్తుంటాయి. దాన్ని బట్టి మా పంటలో మార్పులు చేర్పులు చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటాము.
Really excited about this new technology, particularly farm-based. It's going to be really useful for us because that will give us an insights into the various microclimatic data, whether it is the weather variables or the soil status of that farm. AI seems to be a game changer. We are now recipient of the AI for Earth grant.
Probably 10 years back, for you to crunch these huge volumes of data, you needed to invest a lot of capital expenditure and buying a lot of servers and equipment. But today, with some of these innovations like AI for Earth, some of this computing power has genuinely got democratized, where we can crunch a lot of this data and extract something meaningful out of it. What I'd like to see is a lot of these many moving parts coming together in a way that we create a system of agriculture where the farmer is making a dignified income, has a dignified livelihood, and together we all experience a more sustainable economic upliftment, which also addresses some of the environmental concerns. We want to see a world that's here for many more generations, not just for a few generations.
Choices. We all make them. The choice now is to be a sustainable business or no business. This is the generational challenge of our time. Together, we can reimagine a world where profit comes not just in spite of our sustainable practices, but because of them. A world where we put the eco in economics. When you can reclaim material headed for a landfill and create designer sneakers, that's supply chain economics. When you can get circular and provide reusable packaging on shampoo at a low price, that's consumer economics. When you create inclusive and sustainable workplaces by offering employees flexibility, support, and community wherever they are, that's human economics. SAP has the people, technologies, and processes to put it all together across all operations and industries, building a better profit and planet. But we can't do it alone. The only way forward is together. It's a sustainable future. It's a profitable future. It's our future.
The many types of plastic are an essential part of modern life. They're lightweight, flexible, and incredibly durable. But because they're so durable, no one should want them to end up here or here. They're a precious resource with value that should not be wasted. Conventional mechanical recycling works by sorting, cleaning, grinding, and melting products before they are mixed with new feedstock and made into new products. But some products, waste sources, and locations aren't well suited to mechanical recycling. Imagine a world where we could convert these plastics back into their original building blocks instead. To make plastic, building blocks from petroleum sources are joined to make long chains, and these make the products we use every day. What if we could reverse this process, breaking down long chains into their building blocks from which new products can be made, including new plastics? So this is not mere recycling. It is taking in old plastic waste and producing brand new plastic that is again recyclable. If that sounds to you like science fiction, it is not. At ExxonMobil, we are helping to build this world. The process works by turning sorted plastic waste into a liquid, which is mixed with other liquid sources. This feed is broken down, yielding the building blocks of new products, including ethylene and propylene. By taking the plastic back to its basic building blocks. This advanced recycling allows plastic waste to be converted into brand new products that are no different from those made from conventional materials. A circular process that transforms plastic waste into new materials safely and reliably. Using conventional and advanced recycling methods together allows a far broader range of products to be recycled, and that can help society pay for sorting and collecting them. All of this will put us one step closer to a world where society can capture much more value from plastics.
At the heart of everything we do lies ESG. It is the mantra for building a sustainable future. Mahindra Pride schools have been focused on driving positive change, especially in the lives of youth from socially disadvantaged sections of the society. Nanhi Kali helped bridge the gender digital divide by empowering underprivileged girls. We took another significant leap in our journey to become carbon neutral by 2040. Project Hariyali helped revive Araku Valley and brought a positive impact to many lives. Enabling kids like Prem Nengombam, Arthi Gadi, and many more to brave the odds and rise above challenges was one of the primary objectives of the Mahindra Foundation. With an aim to set gold standards in governance, compliance, and disclosures, we embark on a journey to shape a better future. A journey where ESG acts as the compass that guides us. We will stay undeterred, committed. We will rise together.
I want a world to grow up in. We have to stop climate change now. Cut down the CO2. I mean, everybody knows that, right? There's wind, solar energy. That's great, but it's not enough.
What about all the other stuff? What we eat, what we drink, how we wash, and how we drive? Everything. Life. We have to slow down how much CO2 we pump out to speed up the change we need.
We can change the way the things are made. We can change the way we consume stuff. What we buy. And it's now. There is so many things we can do to make the change we need happen. I'm ready. Are you?
Microsoft recently lowered a data center to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Known as Project Natick, this and previous drops tested the practicality and benefits of underwater data centers. The Natick vessel is over 40 feet long, loaded with 12 racks, and contains 864 servers. Natick's equipment failure rate is 1/8 the rate of data centers on land, where corrosion, temperature fluctuations, and human contact contribute to error. The Natick capsule is filled with nitrogen, which causes less damage to the servers over time than oxygen. Reliably cold underwater temperatures conserve resources by cooling the servers and helping to optimize energy usage. An undersea cable powers Natick with 100% renewable wind and solar energy from the local power grid. Project Natick began as an effort to sustainably provide cloud services to coastal populations, and now gives us a glimpse of what is possible for data centers in the future.
A small change can have a big impact. Every change is triggered by a belief, and our belief in sustainability is changing how we work. This belief is translated into one of our key strategic objectives. We're aiming for holistic changes in everything we do. Making changes across the value chain by introducing processes and technologies to promote carbon neutral steelmaking. Adopted a circular economy philosophy and adapted our processes to ensure zero waste, and implemented the 4R strategy to achieve high material efficiency. We have initiated renewable energy projects across all sites and implemented the Global Life Cycle Assessment (LCA) standards that allow for comprehensive analysis of environmental impacts associated with the safety of our products, processes, and resource utilization. We've also implemented the Tata Steel Responsible Supply Chain Policy based on fair business practices, human rights, health and safety, and environmental protection. Through continuous dialogue with all stakeholders, we ensure a common understanding and deliver on shared sustainability objectives. As part of Responsible Steel, and as the first steel producers to join the Sea Cargo Charter to reduce Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, we're forging impactful collaborations for a sustainable future. We've also collaborated with an Indian startup to deploy electric vehicles for finished steel transport, a first in the Indian steel industry. Steel may be cold, but Tata Steel has a warm heart. We work passionately to preserve the health and beauty of our planet for the generations that will follow. We are safeguarding biodiversity through inclusion and collaboration with local communities, and positively impacting the environment and community by committing to preserve natural resources, setting industry benchmarks in environmental performance, implementing ISO 14001 compliant environmental management systems in operations, and appointing a board-level CSR and sustainability committee. We are proud that our work is globally acknowledged and appreciated. But our belief in a sustainable tomorrow is what keeps us responsible and committed. We are changing today to make a better tomorrow.
Sustainability is a key success factor to sustainable business. Resources required to do business are increasingly challenged and influenced by sustainability. Standards of doing business, too, are being upgraded. A sustainable business is one that leverages growth opportunities in green and social markets. It is a business that readies for the future while managing the footprints of today. Instituted in 2006 by the CII-ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, the CII-ITC Sustainability Awards recognize and reward businesses that manage this challenging shift. These companies are India's most sustainable. The CII-ITC Sustainability Awards have recognized more than 150 companies that have risen to this challenge. Applicants undergo a rigorous evaluation process. Desk assessment includes meticulous analysis of documented evidence of sustainability initiatives. Qualifying companies then go through an on-site assessment by a peer team of CII certified assessors who spend approximately 1,000 man-hours per application over a period of 6 months. And finally, the last shortlist of winning applicants is validated by a preeminent jury comprising leaders from government, industry, civil society, and academia. All applicants are also provided detailed feedback reports resulting from this in-depth assessment. These help them improve the impact of their sustainability initiatives and drive overall performance. The awards add to skilled manpower in the business ecosystem by creating a pool of trained and certified assessors drawn from various businesses and academia. So far, over 140 certified assessors have been trained by the Centre. Are you India's most sustainable? Climate change is threatening life on the planet. The Earth's average surface temperature has risen about 0.9 degrees Celsius since the late 19th century. A change driven largely by anthropogenic activities. To mitigate these threats, 193 countries committed to cap global warming to 2 degrees Celsius through the Paris Agreement. But all the commitments put together aren't enough, putting the world on a greater than 3 degrees Celsius path. We need to cap that to keep the temperature rise below 2 degrees. Cap 2 degrees, a recognition and capability enhancement program for business to become climate resilient. Based on a CII climate maturity model, it helps businesses to attract climate risks and exploit market opportunities. CAP 2.0 degrees is a benchmark program that not only cascades learnings and encourages quick scale-up, but also contributes to India's climate goals. Its three-dimensional rigorous assessment involves desk assessment that encompasses diligent analysis of documented evidence of climate action initiatives. Qualifying companies then undergo an on-site visit assessment by a team of qualified CII certified assessors who spend approximately 700 man-hours per application over a period of 5 months to deliver unbiased analysis. And finally, shortlisting effectively, efficiently, and accurately the winning applicants, recognized by independent, non-industry-based jury. All applicants also receive a detailed feedback report. Cap that to become a competitive business in a climate-resilient world. Sign up for CAP 2 degrees. Climate change is threatening life on the planet. The Earth's average surface temperature has risen about 0.9 degrees Celsius since the late 19th century. A change driven largely by anthropogenic activities. To mitigate these threats, 193 countries committed to cap global warming to 2 degrees Celsius through the Paris Agreement. But all the commitments put together aren't enough, putting the world on a greater than 3 degrees Celsius path. We need to cap that to keep the temperature rise below 2 degrees. Cap 2 degrees, a recognition and capability enhancement program for business to become climate resilient. Based on a CII climate maturity model, it helps businesses to contract climate risks and exploit market opportunities. CAP 2.0 degrees is a benchmark program that not only cascades learnings and encourages quick scale-up, but also contributes to India's climate goals. Its three-dimensional rigorous assessment involves desk assessment that encompasses diligent analysis of documented evidence of climate action initiatives. Qualifying companies then undergo an on-site visit assessment by a team of qualified CII certified assessors who spend approximately 700 man-hours per application over a period of 5 months to deliver unbiased analysis. And finally, shortlisting effectively, efficiently, and accurately. The winning
ज्वाइन कर रही हैं। Hello. 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 Sound check. Hello. Sound check. चलो चलाओ खोल दो स्पीकर खोल दो वहाँ पे उनकी वीडियो लाओ एक बार Hi San, can you hear us? San, can you hear us? Are you able to hear us, San? San, can you hear us? Are you able to hear
Hello,
us?
hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I cannot hear anything. So, I don't know if you can hear me speak.
Hello. San, are you able to hear us?
I have my audio on.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can see to change the audio input if that makes a difference.
Are you able to hear us?
But I'm connected by wire, so
We're able to hear you, San. Can you hear us?
you are able to hear me, but I cannot hear anything. So
Hello.
microphone is working, but headphones are not working.
Your headphones are not working.
Okay, this is not good.
Hello.
Now I can hear you, but only via the...
San, are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, but can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. I just have you now on the speakers of the laptop, but that works.
Yes, perfect. So you could be there. So we'll start in probably around 10 to 15 minutes. So you could just be there.
Yep. So for now, I will then stop the video, and because my panel
Yes.
will only
Yes, you
will
could
only be up.
just stop the video and you could mute yourself as well.
Okay, and my part will start only in 45 minutes, I believe.
Roundabout. Yeah, roundabout.
Okay, I'll just be here and
Yeah.
yeah.
I would
Okay,
actually say it won't take 45 minutes. It might be slightly early, around half an hour.
Okay, perfect. I'm here.
So we'll coordinate. Just on the line.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you so
Thank you.
much. Bye.
खोल दूं? He was working in automobile. मैम कौन है देखो हाँ इसमें तो आ रहा है बट इसमें क्यों नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ पे लाए ना
Hello, everyone. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Request you to take your seats, please.
and how it is going to be useful and how
Namaskar and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all to our 17th Sustainability Summit. We're very happy to share that in order to reduce the footprint, certain initiatives like reduced use of paper, no use of plastic bottles, cotton-based backdrops, hoardings, and signages have been used at the summit. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the session on partnerships and innovation for India's circular economy transition. I welcome all our distinguished speakers of this session who are here with us today and request you to join us on stage. Some of our speakers will also be joining virtually. I now invite Dr. Nandini Kumar, consultant, CII-ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, to introduce the speakers.
Thank you, Khyati. Welcome, everybody, and welcome to all our participants here sitting on the dais. I just want to start on a slightly philosophical note. We have a fairly good idea in terms of sustainability about where we need to be. Certainly, we can visualize something. It's certainly where we are not right now. But the question is, how do we get where we want to be? What steps will hasten progress on this journey, which will not cause unintended consequences, the same unintended consequences that landed us where we are today, and will allow contextualization so as to remain relevant and inclusive? As we struggle to reach the 2030 SDGs and with a huge planetary population, I think environmentalists, companies, everyone is seeking sustainable economic growth that neither increases raw material consumption and dependencies nor damages the environment. Pipe dream maybe, but we have to try. We have to begin somewhere. In 2021, Niti Aayog in India constituted 11 circular economy committees and entrusted line ministries with the task of developing action plans for their respective sectors. This transition is expected to meet the aim of productivity enhancement, opportunities for new businesses and jobs, and will be supported by active public policies covering regulations, extended producer responsibility frameworks, and innovation facilitation. The European Union and its 27 member states are early adopters of circular economy and resource efficiency. We're often told that the Indian system with its 27 or 28 states is similar to that of the European Union, what with a huge diversity in culture and language. The European Union has worked towards helping and encouraging its global partners to do the same in light of national circumstances and capacities. So, given the interconnected nature of the global economy, which has come to us so vividly in the last 2 years with geopolitical changes, with the COVID pandemic, the transition we know is going to require collaborative approaches, public and private partnerships, enabling everyone to move forward. And I think the message of collaboration and cooperation has come forth very, very strongly over the last 2 years. I'd like to invite Dr. Michael Bucchi of the European Union. He's a counselor at the European Union delegation to India based in Delhi and leads a section responsible for dialogue and cooperation between the EU and India. Before he joined this delegation, Dr. Bucchi worked in Jakarta, holding similar responsibilities for the EU, Indonesia, and ASEAN. He holds a PhD and an engineering degree from the French National School for Forest and Water Management. He says that he's a forester, but actually he knows much more about other things than just forestry. Dr. Buki, please.
Thank you very much, Nandini. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. I'm very delighted to be given a second opportunity to address the Sustainability Summit. I'm very grateful to CII and to the Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, as well as to my dear colleagues, in particular Dr. Rachna Arora in GIZ, who's working very closely with us. We just had our project steering committee yesterday afternoon, and it's one of the dearest projects to me. Indeed, I'm not a circularity expert. I'm more an enthusiast of circular economy. I was trained as a forester, but when you come to India, you realize the amazing potential that there is to grow a circular economy with an Indian flavor, with Indian learnings. And that's what I want to talk about today. I'm very glad the companies sent a representative to us today, because in the session we had this morning, I was very frustrated that we talk about plastics and how much plastic is too much or enough plastics, but we don't talk enough about all the alternative material products and services that have to replace the bad parts of the plastic economy. So now we have an opportunity to do so. We were just discussing about crockery that you can eat and many products that can be substituted. So that's an occasion to talk about it. More broadly, I'm not here to talk to you about what we do in Europe. We have an excellent website, and I'm sure you can all figure out on Google and the europa.eu website everything we do. We have a range of policies and action plans on the various sectors. But what I would like to draw your attention to is what is in a partnership, what are the conditions for a partnership to emerge, especially between the EU and Indian private sector. I'll start by stating the obvious, that we live in an interconnected and globalized world. So we know that in order for India or EU to transition to a circular economy, it cannot just do so by itself. We need to develop peer learning, investment, technology transfer, and supply chains that are able to connect to each other. We therefore need to co-innovate and revisit those solutions that have been developed on one side or the other, so that they also make sense in the other side. It is equally obvious, I believe, that any circular economy solution or any sustainability solution for that matter have to make economic sense in order to be lasting. Given the diversity and heterogeneity of approaches, we need to develop a good matchmaking between the local needs and the capacities and the technologies that is felt appropriate at a given point in the transition. To say it more simply, we cannot just transpose one-to-one the products, the policies, the standards that we have developed for the European business and consumer in a European context. And that's not our objective. We, of course, would like our businesses to come and grow in India and participate to the Indian transition to circular economy. Some of the partners to this very summit have been relatively successful in doing so. This morning, we had Her Excellency Cecilia Ercom, who's the ambassador for sustainable business from Sweden. And Sweden, if you look at its weight in the EU GDP, is about 3 or 4%. But in India, 10% of the EU companies that are active and growing in India are Swedish. And one could say, well, they can afford to be green because they are successful. My message is they are successful because they have managed to become green on time, because they have anticipated changes in the landscape, in the economic landscape. So I think it's an example of success when we can find areas of sustainability that are also a win-win from an economic perspective. And by that, I'm not implying that we are just trying to adapt our wisdom to India. I think it goes very much both ways. India, forged, I would say, by necessities and century of wisdom as a flourishing repair economy, for instance. I'm very impressed that things that I would have to discard in Europe, I can go to a Nehru Place and I can get repaired in a very small shop in a very small corner that is like nearly impossible to find, but yet everything can be fixed in India. And in Europe, we are still struggling to try and reinvent that repair economy. The same could be said about reverse logistics. It's not called reverse logistics in India, maybe, but it has been happening for centuries probably, and it works very well. The problem is that it's very hard to track. It doesn't fit into an Excel spreadsheet, but it works. So the question is really how can we extract the value knowledge that is into that and make it work with this philosophy of circular economy that we are sharing between EU and India. In Europe, we've learned that resource and energy efficiency, emphasis on energy at the time, are more than just a thin coat of green paint. They are really the roaring engine of growth and continued modernization in design, in production, in distribution and services. That's actually the only way forward. If you look at the EU Green Deal strategy, which is really the core work program of the current European Commission, it is called a strategy for growth. It's a strategy for sustainable growth, but it's a strategy for growth. It's not an environmental policy. It's what we envisage to be the key of competitiveness. And the same in India. The Minister of Finance, in her address earlier this year on the national budget, she also emphasized the value of circular economy as a condition for jobs and growth. And I think it's very true. However, when our VIPs, Her Excellency, the President of the Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen, or when His Excellency Prime Minister Modi discuss, they all want those transfers of technology, those cross investments to happen. Yet eventually, it's in the end of the private sector and the private investors to make it happen. So we can foster a business environment that is conducive, but eventually it has to be like a mutual recognition that there are certain issues that can be addressed by technology upgrades, by mutual peer-to-peer learning. But the eventual decision to make an investment, to risk a technology, and to find a reliable partner on one side or the other is down to the businesses themselves. So my point here is that we have been very active with the GIZ REI initiative. We are going through the second phase of the project, and we are very keen to extend for a third phase at the end of 2023. And we are thinking at what it could look like. And one of the conclusions of that exercise is that it cannot exist as an all-encompassing tool. It can only be just a hub or just a node into a network of initiatives that needs to be somehow coordinated. And we are very grateful to India, to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, as well as NITI Aayog, for having set up this structure of policy guidance, as well as sectoral committees that are trying to foster this improvement in the line ministries. It is our intention in the third phase that we would support the new thinking in the ministry that seems to be going in the direction of emerging centers of excellence that will drive the conversation further. It's clear that there is a need for training, awareness raising, and coordination, and we stand by India to try and encourage those transitions. I want to come back to the issue of adaptation. When I say adaptation, I don't only mean adaptation to climate change. I mean very concrete second-tier technologies, I would say, frugal innovation that could make a difference. I'm talking, for instance, about designing batteries that can resist the daily heat, which at the moment is a bit of a challenge, but at the same time, at the end of their life cycle, can be repurposed, remanufactured, or refurbished, that can be recycled or upcycled. The amount of work that needs to be done across all sectors is huge. We could also talk about digitalized supply chain that merge and leverage this organized chaos in the informal sector, as I was mentioning earlier. That can aggregate all those small hands, those home workers, or those very small SMEs, and make them part of an innovative landscape of circular economy. We are talking also about construction material that are substituting for a very emissive sector like steel, cement, and using more and more bio-based materials that have, of course, a much better climate footprint, but that are also easier to recycle and reuse. So we are basically waiting for Indian entrepreneurs to reinvent, revamp, and tailor the EU clean technologies. I mean, I'm saying EU, but I'm sure it's equally true of Japan and the US. We do, however, have, I think, an edge on circular economy because it has been a driver of the environmental agenda for years before it became a driver of the business agenda. The way we do it in India is, of course, through policy dialogue, but also more and more through pilot initiatives that we would like to scale up in certain sectors, like the recycling of fishing nets, the utilization of crop residues, circular ceramic, or the eco-design and manufacturing of car parts. Eventually, we would like to go as far as supporting the emergence of waste parks that make the link between a waste stream and the input material for industry. We are just the year before India takes the presidency of the G20. So I think we also have a massive opportunity here to work in the context of the B20, the business spin-off of the G20, and really foster this idea that getting to common measurement of circularity and environmental performance is beneficial to the private sector, be it only because it gives a sense of direction, a sense of progress, and predictability in the value of the investments that can be made in this direction. So I look forward to engaging further with the Indian private sector because you will be the local players, the local team, but I hope we can foster conversation with the rest of the world, and in particular to see whether those industrial partnerships between EU and India I was mentioning, they can be expanded in a trilateral fashion so that those more affordable sustainability solutions, this frugal innovation I was mentioning, they can not only be produced and sold in India, but also exported in other parts of the world that would need it, so that India is true to its global hub vision. With that, I would like to conclude. As I said, I'm not far from it an expert in circular economy, so I'm just here to learn. But I was very grateful to get a chance to speak to you on behalf of EU. Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Bukhi, for that. I'd like to invite Rachna Arora now to please talk about the EU states mapping study. Rachna is an old friend of CII. She works as a team leader in the resource efficiency project of GIZ, whose German translation I will not attempt. She's also team leader on the GIZ Circular Economy Solutions project to prevent marine litter, financed by the German Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation. She's been working with GIZ for the last 13 years, doing lots of bilateral projects with the European Commission, and has supported the Government of India on policy formulation and its implementation. She has a doctoral degree in environmental chemistry from IIT Roorkee and has been part of interdepartmental committees set up by Niti Aayog. She has worked with the government on the resource efficiency strategy and is on the research and development committee set up by the MEIT, Ministry on Waste Management. Welcome, Rachna.
Thank you. Thanks, Nandini, and thanks, Michael, for setting the context of what EU has been doing and of this session as well. Yeah, I think you've already got my introduction. I would like to mention a few of the elements. As Nandini mentioned, we have been friends of CII. This entire project, EU Resource Efficiency Initiative, is actually a very, very dynamic, a very engaging consortium where CII is also one of the members. GIZ is the lead of this entire project. And of course, we have Terry and Adelphi as our partners. So I think that's there, plus the direction that we get from the EU. I think that's how we have been kind of running into the second phase of this project, and also happy to hear Michael announcing that there would be a third phase of this project too. As the project, the title also defines, we are a project who is trying to delve deeper into the entire issues of resource efficiency, circular economy. And this entire engagement started way back in 2016, wherein, like in terms of the dialogues, but of course we got it commissioned in 17. The entire discussion at that point in the Indian government was largely around resource efficiency, and of course circular economy as a term wasn't that used into the government setups. But if now, and Nandini announced 11 committees, if you actually pick up any of the government policy starting from February this year onwards, they have 3 legislations which the Ministry of Environment specifically brought out, largely EPR-led, but they all focus not only just end of life, but also talk about the relevance of upstream changes and how eco-design, circular economy is a key context to even these policies which are coming in. And of course, these 11 committees, the momentum that Niti Aayog brought on by getting these ministries to take action is really something which is driving a lot of transition process. And from the EU side, with the Circular Economy Action Plan, there are lessons, there are experiences, and of course, the last 2 years of COVID has also given a lot of at least understanding on both sides that we need resilience, we need partnerships which can actually be nurtured, and you can actually have a better, stronger engagement. So some of the elements we'll try and kind of talk about. To begin with, just to set the context of in 2017 to 2020, there was a lot of discussion, baseline studies, assessment, sectoral focus, which we have been doing with Niti Aayog and Ministry of Environment as our key counterparts. But then, of course, there was a stronger realization on both sides, the Indian as well as the European side, to actually have a stronger alignment, a partnership. And this is one of the historic kind of agreements, a joint declaration. Michael also mentioned about it, resource efficiency and circular economy, which was signed in July 2020 by the heads of the states on both sides. And I think this has actually set the context of how we actually are going deeper into this entire engagement in the phase of the project that we are currently implementing. A lot of it actually nudges towards bilateral policy dialogues. And I think this is what different member states, and we'll kind of present some of it. The EU member states active in India, of course, have from the EU side the Circular Economy Action Plan, plus their actions that they do in their own countries. But when it comes to India, a lot of action is happening. So it's also action happening bilaterally with the government there as well. But how do you actually strengthen this is the entire cooperation with this joint declaration. Knowledge exchange, information exchange, so that you can actually synergize rather than creating different kind of silos into this implementation. Financial instruments is key. I'll just give one of the examples. Again, we have a company, a startup here from Kerala. Even if you now just look at how single-use plastic has been picked up by the government of India, there is a lot of momentum. They've realized that, of course, alternatives is something that can push a change. But then when it comes to the financial instruments, they're now looking at options, which also includes international plus the Indian kind of measures of how you can actually strengthen these startups and take it to a larger position, which is where I think EU is also developing a lot of financial instruments. So how do you actually look at a parity across, whether it's standards, whether it's kind of research innovation alliances. And with SIGWork, one of the companies also here on the panel, we have been trying to at least look at the research innovation aspects as well. And at the EU side, of course, research has been one of the key areas as well. So this is how the main key elements of the joint declaration. We as a project, the EU Resource Efficiency Project, also has major components. The three key results of our project, which is assessments in the sectors of priority, both from the Indian and the Indian government as well as from the European side. We kind of delve deeper into those issues and then figure out where are the interventions possible on circular economy issues. And I think Michael has spent 2.5, 3 years in India, and he's more now a person who talks about repair as an economy rather than us kind of promoting it. So I think this brings a lot of kind of relevance of kind of understanding on both sides that there is an entire skill framework that we can talk about, especially on the circular economy, which can be more just as well as more inclusive when it comes to looking at these priorities as well. Something which was touched upon, and I think India is heading towards the G20 presidency. In the context of circular economy, there is a resource efficiency dialogue, the RED as it is called. In 2017, Germany kind of just launched this where Indian government was also present, and that actually provided a platform for exchange of best practices and kind of building up these partnerships further. So this kind of was a big transition to put circular economy on an international agenda with the G7 and G20 countries prioritizing this at an international level. Similarly, in 2019, again, a bit kind of a declaration which was historic was the marine litter, the specific emphasis towards the plastics, the realization of plastics as an important area where Blue Ocean Vision and other kind of global innovation movements were prioritized. In 2020, during the Italian presidency, the resource efficiency dialogue, of course, gained a lot of traction. And just a few months back, even in the Indonesian presidency, this has been very proactively taken up, especially in terms of what kind of knowledge networks, frameworks could actually be taken forward, especially with regard to the priorities that each of these countries is identifying. And for India, of course, this is going to be a big discussion as well as a preparation that is going along. Plus, CII as well as we as a project are engaging into these different kind of discussions to prioritize areas which could range from plastics to end of life vehicles to food waste and other priorities that the government would like to identify. Again, on the BRICS level, also resource efficiency, circular economy, during the exchange in August 2021, when India was a presidency, this has been identified, especially again identifying the need of creating an entire knowledge network and policy dialogues, especially in certain areas where you look at instruments which can actually gear towards an industrial symbiosis or other mechanisms. This was of mutual interest, and the sectors which were of a priority on both in the BRICS countries have been identified as well. Coming to the Indian presidency, which would begin from this year till November 2023, the priorities are in discussion with the Ministry of Environment, and there are a lot of kind of areas. But a pretty evident fact is that circular economy is going to be one of the key areas into the environment dialogue or the environment committees, and which is also looking at strengthening the resource efficiency dialogue and exchange of solutions, plus the innovations that are happening across the different sectors and value chains. Coming to the EU member states mapping study, this, as I mentioned, for our project in this phase, it was really, really key to figure out what are the actions and kind of issues that the EU member states in India are addressing, because it is kind of a wide topic, and when it comes to each and every sector, every member state brings their own kind of capacities, their own initiatives, their own set of innovations. So that's why we wanted to just figure it out, capture different projects and initiatives that are going along, and then see where exactly we can support the implementation. Because largely our project in this phase was gearing towards doing pilot implementations on the ground, supporting the state governments in terms of implementing what measures they can take. So that is how this was quite a priority for us to figure out. We've actually had primary data collection done, and Anshul, a colleague of ours who's present here, has actually spent a lot of time kind of discussing with the EU member states, trying to capture the data, which is both primary surveys as well as secondary literature that we have looked into, because the entire aspect is that you actually can do a lot of desktop research, but when you go approach and also look through what are interventions happening on each of these sectors across, and especially at the state level, we wanted to just kind of bring that entire knowledge together into this one report. So I think every member state, of course, brings a lot of their own ideas, their own set of knowledge, but largely the measures that they focus around is policy dialogue, strengthening the dialogue in discussions, largely with regard to exchange on standards. And if you just look at standards, of course, you can't have a standard which is just a German or certified through DIN or something specifically coming out of other member states. There is harmonization which has happened at the EU level. There is harmonization even Indian government with BIS tries to do. So that is why we wanted to at least bring out this very clearly, because when we were also going into sectors like construction, automobiles and others, each other company representative is actually looking at harmonization of these standards, especially from the export areas as well. And then how do you actually bring eco-design and other aspects, which is pretty evident in the European side, but also kind of start with discussions with the policy, with the BIS, and also kind of mainstream it into the business partnerships that we were trying to do. Then for us, the sectors of interest have been both from the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, plus also the 11 committees that Niti Aayog kind of set up in India, which ranges from plastics and packaging, steel and aluminum. In aluminum, for instance, the red mud is like the bauxite residue which is remaining. And here we also organized a lot of site visits with the EU experts, with the 3 leading producers of aluminum in India, and the dialogues and discussions. So this is with the Ministry of Mines and the state of like Hungary was pretty kind of like available to share the experiences with the disaster that they had there. So it's not always just of a very successful example, but how do you actually even address an issue which has been like such a kind of a journey and experience, and how did you move ahead with that part, kind of area was something that was brought forward even into these dialogues with the EU member states for a case-specific example of red mud. Textiles and agriculture. So there's, as I mentioned, a lot of it coming out of the EU as well as the Indian priorities. One of the policy instruments is, of course, EPR, which is pretty evident now into the Indian, as I said, from February onwards, they've included it in plastics. It is part of tires. It is in batteries, which was just notified a few weeks ago. So this, of course, brings a lot of innovation potential, which is where I think the industry plus the EU member states and those experiences can be counted by the Indian side also clearly. So just again, summarizing what are the potential areas of collaboration as we see, and of course, this is not the exhaustive list, but still looking at strategies, regulations, and standards and eco-labeling. This has also been identified by the Indian side as an area of exchange. Eco-design and repair. On repair, Michael already mentioned, we have learnings on both sides to be exchanged because, of course, there are different ways of how we count on repair, and there are certain examples of also when we are doing repair cafes in our project in certain cities. Waste management, logistics, of course, this is a big priority for India as well. Sustainable manufacturing for MSME, low carbon, and as I mentioned, automobile sector, the automobile component manufacturing industry is looking at exchange there as well, and then other areas are, of course, mentioned here as well. Coming to some of these, and as I said, this is not exhaustive. This is just one, because just to keep the time also in this, we have just kind of referred to one of the main MOU or cooperation that the few of the member states are having in India, specifically related to RE&C. So Finland and India, for instance, have a cooperation on environment, which is largely focusing on air, water pollution, waste management, promotion of circular economy, and low carbon solutions as well. Similarly, coming to Netherlands, it also has a MOU with the state, which is the state of Maharashtra, on sustainable manufacturing, circular economy, waste management, and cleanup of rivers. And we, of course, had something during the last week on the International Coastal Cleanup Day as well. In 2020, Denmark and India have an MOU on green technologies and geographical indications. San, one of the representative here from the EU company, would also share her experiences, but of course this is also coming from Denmark, or I think maybe Netherlands. Yeah, sorry. Then Slovenia and India in 2019 had a technical cooperation on standardization specifically, and this also kind of focus areas is on resource efficiency, which is internationally accepted standards. 2013, like way back, Spain and India actually have, in terms of research and innovation, a long-driven engagement. And the fund on innovation is actually looking at research and technology development, but also looking at clean tech, IoT, digitalization, and sustainable development largely. Sweden and India, Michael already mentioned one of this, but still on sustainable urban development, also there's a long kind of a process and engagement that they have around sustainable urban planning, integrated solid waste management, and sustainable transport, water and sanitation management. Again, the Indo-Nordic project, which comprises of Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Iceland, and Norway. This is actually a showcase on Nordic research-based innovations, and they have a joint research collaboration between the cities of Pune and Bangalore. Germany, of course, is pretty active also on this space on circular economy initiatives, and GIZ has been one of the key implementing agencies on behalf of the German government. One of the initiatives mentioned here is the marine litter project, which we are implementing together with the Ministry of Environment and also with Ministry of Housing, which is the city part of the marine litter prevention. Largely looking at EPR and innovative solutions and work with the state governments in key areas of interest. Similarly, on textile, the German government has DPP, which is a development partnership funds to support the not just the German companies, but also some of the Indian companies have got the DPP funding as well to implement projects on behalf of the German ministry, which is the BMZ. And this example is just of the textile project, just to say that we are kind of active in different areas as well, looking at textile to textile recycling. Similarly, Netherlands has a Biomass India setup, which is looking at setting up a biomass upcycling center on utilization of agricultural residue, the example that you will just hear. Ragbag is also a Netherlands company looking at fashionable bags and all. Similarly, French company Veolia is pretty active across the many states. One example is with the Delhi Gel Board in terms of reusing and utilizing the wastewater. Sweden also started with a pilot project in 2019 from the National Agricultural Food Biotechnology Institute. So just trying to see the entire domain of projects that are happening and which is also on the similar topics like air pollution and utilization of the resources, the bioresidue into a product. Finnish company River Recycle and VTT is actually implementing a project in Mumbai on cleanup of plastic litter. Similarly, Hungary and India, I also already mentioned about their active engagement on applied research and development, and also utilizing a lot of these pulverization or value-added products into the tire industry, which is now one of the policies that Indian government has also brought out in this year. Just the last slide on potential areas. Of course, there's a lot collaboration opportunities which are possible. We are also trying to figure out areas where we can do. Just one example, and of course, these partnerships range not just with the EU member states, they also look at EU companies, also look at a closer partnership between Indian companies and the European companies as well. So we are pretty active in 2 states, Goa as well as Rajasthan, and of course from the national level as well. But still in these 2 states, we have a buy-in. We are working with the state government to implement a resource efficiency strategy, which we released in 2020. Now the topics here range from tourism to marine litter to plastics to innovation and solution, setting up like a lot of these startups. Also, and circularity in industrial areas has been kind of a key request from the state government. And here, EU member states are also active. So we would, of course, like to pitch again that if there is an interest, and we would be happy to kind of connect with the EU member states, also with the Indian companies and the European companies to take a lot of these kind of things forward. The other thing is that in this phase of the project, we, as a demonstration kind of a measure, we actually are setting up a circular economy innovation lab. This is something where we are right now in the discussions, developing the concept and also looking at kind of pooling resources, because there are different forms and ways of how this innovation lab could be set up. It can range from, and there is of course many of these living lab examples that are existing across the EU member states. So we would like to kind of look at a pool of innovation. Different member states could showcase, Indian companies could showcase their innovation as well. And then we can look at, this can also be a network, this can be a lab in existence. So we are still kind of figuring this out, but this is going to be one of our key areas of work in this year as well. Then something very kind of innovative we are doing is with the state of Rajasthan. And this is the eco park or the waste recycling park, which we are doing on request of the state government. Here we are actually doing a site master planning, setting up the entire kind of support for the state government to set up this lab, which will be the first of, set up this kind of park, first of its kind in India, but also trying to cater to all these waste streams, whether it's solar panels, whether it's e-waste, plastics, even some form of hazardous waste if it is possible, and also looking at end-of-life vehicles. So yeah, I think that's the entire kind of idea. Both EU and some Indian companies have expressed their interest to the state government in terms of setting up their units in this recycling facility, and we are right now doing a kind of a baseline, a pre-feasibility, and of course a site master planning for the state there. So yeah, these are 3 potential areas, but there are many more as we shared, and yeah, we'll be happy to connect further with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna. Thank you so much for that. I think something that emerges quite powerfully from this presentation is the fact that the term circular economy, which often gets is understood synonymously with recycling. You tend to hear of examples of people saying that, oh, we've already got a circular economy. In practice, we're already recycling. But I think what this demonstrates is that circular economy is way, way more than recycling. And one of the very important principles embedded in a circular economy are business models. And that brings me nicely to the topic of the second part of this session. The speakers we have over here are not just distinguished people, but they are people who are very tightly bound to on-ground work in the area of circular economy, whether they call it circular economy or not. They are part of new business models. They are part of using what we might call waste, but it's no longer trendy to call waste, but it's also not sensible to call it waste because the connotations are all negative. So you will hear from these speakers one by one about a little bit about the work that they're doing. I will request them to introduce their work briefly, and then I'd like to ask them some questions about it. We have one participant online. Is she still there? Yeah, okay. May I request you to hold on, please? The lady is out of India right now, or is she in India? She's outside. So I think it would be, let's allow her to speak if that's okay with you. So the lady is waiting. She's waiting to speak. She's outside the country. So yeah, if that's okay with you, just yeah, okay. So the video we're about to show you right now is about Ecor's work in South India using agricultural residue to make panels for construction. And San Carrier is the founder and director of the Material Innovation Center. She dreams the future into being and anticipates a world in which nature and technology merge. San builds inspiring, purposeful businesses. Working towards this systemic change via responsible production and consumption, she aligns her business concepts and visions with the principles of the circular economy. She facilitates disruptive technology startups, governmental bodies, public organizations, and multinational companies to co-develop materials innovation and large-scale commercial success through her growth strategy, which she calls ecosystem development. Her circular business models have proven to outcompete the traditional linear approach. So may I request you to play the video and then we'll ask San a couple of questions. And the window B. Hold on. Oh.
Andhra Pradesh has about 3 regions, and the coastal region is predominantly with paddy, whereas the other region, Rayalaseema region, is mostly with the dry crop, but then paddy is also grown over there. So that way, Andhra Pradesh is mostly paddy oriented. Of late, what is happening is with the intervention of harvesters, the straw is cut. Almost about 6 inches is left over. That lot of stock is left there in the field itself.
And in 2019, we started an extensive research on ground in Andhra Pradesh, and where we were looking on how biomass is used currently here, and how much percentage of biomass is getting burnt, and also on the supply chain, how it would work.
మనుషులను తీసుకొస్తే ఎక్కువ పెట్టుబడి అవుతుంది, అందుకని మిషన్ తీసుకొచ్చి కొయ్యిస్తున్నారు. ఇది మాకు ఉపయోగపడదు, అందుకని అని చెప్పి దీన్ని మిషన్ పట్టించేస్తాం, లేదంటే కాల్ చేస్తాం.
ఎందుకంటే అది వేస్ట్ ఎక్కువగా చేలో ఉండటం వలన అక్కడ దాన్ని తొలగించాలి, తొలగించకపోతే చేను మెరకైపోతుంది. అందరూ అలాగే చేస్తారు.
So during our feasibility study in 1920, what we understand is almost 70% of the paddy straw has been burned.
The philosophy of ECOR would be that we take something that is currently considered as of less value or that would be waste, and we turn that into something that has value.
The eco technology was developed in order to have a application for abundant waste streams and raw material streams of cellulose, where with only water pressure and heat you can make a panel. A panel can be applicated everywhere. The technology as such is low tech, but it is highly disruptive because we eliminate the concept of waste of cellulose.
With these materials, we create beautiful material panels that can then be used for furniture production, for interior design, for packaging, and that can remain in use for as long as possible.
Our approach was to link it to communities, set up a collaboration model between the community organizations, farmer producer companies, and use the technology which has been tried and tested by ECOR globally, but it also has the potential to set up material value chains in India.
So we don't want to build a massive facility where then, like in a traditional linear manner, we want to have small upcycling facilities, enabling and empowering to make a material difference for the people which are working there. And at the same time, we will bring customers from an international perspective who then also provide for the economic foundation, so there is prosperity for everything and everyone involved.
Now, in this case, which is a bioresidue, the pricing is not an issue. The recognition of this material as a potential stream is very, very important. And what we
foundation, so there is prosperity for everything and everyone involved.
Now, in this case, which is a bioresidue, the pricing is not an issue. The recognition of this material as a potential stream is very, very important. And what we're trying to, of course, establish is through behavioral change, through a lot of series of awareness dialogues, using a set of people who could actually bring out this change is, I think, going to bring a lot of change into the thinking process.
I think farmer would be very willing. Only thing is that we'll have to make him understand what is happening around with the straw and what is going to be done and how it is going to be useful and how it is going to really bring in more of a source of income for him.
The link between Ecor and the column is remarkable. So the effect that it would have is that we can create a field of positive energy that will actually is made by the material that we are working with.
And actually, a lot of us are looking at India and the traditional wisdom of India on many aspects, on how you take care of your body, on how you are mindful of your diet, and how you have an interaction with nature.
So we would be honored if the technology could also find a way into the India society and economy, such as the column also has had and has.
Wonderful example. Online? Hi, San, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can. I can.
Are you able to hear us?
I can. I think there was a small delay on the line, but it should be okay now.
Okay, if there's a slight delay, that's okay. I think we can manage. We can put the questions to you. Thank you so much. That was a lovely film, very simple and conveying the message really nicely. So I see that you're a practitioner who's doing this in India, but you're based in Europe, at least you were. You wanted to tackle the problem of agricultural waste residue and wanted to do something that would end up being useful to society and the community. What lessons did you learn about the importance of partnerships in this? Since that's what this session is about, what can we learn from you about the importance of partnerships?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's not easy to link me in, loop me in. I'm working from project location in Indonesia at the moment. So I'm very grateful that we can make this work. And I'm also very happy to see those project partners that are so important to the success of the project all gathered there. So I'm very happy to see you all. And I think that maybe from the video as well, it becomes clear that if you take away these project partners or the partnerships, all that is left is the technology. And the technology in itself will not save the world or find a way forwards for humankind. So what I have learned is that during the early years of my career, people didn't even understand, like, what is your job then? What are you doing? And I said, maybe I don't even know exactly, but what is needed is to be able to form a partnership on different levels so that that technology is embedded in a social structure, in a local culture, within the business model as well. And if we don't do that, then we will never be able to reach scale. So for me, the role of the partnership as a way to grow and scale such technologies, it's essential to get circular economy to a global stage.
Yeah, I also see the point that you're making about once you embed this in the community, the chance of it working and staying, of the model being sustainable are far greater. The chances are far, far greater. So I'm wondering about how there are so many examples of this coming up in India, and thank God for that. We have some examples of speakers here itself who at this table who are engaged in the kind of activities that you are. But if you were to extrapolate this, how much do you think this is possible? How is it possible for this kind of use to spread throughout the world, or do you feel this is restricted to areas, maybe in India or South Asia or Africa, where people are much closer to agriculture? Do you see a future in which we are exporting construction panels made of biomass?
So that's a really good question. And I am indeed very glad to see that this is popping up all over the world. So it's not just in one location and then maybe another remote location. It seems like there's something happening now in our collective consciousness that makes us pick up this approach to economies. What I use as a framework for the success of a circular economy is most of the time an action radius of, let's say, 300 kilometers. Because if you, for the sourcing of the material, but then also for the selling of the material, if you go broader than that, then the logistics and the impact of the logistics, so both in cost, but also in ecological impact, they increase to such a degree that you can actually better set up another hub, so outside of that 300 kilometers. So what I see happening, whether it be in an agricultural context where we can use the agricultural residual streams, or in an urban context where we can use recycled textiles, for instance, as an effluent residual stream, with that 300 kilometer radius, we can actually scale. So to have many of these micro economies and thereby reach a global shift in how we drive our economies.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Staying local is at a life cycle level far more sustainable. Thank you so much, San. If I think we can move ahead to the other speakers now. I'd like to move to Mr. Manu Sharma, if I may. Yeah. Manu Sharma is the Chief Product Officer of Structure, STRAW, and brings with him more than 25 years of experience in working with different technologies. He's now looking at acoustic product development using sustainable materials. He comes from the school of thought that circularity and natural sources of raw materials are the key to enhancing performance of buildings and structures. He's worked with organizations such as Nikon and Bose in the past and is a firm believer of the interdisciplinary approach. He has an MTech degree in microwave electronics from the University of Delhi, and he's worked extensively abroad in Canada, the UK, Europe, Australia on materials and acoustics. Welcome, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for you about some of the products that you make. In fact, maybe you could please just introduce some of the current work that you're doing, which involves the use of raw materials that one would normally consider waste, or that's not conventionally used.
Well, I've been fortunate enough that my turn to speak has been in line with what San just mentioned. So the attempt that we are making here in India is not too different from what San does globally. It's in fact quite similar. We work on agricultural as well as animal residue to try and utilize the fiber, the power of the fiber that comes from agricultural residue and animal residue, and make construction material out of it. From the primary level of construction material derived, we further try and intervene with it at an engineering level so that the utility could further be enhanced for multitude of applications, not just it being a panel that goes to make a drywall, but value added by bringing in, as I said, engineering and intervention, primarily by introducing minor changes in geometry and fiber placement, and try and make it more adaptive, more result oriented, more useful, and extend the landscape of usability for, let's say, acoustics, for thermal insulation, as well as for, storage spaces, where traditionally the challenge that was faced in storage spaces was to have some kind of an, control of ambient environment to try and ensure that, there is no fungus, no decomposing material there. So there is so much power in the basic fiber that we use, which comes from, the so-called untapped resource of straw fiber. Not many of us know that the fiber of straw has a unique property of fire retardancy because it has silica as a content in the natural fiber, and silica, by virtue of its chemical property, is fire retardant in itself. So for us to place it in a construction environment and enable it as a fire retardant material, we don't have to really do, we really don't have to do anything extra. It comes to it naturally. So we create that product, which is a fire retardant product. You could use it to make, as they say, dry walls or isolation walls. By bringing in little bit of value addition, we make it more receptive for certain acoustic functions, likewise for insulation as well. So such is the power that goes into that material, which conventionally, I must say, was very well regarded in vernacular architecture. It had its, visibility, it had its utility, but for some reason, it got lost into oblivion. But here we are trying to make a sincere attempt to bring it to realization again, where we try and place it against the contemporaries of modern day world. And we have been successful in taking the message out to the larger audience and, making them realize the benefits of what the good old technology was all about, which somehow we lost in, transition of time. But it's about time that we bring it back to the fore and reap the benefits, because one, it gives you the performance that you need, and then yes, it secures the environment that we live in.
Thank you. So that addresses part of this, the other question I wanted to ask you about the properties of the material that you make. What kinds of tests do you perform on them, or what do you do to ensure that they are fit for purpose? That's number one. And number two, I mean, one would assume that since your products are made of raw material that is biomass residue or agricultural residue or animal hair, as you mentioned to me earlier as we were talking, I'm wondering whether you build in an end-of-life approach also to this. Is it even necessary?
Well, absolutely. Being a part of this ecosystem, usability, reusability, and reusability after reusability is something that we try and look into. The first part of the question about the durability of the product, I can say it with confidence, and I mean, we were never short of confidence on this, but to validate our confidence and belief in the product, we got it tested by, the designate labs who certify the standards of products to be used in built environment. And I'm very happy to share with all of you that we have cleared all the required benchmarks for it to be enabled and used as a product for regular construction industry. The second part of the question, which talks about the life cycle of the product, as I said, there is a reuse after the use, and then you could reuse it thereafter as well. So our product, after completing its first life cycle of placement and usage, can be, brought back to life again at a factory level. And just to add a small little bit to it, that we are working on certain other value-added features, whereby instead of using standard bonding material, we are working on bioresidues, which will form the adhesives and will make this product as 100% biodegradable, hopefully, which would be the first of its kind globally. We are very close to it. We have done the trials, and hopefully, let's say in about 6 or 8 months from now, it will be out in the open for everybody to, use it.
That's excellent. Thank you so much for this. It gives a good opening to go to our next speaker, or next entrepreneur rather, who is Mr. Vinay Balakrishnan. He's a postgraduate in geology with 25 years of experience and over in sales and administration, operations, etc. His last assignment was as CEO for a life insurance company based in Mauritius, but he resigned that job and came back to India to find an alternative solution for the massive air pollution during stubble burning. So India is a land where there's lots and lots of agricultural waste, which is wasted year on year. And he's worked on finding alternatives, eco-friendly and affordable products made from agri-waste. He was showing us a little while ago a plate that you can eat after eating in it. I didn't ask you about the calorific value, but never mind. This has resulted in the births of the brand that they call Tushan, which is a biodegradable alternative to single-use plastic using wheat bran or rice bran. Vinay, tell us something about your product, please.
Good evening, everybody. And thanks to CII and EU for giving this opportunity. First of all, as Nandini said, we are using wheat bran or rice bran, which is currently wasted. Some of it is wasted, partly it is going as cattle feed. So how we use it is, roughly for example, for a 1 kilogram wheat is milled, roughly 20% goes as bran. So this bran, some part is being used as cattle feed, but majority is either burned or thrown into sea or a lake. So what we done is we have taken this waste, rice bran or a wheat bran, and what we have done is we have converted it into tableware, which is made from wheat bran first. And basically what we have done is we have made plates, which is, since it is made from edible wheat bran, after finishing your meal, if you want, you can taste your plate also. That is the concept. So it's a single-use product. So after use, I'm not asking everybody to eat the plate, but at least you can give it as cattle feed. You can give it to your hen or cock or something. It's a poultry feed. You can throw it to any lake. It's a fish feed. Or you throw it in a tree, near a tree, and put some water. It's an organic manure. It's a 100% biodegradable product, and it totally biodegrades in less than 30 days. So this is a product which we have developed in connection with a premier research laboratory in India, CSIR. It's a Government of India laboratory. So it has taken us 4 years to make one plate. It's a very, very difficult technology, and we are not wasting any single ml of water or any product is wasted. 100% is converted into plates. Right now, our plant is in Kochi in Kerala. And we are really proud to say that we are the only second in the world to have this technology. And this we are manufacturing in a fully automatic robotic plant in Kerala. And in addition to that, we have also developed another product, which is made from broken rice, which is actually our edible straw. So you can safely drink your drinks and eat your straw also. So this straw is an alternative to usually available plastic straw or a paper straw, which gets soggy after 10 or 5 minutes. So our straws, which can be utilized for almost 1 hour in any normal liquid or a cold drinks. So the plates, the biggest advantage is it is microwavable. It can withstand temperature from -10 to 140 degrees temperature. And it can hold liquid content up to 1 hour. This is one of the major advantages. Now we are going ahead to manufacture our cutlery ranges also shortly. So it will be our fork, knife, spoon, takeaway containers, as well as cups. It's coming on the way. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So 2 questions for you. One was, in the past, as you developed this, what was the largest, most significant, most troublesome technical challenge you faced? And going ahead, what is the most significant challenge you expect to face?
The most difficult part was the technology. Because, as I said earlier, there was only one company in the world which was doing it earlier, which was not in India, but outside. So when we tried to develop this technology, I was not knowing, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a businessman. Out of passion, we started this. So when we started a design, the Premier Research Institute, CSIR, was in touch with us. We funded the project from our own money. It took almost 1.5 years of hard research to make one plate by CSIR. So I was very, very particular that we should not use any water for wastage or any harm to the environment. So no plastic, nothing to be done. So this was the most technical difficulty what we faced, because any product when we use mix with water, there is going to be a water wastage. So I am proud to say that we are not wasting even a one drop of water in this technology. That's why it took us 4 years to develop this technology. So this is one of the technological challenges we had. Somehow we have overcome that. Now coming to the second part, which of course what we are facing is the scalability issue. We have the plant, we have the machinery, we have the technology, we have the process. Now our products has to reach the entire globe. Actually, this is a global product. It's not only for India. This is for the entire world. So if a scalability can be done, this product can be sold at the same rate as plastic or any other product, which will be affordable to the common man. And this will ultimately result in reducing the single-use plastic or a paper or any kind of reusable or a single-use product available in the market. So I am definitely looking for that day where it can be scaled up so that it will reach the entire mass. And a similar product, if available anywhere in the world also, I think we can look at customizing to produce it locally at any country in the world. This is what we plan to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe you also have some samples of your products. So maybe after this session, we can take a look at those.
Yeah, I have brought some samples just to show everybody. It's
Yeah.
available here. I can show it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have not tied up. Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Budhe is our next speaker. He is the founder and chief managing director of BioCare India, which manufactures biotechnology-based inputs to organic agriculture. He has a master's in environmental sciences and a doctorate degree also in environmental sciences. Is that right? From the University of Nagpur. Please tell us a little bit about your work, Dr. Budhe.
Thank you, Nandini, and thank you, CII, to have me here. So as a student of environmental science, the waste material always fascinated me, and particularly from the region where we come from. It's a majorly power generating area of Maharashtra. And one of the major pollutants from the thermal power station is a fly ash. And I always felt that the fly ash has immense potential to be used in agriculture. And that's how we started our quest for utilizing fly ash into agriculture through a lot of experiments through vermicomposting, composting. But to see that through composting, we cannot mix more than 20% of fly ash into the composting. Then we started thinking that why not use fly ash as in soil conditioner? Because traditionally in agriculture, liming, gypsum are used for soil conditioning, which ultimately generate a lot of CO2 and greenhouse gases. And we felt that if we are able to use fly ash as a soil conditioner, because there are a lot of properties in the fly ash which can really act as a soil conditioner, because it reduces the bulk density, it changes the physical structure of the soil, and thus changes the microbial activity in the soil. So that's how we started building up a soil conditioner based on fly ash. Now we add a lot of biostimulant to it to enhance the root growth and other activities of this product is available in the market in the brand name of Biofuel. Since last 15 years, we have been using this product. And we roughly consume 50,000 tons of fly ash as in soil conditioner every year. This is well accepted product in central India now. And fortunately, with a lot of persuasions with National Standard for Organic Produce, this has also got a certification as a product to be used for organic agriculture. So, so this is our story of our product development so far. We had done the extensive study of this material at ICR laboratories, and we could find out that 25 to 30% of the yield parameter growth are there by using this particular product alone with the conventional fertilization doses. So it makes a fantastic study case for an investor to be upcycled as in soil conditioner, where it is also giving more growth to the agriculture side. So
Right.
that's our basic work.
So a question I have for you here is again two-faced. One is about the scaling up of this. What is the current capacity that you have, and do you expect that to change over the years? And the second is, from my understanding of the composition of fly ash, how do you deal with things like the heavy metals and some of those components in this? You have certifications, of course.
But the question is right. So if you really look at the complete analysis of fly ash, the micronutrients which are present, or the heavy metals which are present there in the fly ash, are actually used as a product in agriculture as in micronutrient. So it really helps. And we did an extensive study that the toxic elements of this heavy metals are not really taken up by plant to that extent. So that study has also been done, that no uptake of this heavy metal from the fly ash when you put into soil is in the plant. So that study is also available.
I see. And so it remains immobilized in the soil? Is that what happens?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Please, I request you sincerely to allow us to complete the rounds, and then we'll open up to the audience. Please do ask us your question then. The second question, of course, is about your biggest challenge. Tell us what it was.
So when we had developed this as a product, it was very difficult to convince the regulators that this product can be used as in soil conditioner. And that challenge remains even today. But somehow we could get some certification around it, some NOCs from the department that this can be utilized as a soil conditioners. So that was one of the major challenges to convince the regulator. And definitely scaling up, convincing the farmer to use this as a material against the gypsum and the other soil conditioner is also a challenge. But since the farmers have started using it and they started getting good results, that challenge is now reduced to a great extent.
So yours seems to be a fairly well-established product right now.
Yes.
You have done that. Oh, that's really good. We'll move now to our last panelist, who is Mr. Ramkrishnan Karanth. And he comes from a background which is quite different from that of the other speakers, but it's no less in terms of the potential of the area that he's involved in. I'll introduce him. He's done his Bachelor of Engineering from the University of Mysore and started his career as a commissioned officer with the Indian Air Force. He currently holds the position of CEO of India region with Zigwork Inks, the global leader in the field of packaging inks. His experience profile covers P&L management, sales and business management, business revival and turnaround. There is a whole lot of them, so I'll just read a few. Sourcing and supply chain management, systems and standardization, HR and R functions, and there are plenty more. So he's clearly an expert. But I think it would be good if you could tell us precisely what it is about your product that fits into this discussion today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Nandini and CII, for giving me this opportunity to be on this platform here. I come from this inks field. When we talk of inks and plastics, I come in this notorious set of people who go and spoil the environment. While we miss out on the fact that because of this packaging material, we prevent the spoilage of food, and we ensure that food and your daily needs are reaching out to every one of the homes in safe condition. Hence, while I take pride in the fact that I'm a plastic engineer, but at the same time, we are also well aware of our responsibility towards Mother Nature and to ensure that basically the circularity is actually well maintained. Circular economy is, it's a relatively a recent phenomenon, though packaging had been there for quite a few years, quite a few decades, or in fact, centuries, I would say. In the circular economy, if you really look at, it becomes very necessary that as a one aspect of circular economy, we need to ensure that the products are basically biosourced. That helps in ensuring that the circular economy is practiced in the true spirit. Otherwise, as Madam mentioned earlier, just simply saying that I recycle the material, hence I'm circularity compliant, I think it's not really a very right approach we can really take up. So what we do in ZigWork, in fact, ZigWork is a company with about 200 years of standing, and ZigWork had been consistently working in the forefront to ensure that our products that we put out in the market are safe for the environment as well as for the user. It's not only for the environment, but finally the packaged material that comes to your houses and to my house, that should be completely safe for consumption of every person who's consuming it. Now, biosource material, when we look at, in fact, like in the inks, and inks mainly, if you look at the pigments, dyes, etc., there is a whole stuff of inorganic material out there, and we will keep wondering, how do we go for biosourcing? That's where we come in. We've got a technology team which works relentlessly on promoting biosources in this kind of usage. To give you a sort of information, in the recently concluded sustainability awards in Europe on the September 13th of this month, just about like few days ago, one of our product known as UniNature, it won the coveted award for most sustainable innovation. This UniNature product by itself, this ink, has got a sort of the biosource material, bio-content, bio-renewable content of more than 50% in it. Whereas the contemporary other solutions, it has got about 7 to 8%, whereas this particular material has got 50% biosourced material, bio-renewable material in it. This is one of it. While doing this, always we think that when you go for a solution like this, invariably the performance drops. Whereas here in this particular case, we have established that the performance of this material is significantly superior to the contemporary material, other material in the market, one thing. Second thing is the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which are generated by this material is absolutely, in fact, it's well in control. And it's much superior to the rest of the material, which are equivalent material, which are used in the market. This is one aspect. Similarly, in various other ink systems even, we use biosourced material right up to, in fact, like renewable material, right up to about 40, 50, 70%. Recently in India itself, we took a call that we will move out of mineral oil-based inks. In the offset inks, when you look at conventional inks, you use extensive quantity of mineral oil as one of the component. Now, mineral oil comes from basically non-sustainable source. It's a fossilized material, whereas we replaced it completely with vegetable oils. With vegetable oil usage, this conventional offset ink, the biosource material or bio-renewable content, it goes up right up to 70% from the standard of around 20 to 30% otherwise. So these are the kind of efforts which we are continuously, in fact, working on. Apart from this one, there are things like, like bioethanol for solvent-based inks. This is another aspect which we're working on. Now, like all this stuff, what we are working, only we working on it is one aspect which we continuously do. But I think it's very necessary to educate the society as well as the consumers and the industry. That's where we work very closely with the brand owners. We work very closely with packaging companies. We go and tell them actually what are the developments we are doing and how we can really help them in their quest to become a circular economy company, and how we can really support them to ensure that the biosourced material are maximized, bio-renewable content is maximized in ink. But on the other hand, if you look at, the inks are actually a very small portion of the total packaging content. Very, very small portion. Hence, that's where we work out that not only we work on the ink, but we help our customers and brand owners to become circular in nature, like circular economy, how they can really get in. On this aspect, the couple of things that we are doing is, one is going for monomaterial instead of laminates. Laminates, it's very difficult to recycle. When you go for monomaterial, recycling becomes much easier. That's first thing. The second thing, paperization. If you look at the standard soap wrappers, they used to come in a composite of polyester and paper or BOPP and paper. That's where we have worked with a couple of multinationals, one brand owner and one converter, with them to convert this one into a monomaterial with paper, with a suitable ink coating and a protective coating on the inner side. So hence, with this one, the paper itself is much easily sort of, you can put it into the circular economy compared with the plastic. So these are all the various aspects which we work on. A long way to go still. Plastics, if you really look at, be it not only in India, in any of the countries, the kind of plastic waste that ends up in the marine life and with the water bodies, it's very, very huge. That's where we need to really get into the circularity in the right way. The next step, what we are developing currently is on de-inking. If you do the de-inking, then the circularity really becomes much more better. Today we don't find actually plastic bottles here, but the plastic bottle wrapper, which is on the top of it, if you put it into the recycling, the color actually spoils the output of the recycled granules. If you get into a recycling, then like what, like in European countries, in certain countries, even the recycled plastics, there is a clearance for reusing it in the plastic bottles. Whereas in India also, the ambitious targets are already set in that we should really go for this kind of circularity. This is a field we are working on, but long way to go. Resource efficiency, also there is quite a few things what we can really do on. And we are working closely with the converters as well as brand owners in this direction.
Thank you. There's a question I wanted to ask you, particularly as part of the India Plastics Pact, we come into touch with a lot of recyclers who mention that the inks and dyes that, as you also alluded to, during the recycling process, leak out into or dissolve in the water and discolor the final granules. You did mention that you all are dealing with this kind of thing, but is there any plan to tackle this to a degree, like 100%, so that it never causes a problem?
Yeah, that's what I was coming to. When we say the de-inking concept, this in the de-inking concept, what happens is basically you've got actually a sort of, there's a whole lot of technology involved with that one. With this one, what you're doing is you are able to remove the ink completely from the printed surface, be it on a label, be it on a carton, or be it on a surface printed monomaterial plastic wrappers. You can de-ink it completely. After the de-inking, in fact, it's in a sort of a closed kind of loop. You do the de-inking process. At the end of the de-inking process, you are able to take out the complete colored portion out. Hence, you are left with the original plastic granules or plastic material, which can be put into the recycling completely. On the other side, for the recycling even, when you look at, it's very necessary that you eliminate the chlorides. If you don't eliminate the chlorides, once again, in the recycling process, it can be harmful for the people who are doing the recycling as well as for environment. This is the second aspect what we are working on. We have already got a solution which we are actually sort of working with the kind of a couple of pilot studies right now, whereby we are eliminating the chlorides completely from the ink. So this kind of stuff, when we do it, color as well as chloride, and anyway, heavy metals, we do not really use at all as of now. So with this kind of stuff, in fact, we are able to say that the products, whatever we put out in the market, even at the end of the life cycle, they remain safe. Because finally, the inks, whatever is removed from this one, obviously it gets into, like a kind of very small quantity of sludge, which gets into a kind of compacting and disposal eventually. But the majority, tons and tons, millions of tons of material, which is actually ending up as pollutant right now, we can really work to minimize and eliminate this one to a very great extent.
Thank you very much. I think thank you so much to all the panelists for your very, very engaging descriptions of the work that you do. I think there were questions from the audience, so maybe we could spend a little time on those. Yes, please go ahead. If there's a mic, could someone kindly pass it on to him? Oh, well.
I have actually more than one question. I'll begin with Madam Rachna. You have talked about technologies which are basically waste utilization. For example, your red mud or something. And this has been the convention in our industrial waste management that we try to talk about utilization of slag, we try to talk about utilization of fly ash and all that stuff. But I think that is not what we understand by circular economy. In my view, the circular economy will start from the process itself. What's your take on this? I mean, have we come forward with technologies which are really producing minimal waste?
Sure. Is that the one question?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, no, I think you have 4 of the companies sitting here. And of course, their products and the waste or the resource that
No,
they're utilizing is
generally,
ranging
I mean, of
across.
course, in their case, it is some kind of waste utilization.
Exactly.
For example, we talk about steel making, we talk of aluminum making, or hundreds of other larger industries. I'm talking about that.
Sure. So,
the circular economy will make the technology
that is what I was
from beginning process.
I have, of course, not gone into the definition of what circular economy means for India as well as in the EU. But some of the examples, and they range from across the different sectors. We have not touched all of them. But I completely agree to your point. And I think just one quick kind of reflection. If you look at steel or if you look at aluminum, there are strategies which the Indian government and those sectoral ministries have put forward on their action plans. They are not only just on utilizing waste, but they're also driving across the sector of areas that they can do scientific research and also kind of bringing out elements which are not just end of pipe. Also in terms of utilizing a lot of this, so end of life vehicles and that entire kind of a process is there as one of the action plans which is included in the Ministry of Steel as well as Ministry of Mines. So there is a lot of it to be done, but of course, end of life is not the only solution.
It's a long way.
And we have 4 of these examples which are here as well, which
I think
clearly bring it out.
I'll come to Dr. Buddhe. I just wanted to know, because conventionally people believe that the fly ash coming out from the thermal power plants, even that is going out of the chimneys, is going to harm the agriculture. That has been the convention.
It is the
Now,
truth also.
what is it in the fly ash that you consider good?
So your statement is right. No, your statement is right. Once this fly ash is put in the air, it is not of use to agriculture, because in the flower, when the fly ash sets into the flowering stage, it hampers the pollination, and it disturbs the whole fruit cycle. So I am talking about giving this particular soil conditioner in the soil itself. Anything, any material as a fly ash which is coming on the plant will not only affect the flowering and fruiting stage, or also the
making it too long. Yeah. What will it do to pH of the soil?
So
or can you use it for alkaline soil?
Yes.
Better,
so
acidic soil it is better, or normal soil it is better?
So for acidic soil it is better, because if you are able to take fly ash from a particular process of electrostatic precipitator, then it enhances the cation exchange capacity of the soil, and this enhances the efficiency of the materials or the fertilizer in the soil itself. So I can take that offline also if you want to understand.
I want to dominate with the time, but
right.
Still, I had.
So if you want to really go deeply into it,
are you taking a particular size, or
you could
I just give one.
Sure.
So silicon,
just last question.
Silicon, which
are you taking a particular size, or just?
No, we are taking a particular slice. Yeah. And the silicon which is present in the fly ash is actually binding with the aluminum, and the aluminum toxicity of the soil is also reduced in the red soil particularly. So I can take you offline on this.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir.
We'll move on now. Yes, please, you.
Is there technology?
Could you please indicate who you're addressing your question to?
My question is general. Anybody could. Is there technology available to convert the agriculture waste to fuel, biofuel, or green hydrogen?
Let me address this question in a more fundamental way. Every problem has a solution and every question has an answer. It's just a question of how efficient is the process of translating that question to an answer. So for the moment, to answer your question, is there a technology available? Yes. However, the process part, which brings in efficiency element of bringing out the content that you want to out of agricultural waste, is still being deliberated, it's still being worked upon. The derivatives at present day process are not really affordable. Hence, it's work in progress.
Yeah, so I have a question. I am Sanjay Khare and I basically work for auto industry from Skoda. In Europe, particularly, there's a lot of focus right now for automotive materials which should become bio-based. We are going in a big way, moving from plastics to recycled plastics. Particularly, they have used coffee beans for dyeing the seeds and all. So is there some development happening in that direction? Because it's got a lot of potential. It's a very big industry. If we can give rugged products, at least for the interiors, that would be a very useful thing. So, question to you, Nandini, or to any one of you.
Okay. Yeah, no, definitely there's a lot of innovation on that space happening. And even when we are working with ACMA, which is the automobile component manufacturing industry, they also see changes happening. At least there is a demand, and that is how they translate it to their tier 1, tier 2 suppliers as well. Many a times this demand is also to be driven by the OEMs, like how and that ways I think, so it's kind of a, it just depends of how huge is this potential, how can you drive the entire industry, plus also especially addressing the point of standards, what kind of materials are available, how much of that is standardized, and how can companies take it up. So we have played some of that role, at least making those information available, creating an access to those companies, at least the Indian companies with a tie-up to European companies. But I think still it needs to come up in a
if there is some specific link or somewhere available, I can connect to my global team on this topic because they are very aggressively working on these topics.
Sure. Yes, please. And then after that, the lady at the back, yeah?
Hi, this is Piyush Sharma from Manikaran Power. I'm a part of strategy team. So the question is to Mr. Suhas. Your product compared to biomanure, it is compared to biomanure, which is coming out from the biogas plants or the CBG plants, it is better or it is equivalent?
So there are certain aspect of soil conditioning which is done by the fly ash, and there is certain aspect of the conditioning which has been done by the manure side. But our experience is that once you give this particular fly ash based soil conditioner, it is able to do the microbial activity also around it. So maybe a combination of this will work fantastic, but that is what we have done in a trial also. But these are two different things. Whereas manuring is a very conventional thing, using fly ash as in soil conditioner is itself is a new concept, and it reduces a lot of pollution related issue in the thermal power station vicinity.
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Vidhi from Mumbai. Just speaking with respect to circularity in plastics, the sector of upcycling plastic to different materials is coming up in a big way. Like, there are a lot of startups working wherein, like, they claim that different kind of plastics can be upcycled to products like garments and furniture and etc. But we do have a concern with the with respect to microplastic and nanoplastic generation when it comes to these plastics being divided into granules and then converted into, like, combined with some other material and being made into garments and all that. So do we have any framework on the policy level or, like, with the innovation and everything where we can keep a check on, like, this thing not getting like, scaled up in a big way? Because of course, like, there are two things. Of course, we have the microplastic and nanoplastic issue. And on the other side, consumers believe that, okay, they are like, contributing in a good way, that they are going to give the plastic that they use to someone who's recycling and upcycling it. And that kind of becomes a placebo to use more plastic by the consumers. So do we have anything in place where we could tackle this issue?
I'll address your question, if I may. There are some possibilities, and there are ways to think about what you've just suggested. I agree with your points that all kinds of down or upcycling need to be carefully examined. There are caveats with each kind of activity. But may I request that we meet you after this session, since we are focusing on partnerships and innovation? Yeah? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who has? Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm Mangesh Gupte from Action Alliance for Recycling Beverage Cartons, particularly the paper-based beverage cartons across India for food and beverage industry. This question is for SIGWork, although this is a bit of technical question related to the innovation. First thing is congratulations for your Packaging Europe Sustainability Award. The de-inking process which you mentioned, the Polycirc, I think, the Polycirc or something of that kind you have named it. Is it applicable for the inks of the uninature kind, or they are applicable for the currently prevailing fossil-based inks?
Applicability for the, what is I couldn't hear you.
De-inking process, which you mentioned.
De-inking, yeah.
Is it applicable for the uninature kind of specially developed inks by you, or it is applicable for the prevailing inks in the market?
No, it, basically, if you look at prevailing inks in the market, our own prevailing ink, it will work. Okay, why? In fact, like basically, when you look at the de-inking process, you have got actually a sort of, you've got a release kind of layer on which the ink will have to be printed. Now, the chemistry between the two becomes critical. That chemistry, if we don't really address, then the de-inking may not work at all. Hence, basically, if you look at whether you can use any ink out in the market with this process, unfortunately, as of now, it won't be possible. Eventually, maybe in fact, but it's still on the developmental process right now. We are on the pilot stage as of now, and eventually maybe, but as of today, no.
We can take maybe one question more, and then we must wind up. Oh, there isn't one question more. All right. Rachna, may I request you to please sort of summarize the day's proceedings, the session's proceedings?
Thanks, Nandini, for managing everything well in time, and of course giving everyone an equal opportunity. I think since the session topic was partnership and innovation, the examples or the at least the discussion that we have had, some of the elements are all across the value chain when we talk about. And just imagine like some of the elements that have been mentioned, I'll just like to reiterate. So technology, when it comes to circular economy or any transition in that process, we all think, okay, technology would work. But one of the elements, of course, that even San mentioned, that for them, technology is not a real challenge. For them, it was an issue to actually see how partnerships, how can you actually come down to a level of a community, showcase this is where there is a possibility and this is what could be done with the product or with the end of life product as well. So I think partnerships, of course, are key. It ranges from across the actors, and all the other speakers have also clearly reflected out that how they, during their entire work and engagement, have been trying to kind of build on these further as well. Then one other element is that, of course, things are not that easy when it comes to circular economy. And of course, the aspects of creating that ecosystem is also quite multidimensional. So for instance, the question that you had towards the end with the beverage industry, or even with the example that you mentioned with SIGWork, for any consumer or for any government, it's very easy to ban a product. But when you really have to think about a scale, and I think all the companies present here are actually talking about what are the issues that they have gone through, where technology was one of it, but the other point was how do you actually set up something which is at that scale that can bring a transition, and even starting on the material specific, the innovations that have gone into starting with this entire de-inking process, or even with yours on straw culture at what, even with structure as well. It is, I think, quite a challenge, especially to think of what goes into developing these products and how much of the innovation is actually required. And it's just not ending. You mentioned about you're even going on thinking of these products to be biodegradable. No? So I think that's where it is just not ending. There's no boundary to it. But of course, you also look at products which have to be standardized, certified. And that's where I see the entire cooperation coming back to the EU mapping study, or the relevance that we were trying to show, that there is a bigger dimension even within the government, whether EU or India. We're also looking at an entire, say, air quality is an issue. And I think at least the 3 examples present here are actually shown how their technologies, how they work on the ground can actually bring a bit of a change to control, or at least make a transformation to that waste which is right now being burnt into a transformative way. So I think there's a lot of it to go, and I kind of consider the point that you mentioned, that it's not going to be the end of life route. There is a lot of elements required, especially to kind of consider these changes, which is design change. For every product, every kind of a sector, the issues are very, very large, and they need to be addressed in a way which addresses both policy as well as implementation, and also still considers things which are implementable, scalable on the ground as well. So yeah, I think thanks to all the panelists here. It was really interesting, at least for us, to take some of the messages and see how we can still as a project try to support some of these solutions to scale up and build up further partnerships as well. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Rachna. I'll give it to Michael for the final word.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll try and be brief. I feel a bit shy to take the floor again after real experts and real practitioners have shown very illustrative experience. But from my policy making or policy dialogue perspective, the point I would like to make is that you can see that the lack of innovation is hampering partnership, or the lack of established partnership is hampering co-innovation between companies in India, in Europe, or between Europe and India. I think what this session illustrates is that the partnership is by and through and for innovation. I think that's really when we try and address problems on both sides, and when we try to adapt one solution to a different context, that the good ideas crop up. The second point I wanted to do is that the circular economy does not equate a plastic-free economy or a bio-based economy. I think in the case of those wonderful plates that are biodegradable and that you can even eat, they are still to be distributed and stored and packaged in plastic at the moment. And I think that's a fact, that there are certain convenience in the plastic economy that have not fully yet translated in those products, and we still need both. And I think that's a good illustration. That's also a good illustration that it's not only about producing a bio-based product, it's about distributing it, and that calls in question for me the notion of just buying a product. You are buying a product, but you're buying a product at a given place at a given time, and so that suggests that there is a link with the distribution and production system. So the point that was made by the lady connected online, San, I think, San, yes, that the ideal model would be distributed production, I think is very telling. We cannot rely on centralized production as we used to. Actually, if you look at the geopolitical map, we are all rethinking our supply chains and trying to limit our dependencies on resources, on imports, on fertilizers, on energy, even on water. So the notion of self-sufficiency as well as connecting through selected, deliberate global supply chains where we have a common understanding of environmental performance, I think is also quite telling. You can produce for the local consumption, and you can at the same time develop a product that has a future and a merit and a commercial potential elsewhere in the world. So these glocal, it's a new funny name that we hear a lot these days. I think that really lies there. Yes, I think that were my main points. Thank you very much again, Nandini, for the good sharing and timekeeping.
Thank you so much. Thanks again to all our participants. Thank you very much for sharing your innovations and your knowledge with us today. Thank you, Rachna, so much. And thank you, Michael, very much. Thank you, audience, for your questions and your time.
Thank you, everyone. May I request all the speakers to gather for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this session. I request all the participants to join us in Sovereign Hall 1 for the closing plenary. Thank you.